At the junior beast-tamer school, inside the spacious classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows. The teacher stood on the podium, his voice echoing throughout the room. Everyone, there's less than 1 week left until the beast-tamer exam. His voice was clear and firm as his eyes scanned each student. Tomorrow will be the day to assess your qualifications as beast-tamers. Then he gently reminded them, all of you have already signed your first beast contract. So today, make sure to rest well, prepare thoroughly, and strive to achieve the best results. The class buzzed with quiet chatter. The teacher quickly called out, all right, class dismissed. Lin Ze sat still in his seat, his gaze deep in thought. Outside in the hallway, whispers could be heard. One boy turned to his friend and sighed. We're about to confirm our beast-tamer qualifications. I'm so nervous. The other replied, who isn't nervous? With our current strength, just becoming an apprentice, beast-tamer is already tough. Don't even mention the advanced beast-tamer academy. That's basically impossible for us. A mischievous-looking guy laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. My goal is the beast-tamer academy in Ningjiang City. Although I can't make it to the top academy, with my strength, getting into a regular academy won't be a problem. In contrast, the boy sitting next to him looked quite scared, trembling and clutching his head as he said, if I can't even get the apprentice beast-tamer qualification, then I'll just be an ordinary person for life. Lin Ze remained seated, silently thinking to himself that the beast-tamer qualification evaluation was about to begin. But what does it matter to me since I'm a transmigrator? He replayed his memories and realized this world was different from where he used to live. A world where humans had learned to tame fierce beasts that once threatened them, turning them into battle weapons, creating a powerful beast-tamer system. That's right, a week ago he had transmigrated into this body. By merging the memories carried within, he understood what kind of world this was. Hundreds of years ago, during the Great Catastrophe, countless fierce beasts emerged from cracks between different dimensions, hunting humans and causing widespread terror. Then humanity fought back, and through brutal battles, gradually discovered how to control these beasts, commanding them to fight. This is how the beast-tamer profession was born and rose to prominence worldwide. In this beast-tamer era, beast-tamers naturally became symbols of status and class. Becoming a beast-tamer meant entering society's elite class. The biggest dream of young people in this world was to become a powerful spirit beast-tamer. In this world, every youth over 18 can sign their first beast contract. The higher the soul power, the higher the level limit of the beast they can contract. But for Lin Ze, everything seemed off track. None of this seemed to concern him, because the original owner of this body had already signed their first beast contract before he transmigrated. He looked at the small creature in his palm, its fur soft as cotton, its eyes round and clear, and silently thought, this little snowball is harmless to humans and animals, only knows how to look cute. This creature not only had no offensive power but also couldn't evolve. Just then, snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind blew. Lin Ze couldn't help but wonder, will I just be an ordinary person living an ordinary life from now on? The more he thought, the more unlucky he felt. Other transmigrators either had golden talents or powerful strength, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Why was he so unlucky? A classmate gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Lin Ze, don't think about it so much. It's okay if you don't become a beast-tamer. Being a regular office worker isn't bad either. No risk going outside. But it seemed less like comfort and more like mockery toward Lin Ze. Another chubby guy laughed loudly. Haha, yeah, so what if you don't become a beast-tamer? At worst, you can sell ice cream with Little Snowball at the mall entrance. A few others joined in. That's right. Ha ha ha. Selling cold mineral water ice cream isn't bad either. Lin Ze got furious hearing that. His face darkened, and he growled, you guys. Just then, a voice rang inside his head. The system was fully charged and starting up. The system was activating. Activation successful. And the achievement system officially began. Lin Ze's eyes widened in surprise. This is the golden finger? No wonder the system hadn't appeared all this time it was charging. He jumped up excitedly. Damn, this heavenly sound is amazing. My golden finger has finally arrived. A status board appeared before his eyes, displaying information about himself and Little Snowball. Lin Ze, Physique 1, Soul Power 8, Soul Level 80 out of 80, Soul Technique none, Pet Little Snowball, Achievement Points none, no notes, Physique and Soul Attributes of a normal adult male, Achievement unlocked. Achievement points and reward items can be earned. Achievement points can be used to speed up pet growth, unlock skills to enhance beast-tamer attributes, and so on. Reading this, Lin Ze was ecstatic. There's even this? So powerful. He asked, what about Little Snowball? The system displayed a new info board about Little Snowball. Name, Little Snowball. Attribute, Ice. Rank, first stage of the first tier. Growth rate, 23.48%. Skill, emits cold air. Growth speed can be increased through battle or consuming energy-rich items. When growth reaches 100%, evolution will be triggered. After evolution, the pet's power level will improve significantly. Lin Ze's heart pounded as he read, reaching 100% growth triggers evolution. Evolution? Could it really evolve? Wait, he continued reading. The system offered 2 evolution paths, optional evolution routes. One path, giant form, an evolution method that enhances close combat abilities, focusing on improving physical strength and power while weakening ice element control. The next evolutionary form is the snow beast, which can evolve up to the 5th tier. The other path, queen form, which strengthens ice elemental abilities and talents, focusing on improving spellcasting skills while weakening close combat attributes. The next evolutionary form is the ice spirit, which can evolve up to the king tier. Lin Ze couldn't believe his eyes. Little Snowball clearly couldn't evolve. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Could this be a hidden evolution path? If that's the case, then no need to sell ice cream anymore. Could I really become a beast tamer? His thoughts suddenly calmed down. He realized the favorable conditions the system had given him. Even the queen's path could evolve to the king's level. That's great. The system panel continued to appear. Queen's path. Next evolution form. Ice Spirit Soul. Conditions to meet. 100% growth. Level 12 low-grade Ice Elemental Essence. 1 Soul Jade. He decided to first try using achievement points to upgrade Little Snowball. Achievement System Notification. First Pet. You have successfully signed a contract with your first pet. Achieving this grants 100 achievement points. 1 Soul Spirit Crystal completed. You can claim the reward. Apprentice Beast Tamer passed the qualification test and completed the first baptism ceremony. If you achieve this, you will receive 200 Soul Spirit Crystals upon enrollment. Successfully receiving enrollment notification from any Beast-Tamer Academy grants 300 achievement points, 1 Soul Spirit Crystal, and 1 Strength Crystal. He quickly saw the important info and clicked it. There's one you can claim here, plus 100 achievement points, 1 Soul Spirit Crystal. Done. He continued to think about his next move. Next was using achievement points to level up. The screen lit up. Highest level primate. First stage. 23.48% maturity. Successful evolution. Highest level primate. Second stage. 100% maturity. Lin Ze stood in the small room, eyes shining as he saw his little snowball pet glowing brilliantly. He couldn't believe his eyes. It leveled up, and it actually worked. The system notification showed 77 achievement points consumed, leaving 23 points. Though it lasted only briefly, that dazzling light was enough to excite Lin Ze. But then he quickly pondered, such a special dazzling effect only lasted a moment? That's too little. He looked at the newly evolved Little Snowball with awe. This kid is classified as an E-rank pet? That's unfair. He still needed to prepare more ice elemental essences and soul jades to evolve to the king's path. 2 ice elemental essences and 1 soul jade. Most ordinary people wouldn't figure out Little Snowball's evolution method. But these things aren't cheap at all. Lin Ze frowned, turned away, and decided to earn money first, then go to the pet shop to buy evolution materials. Behind him, 2 kids teased loudly, laughing. Ha ha! Lin Ze, are you planning to take Little Snowball home to sell ice cream? Lin Ze looked toward the voice's owner, none other than Jiang Hao, someone who always looked down on him. But Lin Ze ignored him, gently patted Little Snowball. Kid, don't mind those trash. Tomorrow's Beast Tamer qualification test depends on you. Little Snowball softly meowed. Jiang Hao clenched his fist, eyes cold. Trash! What did you say? Though angry, Li Ji stopped Lin Ze from confronting him. He silently thought, the Jiang family is the 2nd largest clan in Jiangning City. I can't fight him head-on yet. We have to be careful. Turning to Jiang Hao, Lin Ze remained unshaken and quietly replied, Who's the trash? Let's wait for the Beast Tamer test scores to find out. Pfft. Jiang Hao laughed mockingly. You, carrying a stuffed beast that can't evolve? Haha, if I were you, I wouldn't even show up for the qualification test tomorrow, because you won't pass. Ha 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 ha, better go home and sell ice cream. At that moment, a beautiful girl appeared, Guan Ning, Lin Ze's cousin. After hearing the conversation, she shouted, Jiang Hao, don't be so outrageous. Jiang Hao turned and continued. So it's Miss Guan? Good, good. I'm not outrageous. I'm just afraid of this trash. Ha ha ha. The kid beside him smirked and laughed along. Ha ha. Honestly, I don't know why Miss Guan likes this trash. Isn't being with our Jiang Hao much better? Lin Ze shook his head, unwilling to waste time on him. He turned to Guan Ning and left. A Ning, no need to argue with them. When the time comes, you'll understand. Saying that, he took Guan Ning and left. I have to go to the pet shop. You go home first. Guan Ning softly replied, Okay. After leaving, Lin Ze stopped by the pet shop to buy evolution materials. He frowned, looking at the price list. Even when he got home, he still wondered why evolution materials were so expensive. In the blink of an eye, his monthly savings were gone. Suddenly, a loud call came from afar. "Brother Lin Ze, you're back?" Lin Ze replied, "A Ning." Guan Ning arrived and softly asked, "Mom told me to ask if you want to come over for dinner tonight." Hearing this, he agreed, "Sure, I'll come tonight." Guan Ning hesitated a bit, then asked, "Brother Lin Ze, about the beast-tamer qualification test tomorrow. Can you go with me?" Lin Ze smiled. "Of course, I'm participating in the test anyway." Guan Ning's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great, Brother Lin Ze. You have to make those Young Hao guys eat dust." Lin Ze nodded firmly. "Don't worry, I'll surprise everyone." With Lin Ze's agreement, Guan Ning happily smiled and ran inside to say goodbye. "All right then, see you later for dinner at my place, Brother Lin Ze." Okay. After returning home, Lin Ze looked at Little Snowball and said, "Just low-grade ice elemental essence and soul jade are already this expensive? Kid, when you level up more, it'll cost a lot more." Little Snowball meowed again. Aw. That night, Lin Ze fed Little Snowball the evolution materials. "Come on, kid, eat this stuff, then maybe you can evolve." Little Snowball eagerly devoured it all, making him chuckle. "Slow down! No one's stealing from you!" Immediately, a burst of light flared up with Little Snowball's loud cry. "Whoa, a big change." Lin Ze was amazed. Is this really about to evolve? So dazzling. The blinding light filled the room, and then the cute little Snowball transformed into a charming humanoid kid. New info appeared on the system panel. Ice Spirit Soul. Name: Ice Spirit Soul. Attribute: Ice. Level: second stage, second phase. Growth rate: 100%. Skills: Ice Water Extreme Cold Field. Queen's Path. Next evolution form: Snow Woman. Conditions: 100% growth, 1,120 mid-grade ice elemental essences, 1 ice heart spike. Lin Ze held his breath watching Little Snowball. No, now he had to call it Ice Spirit Soul, thinking silently that the evolution was successful. The system displayed the Ice Spirit Soul's rank, second stage, second phase. Lin Ze couldn't help but be surprised. He had actually advanced an entire major realm. He silently thought to himself in amazement. Right now, for the senior students at Bin Haino, one high school, the average power level of contracted pets ranged from third stage to the first length of the fifth stage. He never expected to have directly reached the second stage already. The ice spirit pressed its cold body close to Lin Ze's face, and he felt an intense chill just from being near it. The entire room felt frozen, filled with a biting cold atmosphere. It seemed his strength had increased, even beyond what he had imagined. At that moment, the system interface appeared before Lin Ze's eyes again. First evolution completed, earning 100 achievement points and 1 enhancement soulstone X1. He sneered inwardly, thinking that if the system hadn't specified the materials needed for Little Snowball's evolution, no one would waste such precious resources raising such a weak pet. The next day, his fingers quickly tapped the claim button. He was confident this bet was right. He continued to draw more. Immediately, 2 precious materials appeared one after another, and the entire place was bathed in a sparkling light. Soulstones and enhancement soulstones. Lin Ze stared at these 2 items, feeling a surge of excitement. Soulstones can increase soul intensity, which determines the number and rank of contracted pets. Meanwhile, enhancement soulstones directly boost physical strength. This was crucial. He immediately swallowed both items. Lin Ze's whole body felt power awakening. His eyes suddenly shone brightly, and a current of energy surged through him, crackling with electricity signs of evolution. At that moment, the system updated Lin Ze's status. Physical strength rose from 2 to 4. Soul intensity from 0.8 to 1.8. Soul power from 80 to 180. And the Ice Spirit pet reached second stage. Second length, with 123 achievement points. Lin Ze clenched his fist and punched the wall, clearly feeling the power surging through his body. He no longer felt cold, but instead sensed an endless flow of strength. Watching bricks easily fall from the wall, he thought to himself that although he didn't need to fight personally, strong stamina was always a good thing. In dangerous situations, survival chances would increase significantly. Meanwhile, the ice spirit was clinging to Lin Ze's leg, softly whimpering in fear. Aha! Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind he had to imprint. Lin Ze didn't hesitate and decided to spend all his achievement points, using every single one. Immediately after, he transferred all the energy he had just gained to the ice spirit, consuming all the achievement points. Level up. The system quickly responded. Second stage, second length, growth rate 100%. 123 achievement points. Second stage, fourth length, growth rate 24%. Looking at the information before him, Lin Ze smiled confidently, thinking that when tomorrow's evaluation came, he would definitely shock everyone. The next morning, as Lin Ze was on his way to the evaluation, a clear voice called from behind. "Lin Ze, are you ready yet?" Lin Ze turned around confidently. "Of course, today I'll also qualify as a new beast tamer." Guan replied happily. That's great. But then she curiously asked, hey, why are you suddenly so motivated? If it were before, you definitely wouldn't have joined. Lin Ze shrugged and smiled faintly, his eyes sharp. People change. Not far away, some female students were gossiping loudly, and one girl expressed jealousy. Who? That's Guan, a genius senior at Binhaino, one high school. Why does she always hang out with that loser? The blonde girl looked disgusted. Who knows? I heard Xiao Hung confess to her yesterday and got rejected. What? Why does everyone like her? What's so good about her anyway? Another girl warned to stay out of trouble. Shh, keep your voice down. Lin Ze heard every word but didn't care much. He thought to himself that Guan was his cousin and a genius at the top high school, so naturally many admired or envied her, but she seemed indifferent to others. Suddenly, Guan grabbed his hand excitedly. Hey, are you really going to use Little Snowball for the qualification? Lin Ze nodded without hesitation. Of course. Don't underestimate Little Snowball. Guan laughed and hugged his head happily. If we all pass today, let's go celebrate. Lin Ze was a bit surprised as his face pressed against Guan ample chest, and he shyly let out a small sound. Ouch! Guan didn't seem to mind and continued, there's a shop I've wanted to visit for a long time. Lin Ze was still blushing, unsure what to do. Yeah, but just then, an angry voice rang out. Guan, stop right there. A furious girl approached, eyes blazing with anger. You're the one who stole my man. Guan frowned. Who are you? And who's your boyfriend? The girl snarled, puffing up and shouting, It's Xiao Hung. Guan raised an eyebrow, recalling the guy who confessed to her today. He had a rainbow-colored headband and a gaudy red rose to woo her. Bored, she replied. Oh, is that the immature kid who forgot how to love? Guan smirked coldly, crossing her arms. Sorry, I'm not interested. He confessed to me, but I rejected him. The girl growled, but there was something almost cute about her. You're lying. You must have seduced him first. Then Guan pulled Lin Ze's hand and said coldly, Let's go. No need to explain to them. We have more important things to do. The young man standing beside the girl stepped forward, clenching his fist and grabbing Guan shoulder. Hey, you're totally ignoring me. Did I let you off easy? If you mess with my sister, don't blame me for being rude. Guan struggled fiercely and shouted, pulling her hand free. But as soon as she escaped, the young man immediately stepped up, eyes full of provocation. His fist swung. Damn it, girl. Taste my power. Hey, stop joking around. Before Guan could react, Lin Ze stepped in front of her, eyes cold. He blocked the punch with one hand. The girl crossed her arms and sneered contemptuously. Her cousin is a loser. Everyone knows that. The young man sneered. You planning to be the hero saving the beauty? Why don't you weigh yourself first? Hearing that, Lin Ze nearly lost his mind. Its cousin is a loser. Everyone knows that. The young man sneered. You planning to be the hero saving the beauty? Why don't you weigh yourself first and see how heavy you really are? Hearing that, Lin Ze almost went mad. He used a single punch to send that guy flying several meters away. The girl standing beside him saw this and immediately shouted, Brother! Lin Ze stepped closer and calmly said to the guy, I'm her brother. If you have any problems, just come find me. The guy frowned angrily upon hearing this, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Meanwhile, Guan, who had been observing the situation from the start, thought to herself, so Lin Ze is actually this formidable. Lin Ze also marveled, truly surprised at how much his enhanced physique had boosted his energy. The young man was so furious he was about to lose his mind, raising his hand in a summoning stance. If you want to die, then don't blame me. He snapped his fingers and shouted, Summon! Immediately, a flash of light appeared, revealing a second-stage first-rank wolf beast. Its entire body was covered in blue-gray streaks, its eyes blazing with a cold, killing intent. That was a second-stage first-rank wolf beast. He laughed loudly, his tone full of mockery. Ha ha. These two high school students actually dare to challenge my second-stage wolf beast? Guan was momentarily startled upon hearing this. She thought carefully and realized that her own pet was only a first-stage 7th rank. Even though she was confident in it, the chances of winning were slim, but there was no other choice. Just as Guan was gathering all her courage to fight the guy, a figure blocked her path. Lin Ze stepped forward. She quickly shouted, Brother, what are you doing? Brother, are you seriously going to use Little Snowball to fight him? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, ready to fight, and said to Guan, If it gets hurt, it will affect your aptitude evaluation. Leave this to me. The mocking laughter of the girl echoed again. Ha ha ha, are you scared out of your mind? Just because you have the worst aptitude in Binhai, you dare to act so arrogantly? Big brother, teach them a lesson. The guy, fired up, ordered his pet, attack me. At that moment, a faint blue light suddenly flashed. Little Snowball, Lin Ze's pet, appeared before everyone, but what stunned them was that it was no longer the ordinary Little Snowball. From a small spirit beast, Little Snowball transformed into a new form. Its eyes shone brightly, and an icy chill filled the air. Guan Ning was amazed. Is this really Little Snowball? Lin Ze turned back and explained to Guan Ning in a cheerful tone. Little Snowball has evolved. Seeing his pet freeze with just one move from Little Snowball, the guy shouted desperately, "Move quickly." Witnessing Little Snowball's new power, Lin Ze quickly explained to Guan Ning, "Now it's called Ice Spirit." The blonde guy turned pale and yelled, "No, no way. You're just a high school student, so your pet can only reach first stage 9th rank at best. How could you possibly kill my second stage pet?" The girl looked scared and panicked, stepping back. "Big brother, what should we do now?" He gritted his teeth, but already knew deep down he had lost. With no other options, he ordered, surprisingly, he also has a higher level second stage pet. "We're defeated. Let's go." "Hey," but just as they turned their backs, Lin Ze's cold voice rang out. "Did I say you could leave?" His breath caught. The blonde guy swallowed hard as he looked at Little Snowball ready to strike. "Yeah, sorry, big brother. We were wrong," Lin Ze sneered. "Are you sure the ones who need to apologize are me?" With no choice, the blonde guy immediately turned to Guan Ning, bowing humbly. "I'm really sorry, classmate Guan. It was our fault. Please forgive us this time. When we get home, I'll teach Chu Hung a lesson." The girl, full of resentment, quietly called out to her big brother. Immediately after, a punch swung straight at her face, accompanied by his threat. "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you apologizing yet?" Guan Ning crossed her arms, glanced at them for a moment, then sighed. "Forget it. Just go." The two trembled and bowed their heads. Okay. Meanwhile, Lin Ze petted the ice spirit ball and smiled brightly, praising it. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, they hurriedly ran away. Guan Ning turned to him, eyes shining. "Brother, you're amazing! How did you do that?" "That was a second stage wolf beast. Are you looking at Little Snowball?" "No, ice spirit," she said, curious. "What is ice spirit? Can Little Snowball really evolve?" Lin Ze nodded but had no intention of explaining right now. "That's right, but there's not much time left. These things can wait," Hang said. "Come on, we need to hurry to the aptitude evaluation site." Without delay, the two quickly left, heading toward the Beast-Tamer Association building. Before them stood a massive stone block, the Origin Stone. Guan Ning's eyes widened, and beside her was the bustling chatter of the crowd. "Is that the Origin Stone? It's huge," but it didn't seem surprising. Lin Ze didn't respond, but his eyes flashed with determination, thinking to himself, "This is the final evaluation of the year. Many will lose their qualifications as beast tamers forever, while those who succeed will enter the Beast Tamer Academy and start a new life." He clenched his fist tightly, determined to succeed. A voice rang out, bringing everyone back to reality. A man led the group toward the stage, welcoming everyone to today's Apprentice Beast Tamer Aptitude Evaluation. Everyone who entered received a small bronze medal, each inscribed with different levels: low, medium, high, and super. This was the key to enter the illusion realm of the Origin Stone. You must choose the difficulty of the challenge you want to face. The harder the challenge you pass, the richer the rewards. Please look at the screen. An information board appeared on the large screen, displaying difficulty levels and corresponding rewards. For low difficulty, passing grants Apprentice Beast Tamer qualification, 1 soul point, and a 5% pet growth rate increase. For medium difficulty, passing grants Apprentice Beast Tamer qualification, 2 soul points, and a 10% pet growth rate increase. For high difficulty, passing upgrades you to Trainee Beast Tamer, 3 soul points, 2 physical points, and a 20% designated pet growth increase. It also unlocks a second Beast Tamer slot. For super difficulty, passing upgrades you to Trainee Beast Tamer, 5 soul points, 3 physical points, and a 30% designated pet growth increase. It also unlocks a second Beast Tamer slot. Everyone gasped. The power was truly terrifying. One contestant sighed, eyes full of longing. "It would be great if I could pass the super difficulty." But immediately, a mocking voice cut in. "Don't dream. Less than 1/10 of people can pass high difficulty, let alone super. This time, you should just pass the low difficulty to earn Apprentice Beast Tamer qualification," Hong said. Guan Ning turned to Lin Ze curiously and asked, "Brother, which one will you choose?" Before Lin Ze could answer, the host spoke up. "Before everyone chooses their difficulty level, I have one piece of advice. This concerns future development, so everyone should carefully consider and combine their own strength to choose the difficulty level that suits them." Time's up. The screen displays the statistics. 46 people chose the downgraded difficulty, 10 chose intermediate difficulty, 1 chose advanced difficulty, and 1 chose super difficulty. The atmosphere became chaotic. "Did I see that right? Someone actually chose the super difficulty," another person chimed in. "That's right. I think this guy is still half asleep," another shouted loudly. "What time is it and you're still messing up? What a fool." Someone else confidently declared, No matter who this is, he definitely won't get into the Beast-Tamer Academy this year. But despite the surrounding chatter, Lin Ze remained firm in his decision. His eyes shone with determination. Next to him, Guan Ning glared at the information board that just appeared in midair, her voice full of surprise. You actually chose the super difficulty? If you fail this year, you won't get into the Beast-Tamer Academy. Lin Ze laughed, his eyes flashing with confidence. Don't worry, I've thought it through myself. The people around started whispering after seeing his choice. Is this guy really the one who picked super difficulty? Some freshmen frowned, others whispered mockingly. Maybe he pressed the wrong button, or maybe he's just dumb. A calm voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. Kid, did you hear me clearly just now? You have to choose carefully, okay? The man looked at him suspiciously, but Lin Ze didn't flinch. This was a decision made after careful consideration. The man raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with a hint of killing intent. You mean you think you can beat the super difficulty? Lin Ze still replied confidently. Of course. A laugh came from the man with blue hair. Ha ha. Young people still have passion. I gave you advice, but if you want to play with fire, it's your choice. After all the candidates had made their selections, he raised his hand and declared, if everyone is done choosing, then I declare, the test begins. Lin Ze felt a beam of light envelop him. When he opened his eyes again, he had stepped into the virtual world of the original stone tablet. Outside, the man watched him with an intrigued look. Lin Ze, right? Interesting. Lin Ze opened his eyes, sensing the difference clearly, confirming he had entered the virtual world of the original stone tablet. The system quickly provided information. Any injuries in the virtual world would not affect the real world, including the death of pets. Lin Ze smirked slightly. Then there's nothing to worry about, just play freely. Just as he settled in, a notification appeared before his eyes. You have an unclaimed achievement. Victory in the first match defeating Yu Lang. Lin Ze grinned and immediately laughed. Oh man, I'm in here and I can still see the system? Claim it for me. Right after, the system notified he had received 100 Soul Spirit achievement points. Without hesitation, he ordered to use the 100 achievement points and Soul Spirit stones. He clicked to collect. His stats quickly changed. Soul attribute 1.8 increased to 2.8. Growth rate from 24% to 44%. Stage 2. Level 4 increased to Stage 2, Level 6. Lin Ze squinted. This definitely raises his chances of winning. When the next battle started, a beast covered entirely in bright red appeared before him. The notification quickly suggested information. This is the fire lizard. Fire attribute Stage 1, Level 7. He frowned slightly. Wasn't this supposed to be super difficulty? Why is it only Stage 1? The fire lizard let out a grunt and began spewing bursts of fire. Immediately, he summoned his pet, Ice Spirit, using the Ice Whip skill. Ice Spirit appeared, freezing the air, quickly shattering each fire attack from the fire lizard. He exclaimed, Ice Spirit, Ice Whip. Looks like my Ice Whip is still more powerful. After passing the first level, a notification sounded, Passed level 1 of 5, continue the challenge. This time the opponent was a skeleton. The screen displayed monster info. Icebind, Undead Attribute Stage 1, Level 9. Lin Ze smirked and shook his head. For others, Stage 1, Level 9 might be tough, but for him, it was child's play. The voice of the lead man echoed from afar, with a mocking tone. You rotten kid, you were just lucky that your attribute countered his. The real challenge comes next. But very quickly, Lin Ze easily surpassed it. After defeating the second monster, he advanced to the next level. The system announced he had passed Level 2, continue the challenge. Before him, a giant shadow appeared. This was the withered beast. Plant attribute Stage 2, Level 2. Lin Ze clenched his fists. The real battle was just beginning. The man observing from outside silently calculated, judging by the looks, his pet was probably only Stage 2 Level 1 at best, now facing a Stage 2 Level 2 withered beast. Even with innate talent, he couldn't surpass this level. The battle erupted. Lin Ze ordered Ice Spirit to attack first. The cold ice whip flew forward, but when it hit the hard shell of the withered beast, it only left a few small cracks. This beast's skin was incredibly thick to withstand ice whip. Its blazing red eyes flashed with fury, sensing the opponent's killing intent. Two tendrils shot out from the monster, tightly wrapping Ice Spirit, immobilizing it. The man watching from afar shook his head with a cold smile, muttering, although the rookie is strong, this is as far as he'll go. But soon after, the withered beast let out a terrifying scream, as if begging for help. DC Ha! Lin Ze shouted a command, activating the extreme domain. A sudden blizzard erupted around Ice Spirit, freezing the ground and slowing the withered beast's movement. Lin Ze lowered his voice. You think we only have one skill? Ice Whip continued. This time, Ice Whip struck directly at the frozen weak spot on the withered beast's body. A loud explosion sounded. The giant body collapsed to the ground. Done. The screen displayed the result notification again. passed the third gate successfully, continued to challenge the remaining two gates. Around him, sighs of frustration rose. Damn it, I was so close to killing that pet. Another sat crying, failing again after 2 years. The one who had mocked Lin Ze earlier was now complaining, I didn't expect the fifth gate's difficulty to be this hard, and it's a stage 1 level 6 pet. The guy beside him laughed loudly, boasting, ha ha, I made it, now I'm an intern beast tamer. The others silently cursed under their breath. Damn it! Suddenly, a panicked scream echoed, and all eyes turned to that rock. It was a fierce beast claw, a second-stage pet beast. How did a second-stage pet beast appear at the internship test here? Confused gazes shifted toward Lin Ze, and someone exclaimed in surprise, isn't that the guy who challenged the super difficulty level? The system immediately announced that the fourth gate had been passed. The final gate was starting. Lin Ze stood still, exhaling deeply, finally reaching the last round. Around him, astonished eyes focused on Lin Ze. Someone muttered, how is he so strong? I know all the top students in this high school, but not this guy. Meanwhile, Guan Ning was happy to have achieved his goal. He succeeded and became an apprentice beast tamer. Guan Ning worried, how was Lin Ze doing? The crowd was full of astonished murmurs. Wow, too strong. Guan Ning was curious what was going on. After seeing the situation with the rock, Guan Ning couldn't help but marvel. Had Lin Ze really passed the fourth gate at super difficulty? That's impressive. Some people shouted, he's out, he's out! The surrounding area buzzed with amazed whispers. What kind of monster is this? The screen displayed beast information. Saber-toothed lion. A second stage. 5th rank wild beast. Everyone was buzzing, so it was a saber-toothed lion. One even exclaimed, thinking Lin Ze couldn't pass. This was just too insane. Normally, how could a new student possibly win? Amid the astonished gazes, Lin Ze stood beside Ice Spirit, calmly assessing. Finally, someone who knew how to fight. The battle began. The saber-toothed lion charged at terrifying speed, claws sharp enough to slice the wind. Lin Ze shouted, Ice Spike! But just as Ice Spike lunged, the saber-toothed lion dodged and counterattacked with a sneak claw strike. Lin Ze had to admit, so fast, a sneak claw strike. The man observing from afar nodded. Let's see if you have any new moves this time. Young man, I admit you have skill, but this time, you really have to stop here. Lin Ze clenched his fists. Ice Spirit was exhausted after 4 consecutive battles, while the saber-toothed lion still brimmed with energy. He thought, although Ice Spirit was 1 level higher than the saber-toothed lion, a pet's strength isn't solely determined by level. It also depends on attributes, condition, environment, and the beast tamer's battle skill. All these factors influence victory or defeat. Ice Spirit was weakened after 4 battles, while the saber-toothed lion was a strong pet in one-on-one fights. Its speed and power were definitely higher than Ice Spirit's, so this would clearly be a tough fight. If it continued like this, he could really lose. He took a deep breath, focusing on finding an opening. An idea flashed in his mind. He had to find a chance. He ordered Ice Spirit to prepare. The saber-toothed lion charged, and just as it was about to reach him, Lin Ze shouted, now Ice Mace. Ice Mace slammed into the opponent's front leg, causing it to lose balance. At the same time, Ice Spirit launched a decisive strike. Everyone didn't understand what happened. What's going on? The observers held their breath, waiting for the outcome. A voice spoke in confusion. How can it be a draw? How does that even work? Suddenly, someone shouted, no, look! Before everyone's eyes appeared the saber-toothed lion, pierced by hundreds of ice shards, lying flat on the ground. The man's voice rang out in astonishment. So he can fight evenly with a second stage, 5th rank saber-toothed lion? Then his pet must be at least second stage, 5th rank. This kid's really good at hiding it. On the arena floor, Lin Ze stood firm, his sharp eyes fixed on the saber-toothed lion before him. He thought silently, this battle can't drag on any longer. At that moment, the man suddenly recalled Lin Ze's earlier words. This is the result of my careful consideration. The saber-toothed lion roared thunderously, its sharp claws clawing fiercely at the ground. Its amber eyes blazed with killing intent. The pure white fur on its body trembled slightly, and the cold aura, typical of the far north, radiated, chilling the surrounding air. It easily resisted Ice Spirit's attacks. Crack! Lin Ze suddenly realized, right, the saber-toothed lion was originally a pet from extremely cold regions, so it had strong resistance to harsh cold. Lin Ze frowned, feeling suppressed. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Ze's mind. The system announced a new achievement unlocked. The pet had used skills a total of 10 times and earned 100 achievement points. The skill unlock function was activated. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, thinking, oh, what's this skill unlock function? Immediately, 3 new skills appeared on his status screen. Extreme Cold Chains, a control skill that manipulates ice elements to condense into chains, restraining the target's actions. Unlock requires 40% growth and 50 achievement points. Ice Shield, a defensive skill that controls ice elements to form a free-moving ice shield to block attacks from all directions. Unlock requires 60% growth and 50 achievement points. Icebone Crystal, an area damage skill that rapidly compresses a large amount of ice elements in a designated area into a point and instantly releases it to deal ice attribute damage. Unlock requires 80% growth and 100 achievement points. Lin Ze was amazed so many skills could be combined. Generally, pets have at most 2 basic skills. The more skills they have, the more tactical combinations are possible. Lin Ze skimmed through the skill list, his eyes flashing with determination. Ice Mace was the main damage skill and relied heavily on control ability. Although Extreme Cold Field had a wide range and caused significant damage and control, it was still not enough. Without hesitation, Lin Ze decided to unlock Extreme Cold Chains, a control skill, spending 50 achievement points and leaving 50 points remaining. He planned to use the remaining points to level up Ice Spirit. The system quickly announced Ice Spirit was now 2nd stage, 7th rank, with growth increased to 54%. A dazzling light burst forth. From the stands, continuous gasps of amazement echoed. "Hey, what's that light? Level up? No way, I didn't see him use any materials." Another person doubted. "Even with combat experience, leveling up only happens after a win, right?" Someone growled angrily. "Could it be he has a secret move?" Lin Ze paid no attention to the chatter around him. He focused entirely on the battle and said in a low voice to the Jiang Sword Lion, "Come here." The saber-toothed lion roared and charged straight at him. At that moment, Lin Ze shouted loudly and tried to use the Extreme Cold Chain technique. Extreme Cold Chain? Immediately, icy chains appeared, tightly binding the giant lion. It struggled desperately but couldn't break free. It howled in pain. "Hu-ow-oh." Lin Ze continued to command the ice spirit. Taking advantage of the moment, an ice spike flew straight at the saber-toothed lion, piercing its defense. It let out a roar of pain. Roar-oh. The painful roar echoed through the stands, leaving the spectators stunned. What kind of skill is this? How is this possible? The blue-haired man leading the group was furious and somewhat shocked. Why could his pet beast use 3 different skills? Lin Ze smirked and looked at the lion, saying, "Is your hide that thick? Then take another round." The ice spirit obeyed immediately and carried out its task. The lion couldn't withstand it and surrendered. The system announced the final notification. "Congratulations, your challenge is complete. You have successfully passed the super difficulty assessment," Guanning shouted joyfully. "We won! Lin Ze is amazing." But some doubters yelled angrily, "No way he actually passed. This is impossible." A few stubborn ones insisted, "He must have bribed the judges." More experienced people sighed and thoughtfully commented, "I've met many talented young beast tamers before, but someone appearing out of nowhere and shocking everyone like this is a first for me." The system continued updating, displaying on the screen. Lin Ze's physique rose from 2 to 5, soul power from 2.8 to 7.8, and apprentice soul force level at 780. Soul technique without pet, Ice Spirit achievement points, Ice Spirit level 3 stage 1, growth rate 84%, skills, Ice Spike extreme cold domain, extreme cold chain. Lin Ze thought silently, no wonder this is the super difficulty cleansing ritual. The power boost is truly incredible. The system continued, announcing, "You can now sign a contract with a second pet beast." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, curiosity stirring inside. What will the second contract be? Looks like a trip to the pet store is in order. Immediately after, the system updated the Apprentice Beast Tamer status. Having passed the qualification assessment, the Apprentice Beast Tamer completed the first cleansing ritual. For completion, he received 200 Soulstone achievement points times 1. As Lin Ze sat down, another notification appeared. "The reward has been granted. Please exit the testing area." He stood outside, confused, as people hurried over. "Classmate, how did you do that?" Even those who had looked down on him at first now asked eagerly. "Classmate, how did you get that ice-type pet? I've never seen one before." Some even used a fake sweet tone. "Bro, you're seriously impressive." At that moment, Guan Ning ran over from afar, hugging Lin Ze from behind with a big smile. "Bro, I knew you'd succeed. I knew it too. That was great." All eyes turned to Lin Ze, amazed by his outstanding performance. A lead judge stepped forward, calm but respectful. "Young man, your performance is truly remarkable. I retract what I said earlier. Your confidence comes from strength, not reckless arrogance." These words immediately stirred the entire auditorium. A judge apologizing to a student? Unbelievable. Lin Ze calmly smiled softly. His voice was gentle but firm. "I don't mind at all." The judge immediately extended his hand, inviting him to join the association. "Your name is Lin Ze, right? Would you like to join our Beast Tamer Association? You could be accepted as a reserve member with generous benefits and welfare. This won't conflict with your application to the Beast Tamer Academy. After graduation, you'll immediately receive a position as an associate officer in the association." What do you think? The hall buzzed with excitement. Being recruited by the Beast-Tamer-Association now is a rare opportunity. Guanning gasped. Bro, you should agree quickly. Only outstanding students graduating from the Beast-Tamer Academy qualify to join the assessment and association. The competition is fierce, like crossing a bridge of 10,000 horses. However, Lin Ze hesitated. Agreeing now would mean no worries about living expenses and tuition for 4 years at the academy. Plus, everyone would admire him. But nothing in life comes free. The more you get now, the more you'll have to pay back later, especially with all the association's rules. He didn't want to lose his freedom now. He looked at the judge and bowed slightly. Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I've thought it through. I'll decide after graduation. Lin Ze's answer surprised some. Another student quickly spoke up. Sir, if he doesn't join, what do you think of me? The judge snorted softly and turned away, leaving the student with a disappointed, blank expression. Before leaving, the judge's sharp gaze swept over Lin Ze, thinking, this kid is talented. At his current growth rate, he'll be 100 times stronger than now, and then he could demand the highest benefits from the Beast-Tamer Association, not the meager ones he's offered now. After a moment of thought, the judge nodded and said, if that's the case, I won't force you. If you ever need or change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Then he revealed his identity. The name was Ha Zhenwen. When the test ended, Lin Ze left the hall, but hadn't gone far before being stopped. Guan Ning, wait for us. Guan Ning introduced, bro, these are classmates from my class, Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun. Liu Xian pulled Guan Ning aside and whispered, Guan Ning, we want your contact info. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyun, bolder, ran up to Lin Ze shyly and said, hey, please be friends with me. We've had our eye on you for a while. Let's hang out together sometime. Liu Xian saw this and jumped in. I'm from the next class and I like you too. Lin Ze frowned slightly, feeling a bit awkward. We still have things to do, so please excuse us. We can make friends later. Just then, a phone notification sounded, a message reading, come to the office. Lin Ze quickly left and went to the teacher's office. When he entered, he saw the homeroom teacher sitting there and greeted her. Miss, were you looking for me? The teacher, who was seated, suddenly stood up. Embracing Lin Ze tightly, she praised him. I heard you passed the super-level difficulty of the trial. Amazing. I knew you were the one I valued the most. Lin Ze, held tightly, saw her gentle and beautiful demeanor now, so different from usual, pulling him out to scold. She laughed, then pushed a book toward him. Right, I called you here this time to discuss something with you. Curious? He asked. She explained. This book contains basic soul technique, skills, and cultivation methods. It's a mandatory course for beast-taming interns, so it's best you get familiar with it first. For a soul technique beast-tamer, besides the pet beast, combat tactics are the most important. A tamer who cultivates powerful soul techniques can easily kill fierce beasts using soul techniques alone without relying on their pet. Not only can they coordinate with their pet in battle, but they also have tactics to protect the tamer during fierce fights to avoid injury. Lin Ze opened the book, eyes shining, then looked gratefully at his teacher, filled with determination. Thank you, homeroom teacher. I'll start training this right away. The teacher smiled in satisfaction. Go ahead, and if you encounter any difficulties later, just come to me. When he got home, Lin Ze opened the book and began studying. The first page had information on soul protection. This effect creates a shield using soul power, consuming soul energy, and can resist all damage in a 360-degree radius, feeling the energy flow within his body. If he cultivates this secret technique, he smiled softly, the early bird catches the worm. First, learn the basics, then after entering the Beast Taming Academy, he can spend time on more advanced courses. 10 minutes passed, and when he opened his eyes, a light flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. 10 minutes later, it seemed he had grasped the basics. Normal people would take days or even months to master soul techniques, yet he learned it in just 10 minutes. Looks like a soul constitution of 78 is extremely useful. Another notification sounded in his mind. Successfully mastered a soul technique. Achievement points reward, 100. Current achievement points, 350. Would you like to spend 50 achievement points to upgrade soul protection? Lin Ze smiled. Indeed, the system also worked for soul techniques. He furrowed his brow as a familiar notification appeared before him. Achievement points reward, 100 points. Current achievement points, 350. Would you like to spend 50 achievement points to upgrade soul protection? Lin Ze chuckled quietly, thinking, I didn't expect to accidentally earn so many achievement points. It's best to upgrade this life-saving skill 2 levels. After selecting the system notification, spending 100 achievement points, leaving 250 points remaining, soul protection of the 3 realms. A warm aura spread throughout Lin Ze's body. He felt the protective layer around his soul had changed, feeling thicker and larger, enough to hold 3 to 4 people. It's real. Checking the status panel, current soul power was 770. He calculated silently. Each use of soul protection consumes 10 soul power points. His soul power limit is 780, so he can release it 78 times. His eyes flashed as he remembered something important. Oh, and the soul stone gifted for beast-taming internship achievements hasn't been used yet. I should use it now. Immediately, the notification showed soul level rising from 78 to 88, soul power from 780 to 880. Lin Ze took a deep breath, feeling the new strength flowing through his body. He thought, with this much soul power, just using it for defense is a bit wasteful. I need to learn 2 more moves. He decided to learn 2 new skills. Soul Bullet, focusing spirit to condense soul energy at his fingertip and shoot it out. Soul Impact, focusing spirit to gather energy into a fist and release a palm strike. Lin Ze tested the new skill. The soul energy bullet shot from his finger with high accuracy, just like an arrow. At this moment, the notification appeared again, consuming 10 soul power points. Though the power isn't great, the accuracy rivals that of an arrow. He continued testing Soul Impact, thinking, now let's try this. A powerful shockwave burst out, creating a dent in the ground. Lin Ze's eyes widened in surprise. The notification also showed, consuming 30 soul power points. Such great force? Another notification appeared before him. You have successfully learned 3 soul technique skills and received a reward, a soul-nourishing potion. The soul-nourishing potion can quickly restore all soul power. Lin Ze clenched the potion, deciding to keep it for emergencies. It's very practical but should be saved for critical moments. He looked at his achievements. Both Soul Bullet and Soul Impact were upgraded to level 2. Clicking the notification, spending 100 achievement points, leaving 150 points remaining, the Arrow and Soul Impact were upgraded to level 2. He looked at the remaining points, thinking it's best to save them for later use. Now, the next important task is to earn money. The remaining achievement points will be kept for future needs. Tomorrow, once I earn some money, I have to buy a second pet beast. The next morning at the mission center, Lin Ze thought, this is the first time I'm taking on a money-earning mission. With my current ability, doing some normal-level missions shouldn't be a problem. Lin Ze carefully chose from the list. Chasing ghost dragonflies near Yangshan village, reward 20,000. Killing fierce eagles on Highway 302, reward 30,000. Clearing ghostfish occupying Loch Min Lake, reward 10,000. Exterminating armored bugs in Tang Trung Valley, reward 40,000. Lin Ze smirked, obviously choosing the highest reward. But as soon as he confirmed, another notification appeared. Because you are currently a beast-taming intern, for your safety, you have been paired with 3 teammates, and the reward will be shared equally. Lin Ze's eyes twitched. He angrily said, are you kidding me? I can handle this on my own. The screen then showed a notification. Please arrive at Tang Trung Valley before 2 in the afternoon. At Tang Trung Valley, Lin Ze finally arrived. Before him were the 3 teammates he was paired with. Finally, they were here. Lin Ze responded, hello. A man looked him up and down, smirking. Kid, we've been waiting for you half a day. Haven't you graduated yet? The speaker was the short, stocky beast tamer. Another person looked tougher, arms crossed, voice full of mockery. Why did they pair us with an ungraduated rookie like you? This was the short-tier beast-tamer Zhao Mingshan. The only girl in the group smiled at Lin Ze. Annoying. Another person looked tougher, arms crossed, voice full of mockery. Why pair us with an ungraduated rookie like that? This was the low-rank beastmaster, Zhao Mingshan. The only girl in the group smiled slyly at Lin Ze. Annoying. Those 2 already scared him. She is none other than the low-rank beast-tamer, Wang Shueyun. She stepped closer, winking at him. Handsome kid, just follow me later. Lin Ze forced a smile. Yeah, I haven't graduated yet, so I'll be bothering you all next. Wang Shueyun laughed happily. Hey, good boy. Zhao Mingshan glanced at her, pouting with disdain. Hey, are you crushing on guys again? Get serious. This mission might be tougher than you think. Just don't get yourself killed. Wang Shueyun puffed her cheeks and snorted. What? Zhao Mingshan spoke up with a serious expression. I'll temporarily take the team leader role. When we reach the mission point, you have to follow my orders. Your mission reward will be less. Got it? Lin Ze smirked, secretly despising them. These people weren't even qualified to enter the Beast-Tamer Academy, just relying on some basic taming skills from high school to survive missions. But outwardly, he calmly replied, distribute rewards based on work done. The more you do, the more you get. Zhang Lei snorted coldly. Good, you know your place. Let's go then. The group quickly moved into the mission area. Under the blazing red sunset, a swarm of giant armored insects lurked among mossy rocks. Suddenly, one bug lunged out from the shadows. Wang Shuiyun screamed. Zhao Mingshan said, "Yeah, just fill that pit and kill these armored bugs. That's it." Then he summoned his pet. Come on. Zhao Mingshan's pet was a second-rank, fifth-stage rhinoceros-type wild beast. Zhang Lei, standing beside him, wasn't to be outdone and summoned his own pet. Watch me. Release the wind iron horse. A second-rank, sixth-stage attack insect. Wang Shuiyun turned back and winked at Lin Ze. Little brother, just stay behind me. Then she summoned her pet, a terror bee, a second-rank, fifth-stage attack insect. In the dark underground, tension filled the air. Facing the massive swarm of armored bugs, Lin Ze's gaze remained cold and unshaken. In his mind, he thought, let's see what you're really capable of before making a move. Zhao Mingshan shouted excitedly, ordering everyone, charge and wipe them all out for me. He swung his arm to command his pet, a powerful rhinoceros. It charged wildly, its sharp horn piercing an armored bug and tossing it aside. But at that moment, more bugs poured out from the cave, surrounding them. Zhang Lei snorted coldly. Such brute force. He waved his hand, ordering his pet, a sharp praying mantis. Watch me. The mantis's blade-like arms gleamed as it slashed straight at the armored bugs. But the tough armored insects only retreated slightly before charging back immediately. Wang Shuiyun didn't back down either, commanding her, terror bees, don't let them get their way. Bees, attack. Poisonous stingers shot out rapidly, piercing the armored shells. Some bugs were poisoned and convulsed violently. At this moment, Zhang Lei turned to Lin Ze and said, so, newbie, the three of us work pretty well together, right? You just stand there and shout 666. That's the ultimate slang for awesome. Wang Shuiyun smiled smugly, turning to Lin Ze. Still want the reward? Just think of it as tuition. I'll share some of my points with you. Just stay behind me and protect yourself. Lin Ze remained silent, eyes focused and observant. Suddenly, the swarm of armored bugs all stood up. He thought internally, this isn't good. A series of flashy attacks, but basically no real threat to the bugs at all. A thunderous roar echoed from deep inside the cave. Wang Shuiyun was startled and turned around. What was that sound? From the darkness, many huge shadows gradually appeared. The armored bugs seemed to be calling for reinforcements. Zhang Lei's face turned pale as new bugs appeared in the cave, but then he realized maybe they weren't calling for help. Lin Ze finally spoke. Could there be a bigger armored bug king inside? Suddenly, all three pets collapsed, seemingly drained of energy. Zhang Lei shouted, quick, recall your pets or the bugs will kill them. Zhao Mingshan hurriedly called, rhinoceros, come back. But the rhino remained motionless, its eyes vacant. Lin Ze frowned and said in a low voice, it's useless. The sound those armored bug kings emitted paralyzed everyone's pets. They no longer obeyed commands. Wang Shuiyun panicked. What? What do we do now? My bees. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Lin Ze. You knew this early on. Why didn't you say anything? You're just a useless jerk who only knows how to mock. Lin Ze stayed calm and coldly replied, right now, what I have to worry about isn't my pet, but my own life. Zhang Lei clenched his fist tightly, but at that moment, the entire swarm of armored bugs surged forward like they wanted to take the lives of everyone who harmed them. Zhao Mingshan shouted, run! Run fast! We're dead if we don't! He ran while gritting his teeth. This damn mission was anything but normal. But just as the group was in despair, a faint blue light radiated, protecting their souls. A circle of light surrounded them, blocking the bugs' attacks. Zhang Lei's eyes widened in shock. That's soul magic. Only students of the Beast-Tamer Academy know this. How does this high school kid know it? Enough talk, Lin Ze smirked, eyes sharp. Just stay behind me. He raised his hand to summon his pet. A cold aura spread, enveloping the cave, the ice spirit. A frost creature with shimmering wings appeared, its chilling presence causing the temperature to drop sharply. Zhang Lei gaped. What kind of pet is that? Wang Shuiyun stammered. I've never seen anything like it. Zhao Mingshan clenched his fist and growled. I don't know either. Lin Ze stared at the armored bugs, thinking, these bugs match the pet rank, probably only up to 7th stage first rank, but their advantage is sheer numbers. They don't have AoE skills or wide-range attacks, so they can't really fight them head-on. He smiled coldly, suddenly remembering a skill he just learned. His 3rd stage Ice Spirit had a wide-area damage ability. He raised his hand, commanding the Ice Spirit's extreme cold domain. A fierce blizzard swept through, freezing the entire swarm instantly. Lin Ze turned back, his voice cold as he said to the other three, now's the time to recall your pets while you still can. And one more thing. A fierce blizzard swept through, freezing the entire swarm of armored beasts in an instant. Lin Ze turned around, coldly telling the other three, take this chance to gather your pets while you still can, followed by a threat. If you all agree to give up the entire reward, Lin Ze hurriedly compromised upon witnessing the destruction before him. All right, the whole reward is yours, just as long as we can safely take the pets away. but there are still those who refuse to accept it. Zhang Lei growled loudly. That rotten kid dares to threaten us? Do you think you're some contestant named Lin Ze who passed the supreme challenge? Lin Ze replied coldly. That's right, I am Lin Ze. Hearing this, Wang Shuiyun muttered. I knew it. I guessed he was a high school student, but how could he have such strength? Then she shouted, Lin Ze's little brother, hurry and save our pets. Zhang Lei still refused to believe it and arrogantly shouted, You little brat, just because you say it's true? I don't buy that crap. Quickly thaw the ice so we can reclaim the pets. At that moment, Lin Ze stepped forward and punched Zhang Lei straight in the face. What an idiot. His display of power just now didn't even need proof. Seeing Zhang Lei collapse, Lin Ze said a few flattering words to him. We must be blind not to recognize Taishan. At this moment, the ice all around began to show signs of melting. Lin Ze quickly noticed this and turned to the others. Time is running out. It's about to melt. You all should quickly retrieve your pets and leave before the swarm of insects wakes up. Wang Shuiyun asked. What about you? These insects won't die just like that. They're only temporarily controlled. Lin Ze remained calm, facing the swarm of insects. He and Ice Spirit looked at them coldly and said, Heh, to defeat the 8 enemies, you must first capture the king. Zhang Lei was horrified. That rotten kid actually wants to go inside? The group hurriedly recalled their pets and retreated. However, Lin Ze advanced deeper into the cave, where terrifying growls echoed from the darkness. Before descending, he instructed the others, Everyone, make the most of your time and go. Inside the cave, Lin Ze thought it was dark, but he could see clearly. It seems the stamina boost also improved his vision. At that moment, a swarm of insects rushed out from the wide cave to attack him. He activated soul protection and, together with Ice Spirit, gathered ice elements within the extreme cold domain, protecting his soul with ice water and soul force shock. Although he could block nearly all the insects, he realized this method wouldn't hold for long. There are too many. If this continues, no matter how much power I have, I won't be able to withstand it. Then a new idea popped into Lin Ze's mind. That's right, I still have achievement points. Ice Shield is a defensive skill that controls ice elements to form a shield, freely defending against attacks from all directions, costing 50 achievement points. Icebone Nova is an area damage skill that quickly compresses a large amount of ice elements in a designated area into a point and immediately explodes, dealing ice damage and consuming 100 achievement points. At this moment, the system panel showed remaining achievement points. 150. Perfect. Just enough to learn. Lin Ze silently planned his next moves to overcome this challenge. Ice Spirit had learned Ice Shield and Icebone Nova. With Ice Shield, Ice Spirit can move freely without needing soul protection. And Icebone Nova is exactly what I need for wide area damage. But first, I need to gather the surrounding ice elements, which can be combined with the extreme cold domain. Lin Ze ordered Ice Spirit to use the extreme cold domain. The air temperature immediately dropped sharply. Breath froze. Frost spread throughout the space, protecting the soul. Good. Ice elements are ready. He then used Icebone Nova. Icebone Nova. In an instant, a cold blast swept through, freezing the entire swarm of armored insects. The system panel announced, You have killed 50 armored insects. Lin Ze smiled inwardly. The shield shattered. This move is too powerful. Simply put, it's an explosion. Ice Spirit Stage 3 Phase 1 ascended to Stage 3 Phase 2. Growth rate increased from 84% to 89%. At the next stage, the Snow Woman's Ice Spirit already has these skills. Ice Water, Extreme Cold Chains, Extreme Cold Domain, Icebone Nova. He began thinking about his next plan. Pets can level up by gaining experience through battle. Although it's a bit slow, with so many bugs here, it's a great place to level up. The system panel continued to show growth at 89%. Lin Ze looked around and thought, maybe today Ice Spirit can break through to the next stage? A roar came from inside, sounding very angry. Growl! Lin Ze stood beside Ice Spirit, confident inside. It seems the king of these creatures is inside. Let's go. Outside, Lin Ze and Zhang Lei exchanged glances. Wang Shuiyun was sweating profusely and stammered, We have to report this to the higher-ups. The danger level of this mission is unprecedented. Otherwise, Lin Ze will be in danger. Zhang Lei angrily shouted at her, Why do you still care about that brat? He's looking for death on his own. Just then, a voice came from behind. Excuse me. Ahead was the insect palace with the unmistakable stench of insect corpses and the aura of beast chi. Lin Ze looked forward, his tone serious as he warned, Yes, the target is ahead, but I advise you to be careful. Don't go. However, upon seeing the badge on the man named La Da, the woman screamed in shock. The blue copper beast tamer badge. You're really a blue copper beast tamer? La Da stepped forward proudly, raising the beast tamer badge issued by the Beast-Tamer Association. The current Beast-Tamer Association badges are divided into Beast-Tamer level, top 30% of tamers worldwide, silver level, top 12% worldwide, golden level, top 3% worldwide. Lada said coldly, "That's right, I am Blue Copper Beast Tamer Lada. The association noticed the increased difficulty of this mission and sent me here to clean up this mess." Wang Shuiyun cheered happily. "Great, with you here we can definitely succeed. Can you take us with you?" Lada smirked, his hand restlessly stroking her cheek teasingly. "Little sister, if you want to see my performance, I can take you along." Then he turned to the other two with a contemptuous look. "As for you two, you don't qualify." Zhang Lei hurriedly waved his hands. No, we don't want to go." Inside the cave, after a chaotic battle, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have achieved the Beast Slayer achievement. You have earned 300 achievement points and a Tyrant card. The Tyrant card instantly upgrades your current pet by 1 level for a short duration, lasting 60 seconds. Lin Ze squinted. Beast Slayer. So there's an achievement like this? Maybe it's not much different from Human Slayer, huh? But this reward is really something. I'll take it." The system continued to announce, "The Ice Spirit's soul has advanced to stage 3, level 3, with a growth rate of 94%. Lin Ze chuckled softly. "Hey, looks like just one more stage and the female line will be one step closer. I should head out now." He turned to leave the area. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the earth and a gigantic monster appeared. Damn, this thing is huge. According to the mission details, the threat of the demonic armor insect king occurred just a week ago, proving this one has only recently evolved. The insect is getting closer, roaring as it moves. The system warned of danger. Demonic armor insect king, 4th stage, level 1. Lin Ze was extremely alarmed, but he also realized the harsh reality: his empty wallet. No, he couldn't run away now. He wouldn't get a single cent. Time to take a gamble. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, rocks and debris flying everywhere. It was La Da and Guan Lengyan arriving. Guan Lengyan shouted in panic, "Lin Ze, thank goodness, you're okay." Lin Ze remained calm. "Yeah, I'm fine. Why did you come here?" La Da appeared beside them, eyes full of killing intent. He saw Lin Ze and shouted, "Hey, why is there another person here? Step back. Kid, this place is too dangerous for you." He looked at the insect ahead, gritting his teeth as he explained, "This is the legendary demonic armor insect king. Among tens of thousands of demonic armor insects, only 1 in every 10,000 is like this, capable of controlling the entire swarm." "I know this guy is the mastermind behind this," Lada shouted, ready to advance. Lin Ze stepped forward, voice firm. "Hey, I'm the one assigned this mission, so please step back. This boss belongs to me." Lada grew angry. "Kid, do you even know who I am?" The demonic armor insect roared, its overwhelming aura filling the space. "Growl." Lada calmly introduced himself. "I am Qing Tong Beast Tamer Lada. Who are you to talk to me like that?" Lada summoned his soul beast, the monstrous magma earth, stage 3, level 9. Lin Ze was no less confident. He ordered the ice spirit to use its ultimate move, the frozen chain. Immediately, Lada's soul beast was tightly bound, unable to move. Lin Ze smirked coldly, eyes icy, and introduced himself calmly. "I'm a trainee beast tamer, Lin Ze." Lada was stunned but didn't change his attitude. "So you're Lin Ze. You managed to surpass that super hard difficulty? No wonder you have such skills. But let me tell you, after passing the trainee trial and fighting hundreds of battles, I have already cleared the Qing Tong level trial." Lin Ze replied indifferently. "Yeah, I'll get there too." Lada was furious. "What do you mean, kid?" Guan Lenyan shouted. "You two, stop arguing! There's danger behind us." It turned out the golden armor insect had broken free from the chain's binding. Lada said coldly, "What a nuisance. Kid, I'll show you the distance between us." He then ordered the magma earth soul technique. The soul beast's body glowed with fiery light, its power surging to break the chains as it charged toward the armor insect. The system announced that the magma earth beast's power had increased to stage 4, level 2. Lin Ze was a bit surprised, thinking, "So there's a soul technique like this?" Lada roared, "Fiery earth eruption," as huge stone pillars erupted from the ground, aiming straight at the swarm, their power terrifying. Lada turned to Lin Ze and said, "Being able to master enhanced soul techniques is not something just anyone can do. This is the gap between us." Suddenly, a strange sound appeared. The insect seemed to be waking up. Qi immediately ordered Shu Gam to use his ultimate move, the piercing charge. After being battered by previous attacks, the giant Tang Zhong armor insect instantly flew into a rage, its teeth clashing threateningly. The information panel appeared. Tang Zhong armor insect switched to a berserk state, its combat power now equal to stage 4, level 3, increasing its danger level. In its frenzy, the bug lunged to suck the giant stone, shaking the entire space, its terrifying power sending shockwaves through the area. Lada couldn't help but exclaim, This guy is really tough to deal with. Prepared in advance, Little Snowball unleashed its Ice Finger skill, while Lin Ze coordinated with the Soul Force charge, both rushing to attack the giant monster head-on. A loud, violent sound echoed throughout the area, but when the dust settled, the strike left only a minor dent, as if just scratching the itch of this fierce boss. Still, the provocation enraged it. It immediately flung the giant stone aside and shifted its target to Little Snowball and Lin Ze nearby. Observing from afar, Lin Ze thought silently, "The time has come." Little Snowball began condensing new energy in its hands. Lin Ze shouted, "Frozen chain!" An icy chain instantly shot out, wrapping tightly around the bug's horn. But within seconds, it caused a powerful aftershock, shattering the chain into pieces. Seeing the situation worsening, Lin Ze roared, "Ice Leaf Slash!" A massive block of ice appeared instantly, but quickly shattered under the monster's strength. Luckily, the giant stone rushed from behind just in time to restrain the bug. Lada said, "Now we're in the right position." However, the giant stone seemed unable to control Tang Zhong, its hands trembling violently before being thrown far again. It crashed into a rock wall, dust billowing from the hole, and it collapsed, seemingly completely exhausted. Watching from outside, no one expected their side to suffer such a crushing defeat. Guan Lengyan held her head, shouting, "Retreat! This bug is insanely strong. We have to leave now, or we'll all die here." Seeing the scene, La Da gritted his teeth in anger. "What a tough monster. I'll spare you today, but I'll come back to learn more about you later." Unexpectedly, Lin Ze and Little Snowball stepped forward. Gang Jue said, "No, you two go ahead. I will stay and take it down." Both were stunned. Then Lin Ze shouted, "Kid, have you lost your mind? Can't you see my rock demon? Even after strengthening, it can't do anything to it." But Lin Ze immediately retorted, "You just said the difference between us is that you learned soul techniques to enhance your power, right?" Ladot growled back. "So what? What do you intend to do?" Without answering right away, Lin Ze raised his hand to activate the violent breed card confirmation. A burst of golden power flared up instantly, forming a pillar of light enveloping both of them. Then he softly uttered, "Enhance." At this unexpected sight, Ladot shouted in astonishment, "You can also use soul techniques to boost your strength. This is no joke." Immediately, icy bone shards from the center of Little Snowball spread all around. Its blazing pink eyes sharpened further, energy exploding as the violent breed card pushed it to the limit. Seeing Lin Ze's pet enhanced even though he was still just a student, Ladot gaped, "What is this? Are you messing with me? Who exactly is this kid?" Gu Lengyan, standing beside him, couldn't hide her surprise either. It was unbelievable. The system announced an update from Stage 3, with 60 seconds remaining. With a cold expression, Lin Ze thought silently, "Only 1 minute? With the current soul technique skills, that's enough. Bring it on." Both sides prepared for a new battle. The extreme cold chains appeared again. This time, the icy chains tightly wrapped around the beetle's horn, and thanks to Little Snowball's increased strength, it was hard for it to break free. Watching the beetle thrash in front, Lin Ze thought, "When my ice soul levels up, my soul techniques become exponentially stronger, but I probably can't maintain it long, so I have to act fast." He immediately unleashed a soul force shock, aiming straight at the beetle's head. Not just one, but a series of rapid strikes as if to overwhelm the opponent beyond recognition. A thought flashed through, "I'll knock you out cold." The system updated. Enhancement time left is 40 seconds. Due to the relentless attacks, the armored beetle broke the chains, fury erupting fiercely. Seeing the opponent break free, Ladot hurriedly raised his hand, shouting, "Stop! If you keep attacking, you'll exhaust yourself and die." But Lin Ze paid no mind, glanced back and replied, "It's okay. I've only lost half my soul energy. Don't worry too much." The info before him showed soul power points at 400. Hearing this, Ladot almost fell over, exclaiming, "What? How is that possible? Come watch Ladot show off." But unexpectedly, Lin Ze is the one shining. Gu Lengyan was equally amazed. "A true genius. Maybe we really can take down this armored beetle." Back to the battle, the icy smoke spread behind the beetle. Little Snowball raised a finger, rainbow energy flashing. The new Icy Bone Star skill was unleashed, a surge of power hitting the beetle's face, a small explosion sounding as it fell backward, the pressure spreading to affect both Ladot and Gu Lengyan watching. The beetle was hit so hard that saliva splattered. Ladot exclaimed, "A great achievement. No wonder I've never seen a pet like this before." Possibly interrupted, Gu Lengyan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Ladot slowly explained. In ancient times, mythical creatures fought fiercely. Humans used the 5 main elements to end the chaotic era, and since then, the 5 elemental beasts disappeared. Perhaps Lin Ze continued his strike. The system announced enhancement time left 30 seconds. He said it's time to finish it. Ice spirit Little Snowball clasped its hands. Countless sharp spikes formed, its eyes glowing deep purple, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Pressured by fierce attacks to the point of near destruction, the armored beetle wildly struggled, breaking the ice covering its body, then rushed quickly in one direction to escape. Noticing its unusual speed, Lin Ze immediately reacted, unleashing a soul force shock combined with Little Snowball's ice restraint skill, while shouting, "Do you think you can still run away?" Both attacks merged simultaneously, striking strongly at the same spot on the beetle's back, dust clearing to reveal a deep dent. Suddenly, the space fell silent, the monster's eyes wide with shock. Then Lin Ze's system announced, "System reminder, you have killed the first boss, Armored Beetle." Watching from afar, Gu Lengyan couldn't contain her excitement, raising both fists and cheering. "We won! Lin Ze, you really are my idol." Seeing his impressive performance, Ladot turned pale, stammering in shock. "You really outshined everyone here." After the intense series of blows, Little Snowball began to falter. The system immediately warned, "System reminder, the effect of the violent breed card has ended." As Little Snowball was about to collapse, Lin Ze hurriedly caught it, gently encouraging, "You did great." New info appeared. Ice Soul upgraded to Stage 3, Level 5. Growth rate 100%. Requires 10 high-level ice crystals to complete evolution. Gazing at Little Snowball sleeping in his hands, Lin Ze thought silently, didn't expect to reach 100% this fast. Now just need to gather enough materials to evolve. He smiled softly, saying, "We'll wait for you to recover and then decide what to do next." A new system board appeared showing achievement for killing the first boss. Received 500 accumulation points, 1 healing potion, 1 advanced ice crystal, 10 evolution materials. Seeing the system automatically grant items without searching, Lin Ze's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that evolution materials were even gifted. This system is really generous. Suddenly, a hand placed on his shoulder with a warm voice. "Hey little brother, I want to discuss something with you, okay?" Ladot's confused expression made both Lin Ze and Gu Lengyan raise big question marks. Not letting him wait long, Ladot pointed to the defeated armored beetle's corpse, continuing, "Can you give me the credit for killing this armored beetle?" Hearing this, Gu Lengyan was shocked, loudly objecting, "Hey, how can you say that?" It was clearly Lin Ze. Before she finished, Ladot raised a finger to interrupt, offering, "I'll pay you 100,000 yuan." Considering the situation, Lin Ze thought, the Beast-Tamer-Association assigned this task to him. If he doesn't complete it, it will definitely affect his evaluation and future promotion chances. That's why he cares about the result. For me, this is a bargain. 100,000 yuan is enough to buy a new pet. Seeing him deep in thought, Ladot anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" But Lin Ze was still pondering, "I shouldn't accept too quickly. Maybe there's a better offer." To persuade him more, Ladot spread his arms and added, "Brother, 100,000 yuan is the money I saved for half a year. This mission was only worth 50,000 yuan, so you're getting an extra 50,000 yuan. Then he clasped his hands over his chest, emphasizing, "I, Ladot, will owe you a favor." Hearing this, Lin Ze nodded. "All right, that amount in yuan is what he saved up in half a year. This mission is only worth 50,000 yuan, so you're making an extra 50,000 yuan on top." Then he clasped his hands over his chest, emphasizing, "I, Ladot, owe you a debt of gratitude." Hearing this, Lin Ze nodded. "All right, agreement settled." You smiled, thinking to yourself, gratitude is priceless. Both of them took out their phones to proceed with the transaction. After receiving the money, Lin Ze confirmed he had received 100,000 yuan. But at that moment, a strange sound echoed, catching his attention. A man appeared from above alongside a giant eagle, landing in front of them. The three approached each other. Guanning recognized the man and waved. "Senior Ha, the person who just arrived is Ha Zhenwen, the chief examiner who tested Lin Ze before." Wang Shuiyun was silently amazed, thinking, "Oh, that's a silver mark. I didn't expect to meet a silver-rank beast-tamer here." Ignoring Guanning's greeting, Ha Zhenwen smiled at Lin Ze. "We meet again." Guanning looked at him in surprise, while Lin Ze waved back, "Hello, senior." Guanning was even more shocked, thinking, "This kid knows Senior Ha too?" Ha Zhenwen continued, "I remember you're Lin Ze, right? Looks like your mission here was a success." Guanning quickly interjected, "Yes, I handled it successfully. No one was injured." But Ha Zhenwen's gaze remained on Lin Ze, silently assessing this intermediate armor bug. If he wasn't mistaken, his pet beast was only at 2nd rank. Even as a rare genius, the coordination between him and the ice spirit surely defeated this level 4 monster. Ha Zhenwen raised his hand to his chest and said, "This is probably the second time I've greeted you. Due to the pure Beast-Tamer Association's oversight, the mission was misjudged and downgraded, which often damages the guild's credibility. I apologize to you on behalf of the association." Lin Ze smiled lightly. It's okay, Brother Guanning saved us. Guanning smiled brightly. No problem, no problem, Wang Shuiyun observed, thinking to herself, is this the pinnacle of emotional intelligence? After the apology, Ha Zhenwen raised his hand and continued, to make up for the mistake, this time the association will compensate you 100,000 yuan, and we need to take this monster back for research. Guan Ning was stunned, thinking, oh man, this kid just made a fortune. Lin Ze scratched his head. Yeah, what could be better? I agree. He smiled inwardly. This wasn't just compensation. It was probably hush money to show the association's attitude. If he didn't accept it, there might be other risks. After the transaction was complete, Ha Zhenwen silently evaluated. This boy didn't have a second pet beast yet and probably needed the money. This was a significant support for him. He said, the money has been transferred to your account. I hope you use it wisely. Lin Ze's phone rang, showing he had received 100,000 yuan. Ha, Zhenwen added, if you ever need help, just come to the association and find me. After speaking, he gently hoisted the intermediate armor bug onto his shoulder and left, leaving Lin Ze dazed. The sunset bathed the scene in golden orange as the three departed. Guanning spoke up. Today you made 200,000 yuan already. Lin Ze added one more favor. Guanning nodded, remembering his earlier promise, and smiled. Don't worry, Guanning, don't forget my word. See you next time, then jumped away. Wang Shuiyun looked at him, surprised to have met two association members today. This trip was truly worthwhile. She waved. I have to get stronger. When I'm as strong as you, we'll do missions together. Lin Ze chose a different direction, waving and smiling. Goodbye, we'll meet again. After quickly completing his first mission excellently, Lin Ze returned to Binghai City, holding his phone. He pondered thoughtfully with a bit of hesitation inside, thinking that with 200,000 yuan, maybe he could buy a B-rank beast now. The first place he went after arriving in the city was the Divine Beast Pet Shop, famous for its unique selections. As soon as he stepped in, a cheerful female employee approached, waving and smiling brightly. Hello, how can I assist you today? Without beating around the bush, Lin Ze got straight to the point. I want to buy a pet. Hearing this, the girl tilted her body slightly, pointed in a direction, and invited, please follow me this way. Lin Ze was led up a staircase into the inner shop, where a variety of lively, captivating pets were displayed. The girl continued enthusiastically, everything is here, feel free to look around and choose. In the spacious area, he easily noticed pigs, monkeys, and snails in quite abundant numbers. Lin Ze silently assessed, looks like in a normal shop like this, B rank is probably the highest level. His system immediately displayed information on a few options. Bone snake, animal system with no hidden evolution path. Mushroom series, plant system with no hidden evolution path. Then his gaze stopped on another one. 5 flame imp, hidden evolution path. The fire ghost messenger. A thought flashed through his mind. Got it. However, he still considered carefully, even though this one had a hidden evolution path, it didn't reach the level of a royal beast like the Snow Queen in the Little Snowball's evolution path. Seeing him quietly hesitate, the girl quickly stepped forward, smiling brightly and inviting. Ah, hi, handsome guy. This little fire demon is an elite pet at silver rank, very rare, currently priced at 160,000. Lin Ze was slightly startled and looked over. Oh, really? Seeing he wasn't fully informed, she enthusiastically explained more. 160,000 includes the evolution documents too. But Lin Ze remained calm, not making a decision yet, replying lightly, let me think it over a bit more. In his mind, the thought continued. Previously, my Little Snowball was only rated as an S rank with no evolution path, right? But that ranking is based on the experience of pure beast-tamer association experts, and what's derived from experience isn't always absolutely accurate. Thinking so, he turned and headed in another direction when his system suddenly provided new information. Lin Ze discovered a pet that could evolve along a hidden royal rank path, and a wave of surprise surged. He wondered, why does this guy look so familiar? A small rock caught his attention. Information popped up. Obedient stone monster. Rock system. Evolution path. Giant rock monster. Enhances strength and defense to become huge, with the ability to resist some higher elemental attributes. Hidden evolution path. Divine nature. Reverse lineage. Exploring ancient bloodline. Evolution method excavates bloodline, a deep place with array of extraordinary divine nature, including enhanced melee and earth elemental control abilities. The next divine nature lineage, evolving into magma demon form, requires 100% maturity condition. Intermediate earth elemental essence times 20. Spirit nourishment earth 500 engravings. Looking at this beast, Lin Ze maintained a cold expression, but the corner of his mouth slightly curled up as he silently noted, no wonder it looks familiar. Isn't this the same as Guan Ning's pet beast before? The giant rock monster evolves from this small creature, but that's just the common path. He probably didn't expect it to have the potential to ascend divinity in another direction. He analyzed further. Ice Spirit excels in burst and control abilities, like a mage, so Obedient Stone Monster must be a warrior type. Seeing him focused, the girl lifted the small stone beast, smiled brightly, and added, "Handsome guy, don't hesitate anymore." This little monster is a favorite choice for many. It fights well, its evolution materials are simple and convenient, and it only costs 80,000. After a moment of thought, Lin Ze decided, I'll choose it, and add a few more things. I need evolution materials. 20 mid-level Earth elemental essences, and 500 spirit-enhancing Earth tokens. The girl holding the little stone looked at him in surprise and asked to confirm, "Hello, are you planning to evolve this stone monster? These materials can't be used to evolve it. Besides, mid-level Earth elemental essences are quite expensive. It's a bit wasteful since this one is only at the basic level." "Do you have a superior system?" Lin Ze had to reply, No, I bought them just to gift a friend." So the card was handed over. After one payment, only 20,000 remained. He was secretly amazed that the materials cost even more than a pet. After payment, the girl gave him an item, saying, "This is a gift for you, the sealing stone." The little golden stone rolled into a ball, radiating a halo around it. Lin Ze looked up at the glow as the system updated, completing the second pet contract, adding 300 accumulation points. The scenery shifted from day to night. Lin Ze returned to his room and sat cross-legged, with two neatly arranged items in front of him. He softly called, "Come here." The little stone immediately crawled out. The system checked. Obedient Stone Monster, first stage, first segment, growth rate 12%, spirit points 800. He pondered. "First, I need to raise its growth rate to 100%. Spirit energy from his hand flowed into the little stone. It trembled, sensing the energy. Information updated. Consumed 220 accumulation points to upgrade the Obedient Stone Monster to second stage, second segment, growth rate 100%. Done. Lin Ze rested his hands on his thighs, deeply thoughtful. "This little fire guy looks really dumb. But thanks to that, who would have guessed you have the potential to reach God level? Truly a hidden evolution path." The little stone trembled, looking confused with question marks over its head, but its eyes brightened when it saw something near it. Lin Ze encouraged, "Come on, eat all these evolution materials, and you'll level up." Without hesitation, the little stone gobbled up the red lump messily. Seeing it eat some, Lin Ze pointed to the plate beside it with some remaining spirit-enhancing Earth tokens. "You haven't eaten these yet." But it didn't care. After finishing the red lump, it rolled over and fell asleep. Lin Ze got annoyed, stood up, raised his hand and shouted, "You little brat, do you know how much money I spent buying these things? Why are you so picky about food?" The little stone acted like a crab, hopping around, sulking, showing a hidden grudge on its head. Having no choice, Lin Ze raised his hand, ready to get angry. A blue space portal appeared beside the little stone, and it looked even more confused with question marks. Lin Ze continued, "All right, if you won't eat, then I'll handle it." Little Snowball's red eyes flashed, making the little stone nervous but still hiding its grudge. Lin Ze thought to himself, "It seems it's recovered too well, still stubborn, doesn't know what life's about." The little stone charged forward, a crashing sound rang out. "If you want to be better than me, dream on." The little stone got bonked on the head by Little Snowball wielding an ice stick. It hurt badly. It cried loudly. Watching Lin Ze helplessly, it really was stubborn. After a strong hit to the head, the obedient stone monster could only wail pitifully, trying to swallow the 500 spirit-enhancing Earth tokens on the plate. "If you don't eat, I have to step in like this." But maybe because it ate too much, the obedient stone monster started showing clear signs of nausea. Medicine is needed immediately, urgently. But just then, an important notification suddenly appeared. Growth rate surged to 100%. The obedient stone monster's big, round, bloodshot eyes lit up. Immediately after, a strong red aura spread all around. Feeling everything gradually changing, Lin Ze quickly looked down toward the obedient stone monster, beginning to transform with a dark black light. That was his thought. From the center of the obedient stone monster's body, a black light began to envelop its entire form. Signs of evolution gradually appeared, along with a silhouette growing larger and larger. Six-pack abs firm, bulging biceps, but the face was ugly as hell. The obedient stone monster had transformed into a big stone. The info panel immediately popped up afterward. Earth Demon attribute mixed with dark, current level second stage, 9th segment, growth rate without skill, Earth 4-stone bullet shot, sealing Earth carving bullet. Next evolution path matures with 100% high-grade Earth elemental essence. Witnessing the perfect transformation of the obedient stone monster, Lin Ze crossed his arms and smiled proudly. Oh, really unexpected. Who would have thought an Earth demon could evolve into this form, right? But then the big stone's eyes suddenly flashed something strange, still showing abnormality. Sensing something about to happen, Lin Ze shouted loudly, "Hey, hey, what are you planning to do?" Earth 4, here it comes. The obedient stone monster is wrecking the place. Sharp earth spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, aiming straight at Little Snowball. Luckily, she quickly jumped to dodge the attack. Stone bullet shot, the big stone's body dashed forward, causing a shaking explosion. But from the other side, ice smoke began to spread. A sparkling ice block appeared before everyone's eyes. The big stone looked confused. Exclamation and question marks appeared over its head. The ice shield was promptly created by Little Snowball to block the big stone's explosion. However, the wall behind cracked and caved in deeply. Seeing this, Lin Ze's expression shifted from indifferent to confused and worried. Oh man, this kid fights friendly when told, but attacking on its own without orders means it needs to learn some limits. I'll teach you a lesson. But right then, a new notification appeared. Ice Spirit had met all conditions, no mandatory execution required. Seeing that, Lin Ze went from indifferent to slightly surprised, then quickly regained composure, realizing he was the final approver. He raised his hand, congratulated the evolution, and consumed elemental essence. This time it was Little Snowball's turn to start transforming. Unlike the dark attribute of the Earth Demon, Ice Spirit donned an icy blue color, just finished fighting, now having to brace against the pressure of Little Snowball's evolution. Lin Ze's bewildered expression was clear. Oh no, this time it's truly chilling to the bone. New notification. Evolution successful. Little Snowball transformed into a young woman. Continuous updates. Ice female attribute. Ice system. Current level 4th stage. First segment. Growth rate 0%. Old skills. Ice mace. Cold ice earth aura. Extreme ice burst. Linked ice shield. Icebone new star skill upgrade. Ice burst advancement. Area damage skill. In the designated area, a large amount of condensed ice falls like a waterfall, creating a wide area attack. The Snow Woman sighed. Cold Ice Earth Aura Advancement creates an ice storm containing extreme cold intent, causing massive ice attribute damage in a fan-shaped area in front. Ice Spirit Glass. Ice Shield Advancement. A defensive skill controlling ice elements to form an ice glass, blocking attacks and reflecting part of the damage. Blizzard Storm. Area damage skill in the designated area, creating a snowstorm, dealing massive ice attribute damage and slowing enemies. Little Snow Woman's cold gaze stared straight ahead, expressionless. Lin Ze observed and commented that all her skills had been significantly upgraded, but just because he was happy didn't mean the little rock demon was too. Its face trembled, radiating a terrifying aura. Oh no, you dared to hit me? Now I'll freeze you solid. You have the skills but dare to challenge me? The little rock demon's legs were controlled by Little Snow Woman's freezing ice. Lin Ze coldly ordered to test the skill. Little Snow Woman unleashed an ice burst. Countless ice blades hovered above the little rock demon's head. It broke out in a cold sweat, looking miserable, knowing it was defeated and had no choice but to submit. If it didn't submit, it would get beaten. The little rock demon knelt, begging its sister, Little Snow Woman. After disciplining the little rock demon, Lin Ze sternly warned, "Since I have signed a contract with you, that means I am your master, so you must obey orders absolutely. If you don't change your current attitude," his eyes flashed coldly, "I won't hesitate to say goodbye to you." The little rock demon's face was drenched in sweat, trembling as Lin Ze continued. "Now I ask again, do you trust me?" With no other choice but to be mentally threatened, the ice blade still hovered like a real danger. The little rock demon stood up, bowed before Lin Ze, and seeing it was willing to listen, he nodded. "Good, never again." The ice blades vanished, and the little rock demon immediately turned to bow before Little Snow Woman beside him. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door outside. "Open up quickly!" Lin Ze hurried to open it. The tall neighbor, with an angry face, shouted at him, "Hey kid, what the hell are you doing at this hour? Do you know what happened to my wall?" Hearing this, Lin Ze quickly waved his hand. "I'm really sorry. I'll compensate for the damage I just caused." Still angry, the neighbor raised 3 fingers and shouted, "This isn't the first time, nor the second. You have to pay for the mental damage too, at least 300,000. Lin Ze was stunned, mouth agape. 300,000? "Yeah, don't push it," the man continued. "That's right, you have to pay within 3 days, or I'll grab your collar," and suddenly he froze when the little rock demon glared fiercely, radiating murderous intent, raising a fist. A question mark appeared above the neighbor's head. "Huh?" The attack came as fast as lightning, but Lin Ze managed to stop it. Bang! The fist barely touched the neighbor's neck, who looked dumbfounded and asked, "Is this your pet? What kind of monster is this?" Seeing the dangerous situation, Lin Ze smiled. "Sorry, I'm just adjusting the numbers. I don't think I'll scare you. How about this compensation amount?" Still annoyed, the little rock demon glared with even more deadly intent. So big yet still scared. "Forget it." The man laughed and replied. The man was truly not petty about small things. Transition to evening. In Lin Ze's room, everything was still intact, not yet repaired. On the bed, he slept alongside Little Snow Woman, while the little rock demon sat cross-legged, leaning against the bed. Time flew by as sunlight bathed the building. From the bed, Lin Ze suddenly woke up when Little Snow Woman sat nearby holding a phone, observing. Super idle, a smile, nothing but your specialty. From somewhere, Guan Ning called, "Hey, today is the entrance exam day for Ningjiang Academy. Did you forget something?" On the other end, Lin Ze was stunned. It was such an important day, yet he overslept until the sun was almost at its peak. He hurriedly said loudly, "That was really stupid. Then we'll meet at the school gate." Transition to the beast-taming school. A car waited at the gate. Other students had already gathered, ready. A voice rang out. Lin Ze was Guan Ning. Teacher Guan Ning waved from afar. "Hey, over here!" Lin Ze waved back. While the surrounding classmates showed displeasure, Lin Ze strolled forward leisurely. Whispered chatter spread. He actually showed up late on such an important day. I guess he's still too arrogant. What did you say? He passed the toughest entrance exam. To vent everyone's anger, the homeroom teacher suddenly got furious. A loving punch aimed at Lin Ze's cheek, eyes blazing. "You fell asleep again, huh?" Before he could react, his cheek swelled. Holding his cheek, Lin Ze smiled brightly and explained, "I've been a bit tired lately." Hearing that, she leaned in, whispered close, "Have you practiced the soul techniques properly?" Before Guan Ning could greet, the girl nodded repeatedly at the teacher, question marks appearing, not understanding. After discussing with Lin Ze, the homeroom teacher stood by the car and said loudly, "Students present, it's time to depart. You are the top students of Binhai First High School. This entrance exam for Ningjiang Academy might be tougher, but I hope you all do your best." She raised a determined fist, smiling confidently. "Of course, don't push yourselves too hard. Whether you're ordinary or talented, you're still my wonderful students. I'll be waiting for good news from you. Join in and give it your all to achieve great results." Her encouragement filled everyone with confidence and excitement. Lin Ze also smiled, his eyes flashing determination from her motivation. "Lin Ze, we hope you will be the pride of Binhai First High School." The car rolled along winding mountain roads. At a curve, Guan Ning suddenly asked, "Hey, what have you been up to lately? I haven't received any messages from you." Lin Ze put his hands in his pockets, briefly thoughtful. He really had been too busy and forgot to check Guan Ning's messages. He spoke, "I've been too busy lately, so I forgot." "Ha ha." Hearing his effort, Guan Ning looked over with determined eyes. "It's okay, my magical pet. The demonic flame-red mane has successfully evolved. Isn't that awesome?" Lin Ze smiled and replied, "Really? That's great. Looks like we won't have any problems with this exam." Time flew by. The car arrived at Jiangning City, skyscrapers appearing before their eyes. Guan Ning pressed her hands against the glass, exclaiming, "Is this Jiangning City?" "Yes, it's really beautiful." Guan Ning's naturalness made Lin Ze blush when he accidentally saw his sister's chest right in front of him. Receiving no response, Guan Ning looked surprised, ellipses appearing all at once. Feeling embarrassed, Guan Ning quickly turned back to her seat. Both blushed awkwardly. Zhang Manman and Gu Lenjian giggled seeing their expressions. Transitioned to a magnificent place, Jiangning Beast-Taming Academy appeared. Everyone was present. A student exclaimed, "Oh, impressive, that's Gu Lenjian." A sudden shout from her rang out, "It really is amazing." Then, a general comment was made by someone stepping forward. "If I could study here, wouldn't life be incredibly valuable?" Above, a mysterious figure perched on a stone statue, silently watching the crowd below. After moving a bit further, Lin Ze suddenly paused, as if something caught his attention. "Please make way." A group of students appeared, brazenly walking across the path everyone had just taken. The leader, with long light brown hair, displayed his personal information. Le Bang Van spoke up immediately after. 17 students from Taiping High School had arrived to participate. On the other side, another group appeared with confident strides. A buzz-cut guy led them, speaking loudly. 21 trainees from Shanghai High School had arrived to participate. This person's information appeared. Damn dung. Next to him, a pink-haired girl chewing gum and blowing bubbles stood with her hands in her pockets. Her information also appeared. Guo Shindi. Seeing that scene, everyone on this side showed surprise. Liu Xian whispered to Guan Ning, "You're our leader. Don't let them beat us." Hearing that, Guanning glanced sideways where Lin Ze was giving a thumbs up with a squinting smile. She immediately raised her fist high, leading the group forward, shouting loudly, 12 students from Bin Hai No. One high school had arrived to participate. From a hidden corner, a young man chewing on a toothpick crossed his arms and looked over with disdain. What? Just a bunch of country bumpkins. Labang Van nearby didn't bother paying attention. A few explanations were given to clarify. Compared to Shanghai City and Taiping City, Binhai City was much more remote, located further south. From atop a statue, the mysterious figure suddenly leapt down. After landing and standing upright, he raised his hand with a bright smile, attracting everyone's attention. Good, really enthusiastic. Hello, I'm Chu Hoan, the teacher in charge of this exam and registration. Information updated, Chu Hoan. Seeing everyone gathered, Chu Hoan raised his hand sideways and continued. First, congratulations on passing the previous challenge excellently, but don't celebrate just yet. His expression turned cold as he added an explanation. The difficulty of this academy registration exam can't be compared to the previous beast-taming challenge. According to statistics over the years, the elimination rate reaches 80%, meaning only 10 people can pass and enter the beast-taming academy. His words caused a stir among the crowd. Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun also joined the discussion. So doesn't that mean candidates who barely passed the preliminary level will definitely be eliminated? Worry showed clearly on everyone's faces. The toothpick-chewing guy crossed his arms and sneered. Of course, no one from your Binhai High School will pass, so don't worry. Hearing this provocative remark, Liu Xian angrily pointed and shouted, "What a crow's mouth! Dealing with people like this just makes you mad." Over there, Dam Dung cast a judging look and spoke to Guo Jindi. Jindi, besides the two of us, is there anyone else here strong enough to pass this test? Hearing that, Zindi's eyes scanned the crowd. She immediately locked onto a target. Labang Van made an assessment. This guy looks very strong. Then her gaze shifted elsewhere, stopping on a few trainees, including Lin Ze, with a cold expression. Continuing the assessment, this guy is a bit strange. The gum bubble is still puffing up. Seeing Zindi stunned, Dam Dung asked again, Xiao Di, what's wrong? She blew a bubble and explained, nothing. I just feel that guy's power is almost immeasurable. She was looking directly at Lin Ze the cold, but Dam Dung showed contempt. Yeah, just a country bumpkin. Bin Hai, no. One high school's level is one step below ours. Nothing to worry about. Joining the lively atmosphere mixed with judgment, Chu Hoan stepped to the center and continued, Today, each of you will receive a room in the Academy's hotel. I hope you rest well and prepare thoroughly for the exam in the coming days. The school cafeteria will provide free meals throughout the exam period. Isn't that great? Cheers erupted, everyone excited. Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't hold back, her eyes shining brightly, voice full of craving. I'm so hungry already. Guanning behind turned to Lin Ze. Brother, let's go eat. Moving to the academy cafeteria, some trainees had already chosen seats. Lin Ze and Guanning were also present after their earlier conversation. Whispering came from a corner. Hey buddy, it's all over now. Two nearby people noticed Lin Ze and Guanning whispering. Hey, look at that girl. She's really beautiful. Check out her huge thunderbolt tattoos. Yeah, my type. Hehe. The other person raised a finger, signaling to be quiet, and lowered his voice. Don't ruin our reputation, though I like her too. Guanning grabbed a big chicken drumstick and said loudly, Hey, you need to eat more. She prepared a plate full of meat and a little vegetable for Lin Ze. Lin Ze smiled awkwardly. That's enough. That's enough. Behind Guanning, Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian appeared. Zhang Xiaoyun teased, Hey Guanning, the two of us don't have enough food. Why don't you share some with us? Seeing the two, Guanning was surprised. Xiaoyun, Xian. Liu Xian smiled brightly and added, So sweet. You two really are the perfect pair. Guanning blushed, stammering. Don't say nonsense like that. Their arrival attracted the gaze of the two guys from before. One pointed, Damn, that guy's got two girls surrounding him now. The other was jealous. Disgusting. How is he so popular? Hey, I'm handsome too, aren't I? Suddenly a newcomer spoke up. Hey classmates, can I sit with you? Guanning gave a judging look but then replied, Please, have a seat. This person smiled brightly, sat down, and continued. Let me introduce myself. I'm from Qinping High School, named Chu Hung. Lin Ze ate while asking, What's up? Chu Hung smiled with squinted eyes. I heard a student from Binhai City passed the first test at the hardest level. I wonder if he's coming this time. Liu Xian looked over with a probing gaze, asking back, Why are you asking that? Zhang Xiaoyun added with suspicion. You're here to fish for information before the exam, right? Wanting us to reveal things so your school can know and beat us. Hearing the sharp question, Chu Hung quickly waved his hand. No. I just want to make friends. A small character like me has no fame. To have a chance in this exam, intelligence is the key. I'm pretty good at that. Guan Ning ate with eyes closed, coldly saying, "We have nothing to say. Please leave." Seeing her attitude, Chu Hung scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Don't be hostile. I'm not bragging. I know quite well about the potential candidates in this exam." He looked toward a familiar figure surrounded by girls. Next was the leader of Chinping High School, Lebang Van. Some detailed information was given. The genius envoy trainee, famous 2 months ago, passed the difficult college-level practice test. His pet is a poisonous vine demon, a plant type with poison attribute, ranked at the third realm. Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun showed astonishment. Third realm? How does a high school student get a third-stage pet? Lin Ze calmly explained. I forgot to mention he comes from a famous family and was provided with advanced evolution materials. Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian looked bewildered. A wealthy second-generation genius, were no match for him. Guan Ning listened intently, momentarily stunned. Third stage, my Firebird is only at second stage. Seventh segment. There's clearly a big gap. Lin Ze continued, pointing in another direction, looking at the girl with a ponytail. Guo Jindi from Shanghai Market. She's a genius who passed the difficult intermediate-level assessment in just 1 month. Her pet is Steel Young Dragon. Steel and Dragon attributes. Second stage, 8th segment. Zhang Xiaoyun was amazed. Can I train my pet to second stage, 8th segment in half a year? Liu Xian interjected. Maybe that pet was already at second stage, 7th segment when the contract was signed. With high spiritual power, the trainer can directly boost the pet's strength. Lin Ze ate while leaning on his hand, glancing sideways. Guo Shindi sensed it, looked over with a questioning expression, squinted, and flashed 2 sparkling fingers. Lin Ze was dumbfounded on the spot. Lin Ze continued pointing elsewhere, mentioning another expert in Shanghai Market, Tan Yang, who owns a pet with dual steel attributes. Hearing the elites appear layer upon layer, Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian were utterly terrified. Guan Ning raised his hand to speak. The teacher once said, dual attribute pets are very rare, usually found in dangerous areas and hard to tame. Lin Ze propped his chin, recalling his rock demon, thoughtful for a moment. If he remembered correctly, his rock demon has stone and demon attributes. This dual attribute is worth developing. Lin Ze's expression turned dangerous, a crooked smile forming. Well, I've said all I know. Can anyone reveal who passed the super-level test in your area? Zhang Xiaoyun smiled and pointed. The person you're talking about is sitting right next to you. Lin Ze froze mid-bite on his chicken leg. At the vague implication aimed at him, Lin Ze quickly cut in, causing everyone to pause. That person isn't here today. Seeing everyone's confused looks, he explained. Sorry, the guy you're looking for isn't here. We don't know him. Lin Ze closed his eyes and replied, all right, since you don't want to say, I won't push. See you next time. His face darkened immediately as he left, a thought flashing through his mind. It seems they're hiding something. The one who passed the hardest level must be one of them. Lin Ze scanned the 3 nearby people and stopped. He thought to himself, I'll check out that guy later. Back with Lin Ze's group, after Lin Ze left, Zhang Xiaoyun curiously asked Lin Ze, why didn't you tell him the truth? That's something to be proud of. Lin Ze briefly lowered his eyes, wiped his mouth with a napkin, closed his eyes and explained, it's better to be humble. I don't want to reveal my cards too early. And besides, the info that guy gave might not be reliable. Hearing this, Guan Ning blushed slightly, thinking his brother is really thoughtful. After finishing their meal, the 4 decided to leave. A new story began when Guan Ning spoke up. Xiao Yun, little Y, let's train together tonight. Don't let any students from other schools beat us. Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian raised their fists and shouted in unison. With the plan set, Guan Ning turned to his brother and asked, hey, can you come to my room tonight? Can the 4 of us stay together? Images of 3 girls in revealing outfits flashed through his mind. Lin Ze was stunned, hiding 3 floating dots on his face. Just then, a student from another school suddenly approached and slapped Guan Ning's butt hard. The incident happened so fast she was startled. The guy who hadn't teased before, with a toothpick in his mouth, raised his hand to cover his mouth. Can we come to your room tonight? His despicable expression was clear. Guan Ning, with her refined taste, couldn't tolerate this crude behavior, spun around, her killing intent flaring, aiming straight at him. A punch swung out like lightning, but the guy smugly blocked it with one hand, grabbing her wrist tightly, laughing mockingly. Hot temper, I like it. 2 guys beside him burst into loud laughter after that action and words. Ha ha! From behind Guan Ning, a fierce red glare flashed. Lin Ze glared, growling. Let go. Seeing his brother stand up to protect her, Guan Ning worriedly said, Brother, forget it. If you fight here, Zhang will definitely punish you. Hearing this, the other guy flipped him off, his face even more despicable. At your Binhai High School, the girls are pretty loose, huh? Before the weak man finished, A hammer-like punch suddenly flew toward his face. Lin Ze followed through with the punch, distorting the guy's face. His body flew like a ball, hitting the ground and bouncing up again. A loud shout rang out, "Tu Tui Ka." The two guys behind froze at Lin Ze's action and shouted, "You brat, want to start a fight?" Faced with blatant provocation and unforgivable behavior, Lin Ze's killing intent exploded. The air thickened. "I can ignore all words, but you dare bully my sister?" Both guys widened their eyes, stunned by Lin Ze's killing intent and words. The killing intent remained. Lin Ze roared, "There's no way I'll let him leave." Tu Tui Ka, after recovering from the surprise punch, raised his hand filled with power and shouted, "You bastard, then let's fight here." Just then, a hand grabbed his arm tightly, a voice stopping him. "Stop." It was none other than Labang Van, who continued, "Don't embarrass and shame us here any further." Teacher Labang Van intervened. Tu Tui Ka yelled, "Brother Van, don't let him rant anymore." Labang Van stepped forward to mediate. "Your punch just now was pretty strong. Can we call it a reconciliatory punch?" Lin Ze frowned and replied, "This isn't over yet." Seeing Lin Ze was not satisfied, Labang Van stepped closer and added, "All right, I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. If you have complaints, come find me." Blue and green energy clashed fiercely between the two. To quickly end the matter, Guanning spoke from behind. "Ah, let's go." Hearing his sister and seeing the opponent's attitude, Lin Ze closed his eyes, ready to turn away but didn't forget to add, "All right, see you at the exam." The four left. Guanning looked at him and cheered. "Brother, you're so handsome." Labang Van watched without blinking. Tu Tui Ka's despicable face became even clearer. A thought flashing. Looks like he likes to stir trouble. Later that night at a dormitory, the lights were bright. In a special room, smoke swirled, soap bubbles filled the bathroom. Guan Ning, Liu Xiyan, and Zhang Xiaoyun were bathing together, laughter ringing out. Annoying. "Why is everyone crowded like this?" Zhang Xiaoyun said with a longing expression. "Of course, to thank you for helping us train," Liu Xiyan added with a similar expression. "Our pets have reached second stage. This time, the chance of winning is very high. To thank you, we'll help you pick it up." Guan Ning's face flushed red as he shouted, "Don't touch it." Both of them reached forward, giggling. After hearing Chu Hung speak, the group of girls were stunned, their eyes filled with surprise. Lin Ze skillfully replied with a hint of subtlety in his tone. "Sorry, there's no one here that you want to know about. We're not close to him at all." Chu Hung struggled to hide his disappointment, frowning. He grabbed a plate of food, turned around and left, his voice cold. "All right, if you all don't want to talk, I won't force it. See you next time." As he walked away, Chu Hung was deep in thought, his mind spinning with ideas. It seemed like Lin Ze's group was hiding something. Someone who had surpassed the supreme difficulty might be lurking within them. Back at his seat, he leaned close to his friends and whispered carefully, "Later, let's probe that kid a bit." Just as Chu Hung left, Ziyan turned to Lin Ze with curious eyes. "Lin Ze, why didn't you tell him the truth? This is something to be proud of." Lin Ze wiped his mouth and replied frankly, he doesn't want to reveal it. It's better to be a bit humble. You know, he doesn't want to become a target too soon. Besides, the information that guy shared might not even be true. The group left the dining hall. Guanning turned back to instruct Ziyan and Shui Yun with determination. "Tonight, we train together a bit. We absolutely cannot lose to the other high school students. Got it?" The two girls nodded in agreement. Guanning suddenly had an idea and turned to Lin Ze. "Hey, you should come to our room tonight. The four of us will train together." A mischievous thought flashed through Lin Ze's mind, but before he could react, some strangers suddenly slapped Guanning hard on the butt from behind. Zi Nue, the leader of that group, smiled slyly. "Tonight, let us come to your room, little sisters." Little sisters? Guanning was furious, his face burning red, ready to charge and attack. Zi Nue quickly blocked him, sneering. "Hot-tempered. But I like it." The henchman behind burst out laughing. Lin Ze stood behind, his anger boiling over uncontrollably. His gaze turned icy, radiating killing intent, his voice threatening, "Take your hands off." Guan Ning, though angry, tried to hold back and advised, "Go away. Fighting here will definitely get us punished." But Zi Nue was clueless, still grinning provocatively. Bin Hai High School. The girls have some looks, but the guys are soft as eggs. Lin Ze couldn't hold back anymore. He threw a thunderous punch straight at Zi Nue, blood splattering, causing the henchmen to panic and shout, "Zi Nue, bro!" They charged forward, growling. "You want to fight?" Lin Ze was furious and responded without hesitation. "I don't care what happens to me, but if you dare bully my little sister, I won't let you go." Zi Nue curled his lips and roared, "Bastard! Then let's settle this here and now." Just then, a commanding voice rang out, cutting through the scuffle and stopping the fight. It was Bang Van, a calm yet powerful figure. He looked at Lin Ze with sharp eyes. That force behind your punch isn't light. Let's call it a draw. Then he turned to Ze Nue, his voice firm. This isn't over. Go back. I'll give you a good scolding. But if you say anything else I don't like, come find me. Lin Ze and Bang Van stared at each other like fire and water, neither willing to back down. Guan Ning quickly pulled Lin Ze's arm. Bro, let's go. Lin Ze lowered his head, seemingly calculating something, then finally nodded. All right, see you at the inspection. Guan Ning's group left, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The girls excitedly praised, Bro, you're really cool. On the other side, Bang Van narrowed his eyes, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Looks like it's you after all. The scene shifted to the dormitory area. From inside the bathhouse, cheerful laughter echoed. 3 girls were happily enjoying themselves, making Guanning blush, his face bright red. Damn it, why are you all coming in here together like this? Ziyan teased. Of course, it's to thank you for helping us train. Shui Yun also laughed and added, Our pets have already reached the 2nd stage. Isn't that thanks to you? To show our gratitude, we'll give you a little massage. Guan Ning shouted, embarrassed. Don't touch anything random. The scene shifted to competition day in the grand hall where students had gathered in full. On stage, Chin He stepped up, his voice echoing, Is everyone here? Standing on stage, Chin. He spoke with authoritative resonance. First, I want to share some good news about the skill level of this year's first group of candidates. I have analyzed your past achievements and reached a conclusion. Suddenly, his face darkened, his sharp gaze sweeping over the students below. He pointed firmly, his voice stern. Your groups are the worst candidates. I have no expectations for you. Ziyan heard this and turned pale, filled with anxiety. What kind of good news is this? At that moment, the man who had been punched by Lin Ze earlier smirked and interjected, It's because they are holding us back. Ziyan flared up in anger, pointing at him and shouting, Hey, don't let me see you at the inspection later. Chin. He ignored it and continued calmly, but with pressure in his voice. Next, the test will be conducted on the original stone tablet in the illusionary realm. There is no difficulty selection. This exam is called the Deep Bed Secret Realm. On stage, a giant pink jade stone tablet gleamed brightly. On its surface, vivid images appeared. A dense forest filled with countless golden village beasts, mixed with fierce and ferocious monsters, roaring wildly, radiating terrifying power. Chin. He began to explain clearly. After meditation, everyone will enter the illusionary realm. Each person will have a score display. Points are awarded based on the number of ferocious beasts you kill. First stage ferocious beasts are worth 10 points. Second stage 20 points. Third stage 40 points. That man spoke again, his tone full of implication. Sometimes you are both hunter and prey. If your pet or you die in the illusion, you will be eliminated. Also, at the center of the illusion forest, there is a stone tablet recording the scores and coordinates of the top 10 players. The students trembled at the mention of third-stage ferocious beasts. There are even third-stage ferocious beasts? Doesn't that mean meeting them means instant elimination? A panicked voice rang out in the crowd. Chin. He didn't stop and continued. The test duration is 4 hours. After 4 hours, we will select the top 10 candidates based on the leaderboard. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. It was Le Bang Van, eyes skeptical. Can the examiners only kill ferocious beasts? Chin. He smiled oddly and replied, Good question. If you win by killing other candidates, you will receive all their points. As soon as he finished, the students erupted into chaos. What? How can there be such a cruel rule? Isn't this basically encouraging us to slaughter each other? Another student shouted. If we team up to hunt down students from other schools, we'll definitely make it into the top 10. Dam Dung stood in a corner, smirking with a spark of amusement in his eyes. Then we can freely make our moves. Guo Xindi quietly glanced at Lin Ze standing far away, her gaze focused but revealing no emotion. Chin. He spoke with a resonant, authoritative voice, calming the restless students. Shut up, kids. The real battlefield is far more brutal. If anyone wants to retreat, now is the time to speak up. He paused, then continued with a tone full of implication. By the way, the student who tops the score ranking will be awarded the freshman chairman position, along with many privileges after enrollment. Chin He narrowed his eyes, silently thinking, Let's see who the king among these freshmen really is. Guan Ning stood in a corner, deep in thought, his eyes flickering with anticipation. If I can meet Lin Ze inside the illusion, even if I don't make the top 10, I can still help him. Just then, Lin Ze approached, his voice calm and steady. Guan Ning, once you enter the illusion, use the flight ability of the demonic flame Redmane to find and reunite with me as quickly as possible. Guan Ning smiled and nodded obediently, his eyes shining with trust. Once the students settled down, Chin He spoke solemnly. Please sit quietly. and enter the illusion. After a while, Lin Ze stepped into the illusion. He scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, as if searching for something important. In the distance, a towering pillar glowing red appeared. The origin stone tablet. He looked up and read the words displayed on his arm. Remaining time, 3 hours and 59 minutes. Lin Ze pondered deeply. The information on his arm only showed his current score, but didn't reveal whether he was in the top 10. In other words, everyone must eventually go to the central stone tablet to check their rankings. But that place will likely become the most dangerous area in the later stages. He furrowed his brows and analyzed further. If you only focus on scoring without going to the stone tablet, even if you're in the top 10, your coordinates will still be displayed, attracting attacks from other contestants. After some consideration, Lin Ze smiled, having found his answer. It seems the purpose of this test is to force players to confront each other, but as long as your strength is sufficient, all rules can be bypassed. No one can steal points from the strong, and the weak's points can only fall into the hands of the strong. Lin Ze waved his hand, summoning the rock demon and snow woman, their aura surging powerfully. Since this is a game, might as well enjoy playing it. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him, attempting to attack but failed, clumsily colliding and revealing two sharp fangs. Lin Ze looked closely and recognized it as a two-headed serpent, a wild beast at first grade 9th stage, one head snarling fiercely, the other whining pitifully, its gaze fixed on him. Lin Ze pondered, speaking with firm certainty. For safety reasons, I will continue using soul protection. After all, it doesn't consume much soul energy. Then he shouted loudly, his aura flaring. Rock Demon. Immediately, the rock demon lumbered out at its master's summons, its massive form radiating terrifying power. Lin Ze lightly stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with calculation. First, I'll hide my strength to test how far the rock demon can reach. This life's attributes are truly worth exploring. As the rock demon advanced, the two-headed serpent panicked, tightly coiling around each other and quickly fleeing. Seeing their cowardly retreat, Lin Ze smirked, not bothering to care. He ordered the rock demon calmly, "Stop, let them go, don't chase." First grade 9th stage only has 10 points, but its strength isn't much different from second grade 1st stage with 20 points. So, killing one high-grade beast in each rank is the biggest loss. If we want to test, let's find a stronger, ferocious beast to challenge. The rock demon, excited, punched its fists together, producing deep, powerful sounds full of spirit. Lin Ze was thoughtful, slightly worried whether Guan Ning could find him smoothly, hoping everything would go well. Elsewhere in the illusion, Guan Ning was carefully calculating his path, eyes intensely focused. Suddenly, a giant centipede silently appeared behind him. Luckily, his demonic flame Redmane appeared just in time, spewing fierce flames to burn the monster. Guan Ning breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the display on his arm. Score 30, remaining time 3 hours and 45 minutes. She pointed firmly in one direction, demonic flame Redmane, let's go. With her pet, the young girl headed straight toward the central stone tablet, her eyes shining with determination and hope. Lin Ze, where are you? The scene shifted to a vast forest. In the sky, the demonic flame Redmane soared, its cold eyes scanning below. Through her pet's vision, Guan Ning observed everything. Beneath the canopy, fierce monsters fought each other, some fleeing in fear. While giant apes growled, dominating the area, the demonic flame Redmane landed. Guan Ning frowned slightly, calculating silently. The pet can't stay away from its master too long, so it seems the only option is to move forward and try our luck. With Lin Ze's strength, making the top 10 is definitely not difficult. As long as I find the coordinates on the stone tablet, I'll meet him. Suddenly, from behind, a monster charged at incredible speed. Guan Ning nimbly jumped up, dodging in an instant. The monster was a golden-backed ostrich, unaware, just running forward. She recalled information from the pet library. Golden-backed ostrich, second grade 5th stage. Definitely no match for her demonic flame Redmane, second grade 7th stage. Sure enough, the demonic flame Redmane struck like lightning, delivering the finishing blow. The monster couldn't react, and 20 points easily fell to Guan Ning, but at that moment, a shadow suddenly darted from behind, aiming straight at them. Guan Ning witnessed the sudden scene, her heart briefly shocked. She quickly turned her head, voice full of surprise. "Who is that?" A banana-shaped boomerang was just used. From afar, a giant ape slowly approached. Zi, standing beside him, also came closer, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. He was barren, human system, second grade 4th stage, the wound on his face still clearly visible, but he maintained a smug expression, smirking coldly. "Clever move, we meet again." Guan Ning glanced at Zi, her eyes full of contempt. "It's you? Don't you think stealing from others is despicable?" But Zi laughed loudly, his tone indifferent. "Where does it say in the rules that it's forbidden?" I don't just want to steal stuff. He paused, his smile turning excited, pointing straight ahead. I want to steal the little sister too. Then he shouted, "Come here and butcher that dumb bird." The giant ape immediately charged, swinging the banana-shaped boomerang down. Guanning panicked, shouted urgently, "Dodge quickly." The demonic flame Redmane reacted instantly. Dodging the attack, she suddenly realized something was off. It turned out she was the real target. She quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Ze was already standing behind her, easily grabbing her. He sneered, "Nice dodge. Now you can't command the demonic flame Redmane anymore, right?" Guanning looked at him coldly, his eyes sharp as knives. Lin Ze, with a provocative smile, continued smugly. Compared to ordinary pets, the biggest advantage of humanoid pets is their higher intelligence, allowing them to act on their own will. My commands only disrupt your actions. Meanwhile, the battle between the two pets raged fiercely. The giant monkey had tightly grabbed the demonic flame Redmane, preventing it from escaping. Lin Ze smirked, his tone vile. "Before I finish you off, I want to savor this a bit." The display on his hand showed 40 points, with 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. In another corner of the forest, Lin Ze glanced at his watch while carefully calculating. The monsters around had been easily defeated by the rock demon and snow woman. Suddenly, he noticed movement ahead. A colossal beast, a second-stage wild beast, was facing off against a wide-mouthed monster. The bizarre creature was at the second stage, 7th segment. The wide-mouthed monster opened its jaws and swallowed a small monkey in an instant. Chu Hung stood nearby, smiling smugly, thinking these points were way too easy to earn. 60 points. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Chu Hung turned and saw Lin Ze waving happily. "Is that you? We met at the dining hall." Lin Ze smiled back warmly. "That's right." Chu Hung, but inside, he kept calculating. Maybe this guy still didn't know his identity. Since he knew a lot of information, Lin Ze could use that to his advantage. Looking at Chu Hung, Lin Ze smirked slightly, thinking, "This guy looks pretty cool." Chu Hung looked at the pet behind Lin Ze and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a rare beast? Why have I never seen it before?" Inside his mind, calculations began to spin. It seemed this wasn't Lin Ze, the one who passed the super difficulty level. According to the info, that guy used an ice-type pet. Lin Ze forced a naive smile, pretending, "Chu Hung, mine isn't rare either. It's just a normal D-rank pet that recently advanced to the second stage." Hearing this, Chu Hung's eyes lit up, a smug smile spreading across his face. He excitedly introduced, "Then you have to check out my wide-mouthed monster. It's a rare, bizarre type, and it's already at the second stage, 7th segment." Lin Ze kept up the act, responding enthusiastically, "Wow, you're really impressive." Chu Hung was flattered. Long happily added, "Since fate brought us together, I'll take you to score some points. Just follow me, and I guarantee you'll make the top 10. Lin Ze smiled brightly, his tone cheerful. "That sounds great," but inside Chu Hung, a sinister plan was forming. "Fool, this brat wants to tag along to use me. When you become useless, I'll find a chance to kill you and steal all your points." The scene shifted to a dense part of the forest. Lin Ze, the man who was just knocked down by Guan Ning, screamed in pain. "Damn it, you son of a..." Suddenly, he sensed something strange, his eyes wide with panic staring straight ahead. Guan Ning's face was cold as ice as he spoke slowly, his voice full of killing intent. "Last time my brother struck first. Did you think I'd let you off easily?" Her demonic flame Redmane suddenly burst into brilliant flames. The giant bird circled in the air, its overwhelming aura making Lin Ze's chimpanzee tremble. It was terrified, frozen in place, completely ignoring its master's pleas. Lin Ze shouted desperately, "Hey, come back here!" But the chimp just curled up, abandoning him. Guan Ning looked at Lin Ze's pitiful state and couldn't help but mock him. "Looks like having a pet with its own mind isn't always a good thing, huh?" Lin Ze's face flushed with pain, and he raised his hand begging, "I have one last request. Don't hit where your brother already did." But as soon as he finished, like the wind passing through ears, a pitiful scream echoed through the forest. Guan Ning defeated him, earning 70 points. The defeated man lay on the ground while she looked at the leaderboard displayed. Lebang Van had 170 points, Guo Xindi 120, Lu Kang 100, Guan Ning 70, Chu Hung 60. Qin He stood outside observing the scene in the illusion, his eyes showing evaluation. This group of examinees wasn't as bad as he thought. In less than an hour, someone had already passed 100 points. The scene shifted to another area in the dense forest. Lebang Van walked leisurely with a calm demeanor. In front of him was a fierce wild beast, a third-stage first-segment flower panther, radiating a ferocious aura. But from behind, a third-stage third-segment poison vine spirit quietly appeared, its eyes vacant but dangerous. The giant leopard hadn't reacted yet when sharp claws swung straight at the poison vine spirit. The leopard's eyes flashed with contempt, but immediately the poison vine spirit unleashed vines that wrapped tightly, attacking fiercely. The fierce panther's sharp reflexes easily dodged the vines, even opening its mouth to swallow them, its eyes blazing with anger. But Lebang Van just smirked and commanded indifferently, "Poison vine spirit, stop playing around. It's time to find the next prey." The leopard, thinking it had the upper hand, suddenly made strange noises from its belly. Panic filled its wide eyes. Inside its body, countless vines from the poison vine spirit burst out, tearing it from the inside out. The terrifying monster returned to its master without fear, carefully absorbing the essence from the leopard's corpse with its roots. The poison vine spirit emitted strange sounds as if it had just leveled up. Lebang Van smiled wickedly, whispering, "This new student's top spot is mine alone." An announcement sounded. Lebang Van reached 210 points. The scene shifted to the forest center, where the primal stone displayed the leaderboard. The contestants watched intently. Lebang Van had 200 points, Guo Shindi 120, Lu Kang 110, Guan Ning 90, Chu Hung 70, and many others still striving to climb. 2 minutes and 39 seconds remained. Dam Dung stood nearby with a satisfied smile. Guo Shindi spoke softly, worried. "It's because of you. Along the way, you gave me all the fierce beasts but didn't score any points yourself. Isn't that a problem?" Dam Dung replied, calmly but with hidden schemes. "Just kill those on the leaderboard and take their points. Isn't that enough?" Guo Xindi's eyes lit up with interest. "Then who do we start with now?" Dam Dung studied the leaderboard on the primal stone, his brows furrowing as he carefully considered. Lebang Van was leading, but attacking him now was too early. Lu Kang was from the same school, so it wasn't convenient to strike. Suddenly, when he thought of Guan Ning, his eyes darkened. Filled with deadly aura, Guo Xindi stood beside quietly, voice full of curiosity. "I remember there was a genius teenager named Lin Ze. Why don't I see his name on the board?" Dam Dung heard this, contempt rising in his heart, snorted coldly. "Genius teenager, my ass. I think most likely he cheated somehow. He was just a name without substance." He pointed eastward, voice sharp. "Guanning isn't far from us." Far away, through the dense forest, a scene appeared. Guanning was standing there beside the demonic flame Redmane, taking a break to recover. Her eyes were thoughtful as she looked at the pet before her. Long Shen thought. To the left was the praying mantis Feng Ti. To the right, the man-eating flower. "Lin Ze, where exactly are you? Where do I have to go to find you?" The scene shifted to Lin Ze. He and Chu Hung were happily advancing deeper into the forest. Ahead of them, a dry wraith beast, a second-stage fourth-segment plant type, suddenly appeared, its grotesque face turning toward them. Chu Hung immediately pointed, voice bold, "This one's yours. I'll stand by to support you later." But in his heart, a sinister plan was forming. "Wait for it to injure the beast, then I'll strike and steal the points. This is going to be great." But Chu Hung didn't expect Lin Ze's demonic flame Redmane to unleash just one strike, thunderous and powerful, causing the dry wraith beast to collapse instantly, completely losing its ability to fight. Chu Hung stood beside it, eyes wide in shock, silently screaming inside, "Is it really a kill?" The countdown clock now showed only 220 minutes left. The leaderboard updated. Lebang Van 290 points. First place Guo Shindi 200 points. Lu Gang 170 points. Guan Ning 140 points. Lu Dahong 100 points. Lin Ze 120 points. Ninth place. Chu Hung 70 points. 15th place. A total of 17 contestants had been eliminated. Chin He stood outside observing the scene, a faint smile of satisfaction on his lips. Lin Ze, that kid, surpassed the legendary super difficulty level, climbing from 33rd place to 9th in less than 2 hours. Truly impressive. He glanced at Lin Ze and Chu Hung moving forward together, thinking, so they're a team. Interesting. Chu Hung, with a slightly awkward expression, spoke up. "Hey brother, how about you let me take the first strike? I never said you could kill everything. You gotta leave some for me." Lin Ze smiled, voice gentle but meaningful. "Sorry about that." He shrugged, expression calm. "After all, this exam affects our future studies, so I require my pet to attack with full force every time. If you want points too, then I'll leave the next one for you." Chu Hung heard this, and anger surged inside him. That brat was even smug about it. "I'll kill you later and take all your points." But just then, the system announced a warning. A rare-level ferocious beast appeared ahead. Lin Ze glanced toward it, eyes flashing with satisfaction. Rare level. Wonder what I can get from it? The two quickly moved toward the signal. In front of them was a giant tree, strange in shape, with no leaves, just a rough trunk. Chu Hung excitedly rushed forward, voice triumphant. "Golden tree, this has got to be a surprise reward." But before he could celebrate, roots suddenly shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around his legs. Chu Hung struggled, shouting angrily, "Damn it!" The tree suddenly transformed. A distorted face appeared, eyes glaring straight ahead, radiating terrifying aura. It was a golden withered beast, third stage ninth segment plant type. Chu Hung panicked, not understanding what was happening. Golden withered beast? He quickly shouted to his pet. Wide-mouthed monster, come save me! But just as he finished, the wide mouth was tightly bound by roots, unable to move. Chu Hung fell into despair, feeling his strength being drained by the golden withered beast. He looked at Lin Ze standing calmly nearby, yelling, "Brother, come help me!" Lin Ze looked at him, eyes showing a trace of reluctance, replying, "But didn't we say one prey each?" Chu Hung quickly forced a flattering smile. Voice urgent, "Don't be stubborn. This situation is different, isn't it? This thing seems extremely powerful. We need to cooperate." Lin Ze waved his hand lightly, turning to leave, joking, "Hero, don't joke with me. I know you definitely have a way to beat it. I'm going ahead." Chu Hung, hanging upside down, panicked and shouted, "No, no, brother, don't. I'm begging you." Lin Ze stopped, eyes cold as he looked back, voice deep. "I can save you, but what's in it for me?" Chu Hung, furious, gritted his teeth. "This bastard dares to threaten me," he silently growled. "Wait till you save me. I'll make you pay." With a flattering smile, Chu Hung hurriedly said, "Actually, I know some secrets about others. I can tell you everything." Lin Ze stood there, eyes calm but sharp, replying, "Then just say it." Seeing himself about to be swallowed by the golden withered beast, Chu Hung panicked and shouted, "Le Bang Van. Guo Jindi specialize in soul arts. Oh God, big brother, can you save me first?" Lin Ze heard this, a slight stir in his heart. Specialize in soul arts, like Ladat's enhancement technique? This news is valuable. He immediately gave orders, voice sharp. Demonic Flame Redmane. Use the Shattering Flame Burst. Target its belly. The demonic flame Redmane obeyed, clenching its fists, charging toward the monster at an incredible speed. But at that moment, countless golden roots shot up from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. The demonic flame Redmane dodged nimbly, hands still clenched, ready to strike any time. However, the golden roots suddenly lunged, lightning fast, wrapping tightly around its body before it could react. In an instant, the demonic flame Redmane was completely bound, unable to move. Lin Ze stood aside, eyes thoughtful, silently calculating. A second stage ninth segment demonic flame Redmane, struggling against a third stage ninth segment golden withered beast, yet still having a hard time. Looks like I have to call on the Snow Woman to end this act. But then he suddenly remembered something, eyes flashing. The demonic flame Redmane in front was still trembling, struggling desperately to break free. Lin Ze's anger flared, shouting, "Demonic flame Redmane, is that all you've got? Break free from me." Obeying its master, the demonic flame Redmane's face changed instantly, eyes blazing with determination. More golden roots rose from the ground, tightly wrapping its body into a small sphere. But suddenly, the demonic flame Redmane's form began to dissipate, shrinking like a speck of dust. Chu Hung, hanging upside down, watched this in horror and shouted, "It's over. It's about to be completely drained." At this moment, on the large screen, Lin Ze's imposing back appeared. The system announced, "Time remaining 1 minute 54 seconds. 27 people eliminated." Chin, he stood there, eyes sharp, carefully evaluating. Golden roots sprouted from the ground in increasing numbers, tightly wrapping its body into a small sphere. But suddenly, the rock demon's form began to dissipate, shrinking down to the size of a speck of dust. Chu Hung was hanging upside down in the air, horrified, shouting, "It's over. It's about to be completely drained." At this moment, Lin Ze's imposing figure appeared on the big screen. The system announced, 1 minute and 54 seconds remaining, 27 people eliminated. Chin, he stood there, eyes sharp, carefully assessing. Let me see how strong this genius teenager really is when overcoming that super difficult level. In the illusion, Lin Ze's rock demon was just tightly wrapped by golden roots, but now suddenly vanished, and a pitch-black vortex that had never appeared before slowly gathered, recreating the form of a pet beast. Lin Ze was stunned, his eyes shining brightly as he looked ahead, unable to believe it. His body had been enhanced, unlocking a new skill, Demon Spirit State, lasting 30 seconds. Chu Hung was suspended high above, eyes wide with shock. "What is that?" He looked down at Lin Ze, silently admiring. "Changed attributes. Definitely has special abilities. Let's see how strong this Demon Spirit State really is." The golden withered beast roared in terror, its massive roots stabbing straight at the rock demon, but unexpectedly, every attack was ineffective. The rock demon in Demon Spirit State had no physical form, completely avoiding physical damage and all control effects. The system in front of Lin Ze displayed a notification. Stone projectile skill, spear charge, and smash are unusable. Earth spike is available. Lin Ze immediately gave the order, voice firm, go. Use the stone projectile spear charge, targeting its eyes and belly. The rock demon's body turned an eerie black as it used telekinesis to hurl giant rocks forward. The golden withered beast couldn't defend itself, painfully forced to endure the attack, and had to release Chu Hung while the wide-mouthed monster fell to the ground. Lin Ze observed with a thoughtful gaze. The level gap was too big, and this damage still wasn't enough to take down the golden withered beast. Chu Hung's face turned pale as he hurriedly dragged the wide-mouthed monster away from the area. If this kid dies here, his points are wasted. He didn't dare look back, only focused on escaping. The golden withered beast roared fiercely after recovering, its terrifying aura filling the air. Lin Ze remained unshaken, whispering softly to summon his trump card. Snow Woman, a stunningly beautiful icy lady, appeared before him. Her cold eyes swept forward, unleashing a fierce blizzard. As the icy vortex wrapped around the golden withered beast, it staggered. At the same time, the rock demon returned to its original form, radiating a powerful aura. It charged forward, unleashing a smashing attack like thunder, shaking the entire forest. Snow Woman stood there, her face cold and emotionless. Lin Ze's sharp eyes gave a decisive command as the rock demon activated demon spirit form. The rock demon's body immediately transformed into a pitch-black vortex, full of terrifying energy. Not just watching the show, Lin Ze clenched his fist tightly, ready to jump into battle any time. He threw a powerful punch, his soul force exploding like a shockwave. The golden withered beast couldn't withstand it, and shattered into pieces, its body distorted and disintegrated. The system announced, "You have killed the golden withered beast." Immediately, a flood of information appeared. Rock Demon advanced to 3rd tier. New skill unlocked, Spirit Demon Clone. In Demon Spirit state, it can split into 2 entities, each retaining 100% of the original's damage, copying all actions and skills. Duration 10 seconds. Consumes 100 achievement points. Lin Ze smirked, satisfied. Such an effective skill is worth the cost. Spirit Demon Clone doubles combat power and just leveled up in this battle. Truly worthy of a king-tier path. This time the gain is huge. On the monitoring screen, clear images of Lin Ze and Snow Woman appeared. Score, 180 points. Time remaining, 1 minute 20 seconds. Chin-hee watched from outside, unable to help but exclaim, "Amazing, especially that newly appeared ice-type pet beast. If I'm not mistaken, that's a god-level potential pet beast. How did this kid manage that?" Lin Ze's eyes were serious, looking ahead. A rare 3rd-tier fierce beast, plus 60 points. Now there's no room for modesty. Suddenly, a voice full of surprise came from behind. Chu Hung and the wide-mouthed monster returned, eyes wide as they stared at the scene before them. You defeated it?" he doubted, pointing at Snow Woman standing afar. "Who is she? Also a student taking the exam? Which school does she go to?" Lin Ze stood there, Long sighed silently, his expression helpless. Damn, forgot to recall Snow Woman so he could see her. Now how do I explain this? But he quickly calmed down, pointed forward, tone casual. I don't really know what happened. Seems like that's a humanoid ice-type fierce beast. It was the one who defeated the golden withered beast, Chu Hung muttered, eyes full of suspicion. Also a fierce beast? Why are they fighting each other? Whose pet beast is that? Could its owner be nearby? Suddenly, he clutched his head, screaming in panic. No way. It's ice-type. Could its owner be the legendary Lin Ze? If he defeated the golden withered beast, his strength must far surpass ours. The next to die will definitely be us too. He frantically used the system board to signal Snow Woman to fake an attack, but Snow Woman just stood there, eyes blank as if she didn't understand. In fear, Chu Hung pointed at her, shouting, "She's staring right at us." At that moment, countless sharp ice arrows appeared in the air, flashing deadly light, icy and violent. Chu Hung clutched the wide-mouthed monster, trembling and screaming. "They really want to take us down. We're doomed." Snow Woman, with cold eyes, raised her hand as if preparing to unleash a terrifying strike. Chu Hung's face turned pale as he glanced at Lin Ze and Rock Demon. If both get eliminated here, it's a huge loss. Better to kill this bastard and run. Suddenly, a pink beast shaped like a garlic bulb rushed over urgently. It ran to Chu Hung, and the two hurriedly fled. Chu Hung shouted, "Nut, what am I doing? Of course, it's to protect you." Snow Woman looked at the system board before her, voice emotionless. "I'm fine, you go back first." The rock demon received the same notification. You also retreat. Chu Hung and the pink beast were exhausted and finally stopped, sweat pouring down. He looked up, wearing a sly, triumphant smile. Perfect. Just escaped pursuit and gained points. He turned, feigning worry. "Hey, is it safe now? Are you okay?" Inside the pink beast's belly, Lin Ze lay relaxed, hands behind his head, smug. What could possibly happen to me? The soul defense should have let me out by now, right? Chu Hung anxiously asked in confusion, but was full of schemes. Wait, that monster is still chasing? Hang on a bit longer, he thought. No, this kid inside, Angus should have been digested already, so why is he fine? Suddenly, the pink beast hesitated, then spat Lin Ze out, accompanied by green stomach acid. Chu Hung's eyes widened in shock. How did you get out? Lin Ze just adjusted his clothes, tone casual. Maybe the digestion was bad? He turned back, eyes sparkling with amusement. Suggestion: I think if that monster keeps chasing us, we can team up to defeat it. Chu Hung forced a smile, secretly mocking the kid's terrifying stupidity, but outwardly, he remained polite. Lin Ze raised both hands, standing opposite, his voice calm but sharp. But it doesn't seem like it's chasing us, does it? Can you tell me about the specialized soul technique now? Chu Hung pointed deep into the forest, speaking with enthusiasm. First, let's check out that stone tablet to see if we're in the top 10. We can talk while we walk. The two walked and talked, the pink beast trotting closely behind. Chu Hung explained with a hint of meaning. The so-called specialized soul technique is actually a unique type of soul technique. Only a few beast tamers can awaken it. This soul technique can't be learned from books, nor can anyone teach it. It depends on each tamer's physical constitution, but since it's so rare, ordinary teachers can't guide it. Lin Ze frowned, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Then what about the specialized soul techniques of Guo Xindi and Le Bangyan? Before them, a strange pink pillar appeared, engraved with names and scores. Chu Hung pointed hurriedly. That one is pretty impressive. I'll check it out first. The ranking was clear on the pink pillar. Le Bangyan had 370 points, Guo Xindi 340 points, Dam Dung had 250 points, Lu Chang 210 points, Lin Ze 180 points, Guan Ning 160 points, Liu Dahong 148 points, Hin Tianfu 130 points, Jiang Hao 120 points, Suo Sisi 100 points. With 58 minutes remaining, Chu Hung looked at the board, heavy with disappointment at not seeing his name. He clenched his fists, eyes flashing with determination. There's still a chance. Only 1 hour left. The 10th place is just 100 points. If I steal points from that kid, I'll definitely make the top 10. Lin Ze stood behind, calling out, breaking his train of thought. Hey! Chu Hung was startled, turning around, his eyes wide with fear. Lin Ze rolled up his sleeve, revealing the inscription on his arm. Lin Ze, 180 points. Chu Hung's eyes bulged, shouting in shock. 180 points? This brat actually has 180 points. He looked up at the pink pillar to confirm. Lin Ze, 180 points, his legs trembling, stammering. You, what's your name? Lin Ze replied curtly, coldly. Lin Ze. Chu Hung angrily pointed at him, roaring. Damn it, you tricked me the whole way. His face darkened, suddenly recalling Snow Woman, realizing he forgot that the one who passed the super difficulty had two pets. This kid was hiding his strength. The ice-type pet was his too. He'd been played. Lin Ze calmly put his hands in his pockets, voice steady, as if he was hiding nothing. Did you forget? Without me, you would have been killed by the golden withered beast long ago. Now it's time for you to tell me what you know. Chu Hung gritted his teeth, cursing angrily. Damn it! I hope nothing goes wrong and you find out. The pink beast received the attack command, opening its wide mouth as if to swallow the opponent whole. Chu Hung shouted, mouth wide, kill him, but from the front, the rock demon suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Ze, delivering a powerful blow that sent the pink beast flying away. At the same time, Snow Woman appeared, her body covered in a cold blue light, radiating icy aura. Chu Hung panicked, collapsing to the ground, retreating backward, eyes horrified as he looked at Lin Ze and the two pets. Lin Ze stepped forward, cold eyes scanning, voice steel hard. Your score may not be high, but it's equivalent to a third-tier fierce beast. I will take it. Chu Hung trembled, screaming in desperation. No, I'll talk now. Just please spare me. Lin Ze closed his eyes, voice calm but resolute. I've changed my mind. Actually, their specialized soul techniques mean the same to me. Chu Hung looked up, eyes full of fear. What do you mean by the same? Lin Ze spread his arms, a smug smile on his lips. None of them are a match for me. Chu Hung knew he had no way out, only managing to scream in despair. Lin Ze ordered, voice cold as ice. Snow Woman, ice bind. A stream of blue liquid suddenly sprayed from Chu Hung's body, causing him to arch in pain. From behind, the golden withered beast, not yet fully defeated, suddenly stretched out a claw, piercing Chu Hung's body to finish him off. Suddenly, a figure appeared. A deep voice rang out. Lin Ze, I've been waiting for you a long time. It's Le Bangyan. Before disappearing, Chu Hung screamed, Boss, this is Lin Ze. Watch out for his ice-type pet. Lin Ze looked at Le Bangyan, rising suspicion in his heart. He didn't expect to meet him here. Looks like old debts need settling. Le Bangyan stepped forward, cold eyes. You can step back and rest now. Chu Hung was delighted to hear this. My points were taken by the boss, so I guess it's fair. His body and wide mouth immediately vanished. Le Bangyan's score shot up to 430 points. He looked at Lin Ze, voice full of provocation. Come here, show me your true strength. Let's see who really deserves to hold the top spot on this rookie leaderboard. Lin Ze only replied coldly, I'm not interested in the rookie leader title. If you want it, take it. Le Bangyan smirked lightly. So you've already given up? He laughed wildly, eyes flashing madness. I never expected you to be a coward. Nothing more, nothing less. After I defeat you, I'll continue to eliminate everyone on the leaderboard. Guo Jindi, Dam Dong, Lu Chang, Guan Ning, none will be spared. His face twisted, contorted by overwhelming pleasure as if he couldn't stop. Lin Ze suddenly remembered, heart tightening. Guan Ning, Dam Dong, Guo, Shindi, and she were all in the same place. Guan Ning was definitely in danger. He immediately turned to rush east to leave this place. But Le Bangyan's cold eyes made it hard for him to escape. He roared, Didn't expect you to run like that. Stop him for me. The golden withered beast obeyed the order, charging forward. Roots whipped like whips, instantly grabbing the rock demon and the protective circle around Lin Ze. Le Bangyan laughed mockingly at the scene, caught so easily again, truly a clown unworthy of fame. He ordered arrogantly, Poison Vine Demon, drain their strength for me, keep running for me. Lin Ze was trapped in the roots, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it. But Le Bangyan didn't expect Snow Woman to silently appear from behind, her body radiating bone-chilling cold. She spoke coldly, I don't have time to play with you. Le Bangyan felt the chill, startled, turning around with shocked eyes, but before he could react, his entire body was frozen solid. The Poison Vine Demon panicked, seeing its master in danger, but within moments it was completely frozen by Snow Woman's blizzard. The Rock Demon broke free from the roots, delivering a powerful blow that sent the monster flying. Lin Ze stood there, eyes cold as ice. I told you, I don't have time to play around with you. The two opponents were defeated in an instant, the ice on their bodies gradually melting, but the Poison Vine Demon still struggled, the roots twitching as if unwilling to submit. A figure appeared nearby, unable to help but exclaim, Such tenacious vitality, yet it's still alive, he muttered, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. People often say the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. He forgot the finishing move. This is my chance. And that person is none other than Lu Gang. In a flash, Lu Gang unleashed his power, charging straight at Le Bangyan, shouting, Le Bangyan, your points will belong to me. He immediately summoned the armored dragon, second stage, 9th segment, fierce and aggressive, attacking Le Bangyan directly. Lu Gang curled his lips in a smug smile. Your pet can resurrect, but what about you? To catch a bandit, you must catch the king first. The armored dragon roared, its powerful strike blasting away the giant statue of the Poison Vine Demon. Lu Gang laughed heartily, filled with satisfaction, rising to first place. Luck is indeed part of strength, but when he checked the system board, he was stunned. Why hadn't his score changed? What he didn't expect happened. From inside the Poison Vine Demon, a second Le Bangyan emerged, and in an instant, countless vines surged up, tightly wrapping around Lu Gang's body. He panicked and shouted, What's wrong with you? Why? Le Bangyan replied with a sinister tone. Revealing this to someone about to be eliminated like you is no problem. This is my unique soul technique. The synchronized simulation of Lu Gang Long was horrified and ordered his armored dragon pet to attack him quickly. But the dragon was instantly entangled by massive roots, unable to move. Its body slowly dissolved into the vast space, taking Lu Gang along as he disappeared. The scene shifted to Lin Ze, who dashed eastward, his heart boiling with rage. Guo Jindi, Dan Yong, if you dare lay a hand on Guan Ning, you will all die. His face showed clear anger. Upon arrival, he saw Guan Ning restrained by Guo Shindi and Dan Yong. Her demon bird was imprisoned by a silver-colored pet. The system displayed information. Kang Wenao Dragon, Dragon System, 2nd stage, 8th segment. Guan Ning was trapped in a cage, gritting her teeth, one eye squinting in pain. Damn it, I can't escape, Guo Shindi and Dan Yong mocked in unison. Stop struggling in vain, Guan Ning. Beside Dan Yong, another pet appeared, a 3rd stage, 2nd segment Lion Mage, dual water and demon system. Dan Yong raised a finger, his voice cold. There's no way to escape the water demon prison of the Lion Mage. He turned to Guo Shindi and ordered, You go deal with her. If you get her points, you'll have a chance to become the new leader. Guo Shindi brushed her hair back, smiling teasingly. Why? Is it because she's too beautiful for you to strike? Dan Yong crossed his arms and closed his eyes, showing a hint of annoyance. You know, I'm not interested in other girls. But Guo Shindi suddenly changed her tone, her eyes sharp. Don't worry, wait a little before starting. Dan Yong frowned, suspicious. Wait for what? From the nearby forest, a strange sound echoed, startling both of them. Guo Xindi used soul technique, her eyes glowing, enhancing her vision. The big fish had bitten the bait. A brown figure suddenly dashed out, drawing Dan Yong's attention. He immediately cast a water barrier to block the surprise attack. The Kongwen Ao dragon beside him swung its tail powerfully, knocking back similar attacks. From afar, Lin Ze appeared, accompanied by Rock Demon and Snow Woman, their presence overwhelming. He called out their names, his voice icy cold, Guo Xindi, Dan Yong. His face showed clear anger, the atmosphere around him heavy and gloomy. I advise you both to release her as soon as possible. Seeing Lin Ze, both showed a flicker of worry, especially upon noticing the two powerful pets beside him. Guan Ning was imprisoned, thinking these two pets belonged to Lin Ze. Now is not the time to be surprised. She warned anxiously, Lin Ze, these two are really strong. You have to be careful. Lin Ze stepped forward without hesitation, his gaze resolute. Don't worry, I'll come to save you immediately. Hearing the conversation, Dan Yong squinted, pointing at him, suspicious. Are you really Lin Ze? You've surpassed the hardest level in the legend? Guo Xindi smiled, her eyes sparkling. It's him. No wonder I felt he was different from ordinary people. Dan Yong snorted coldly, clenching his fists. What's his real strength? Won't we find out when we clash? But Guo Xindi was more cautious, her voice lowered. You'd better be careful. I have a feeling this guy is not simple at all. Dan Yong turned, a scheming glint in his eyes. As long as you defeat him, I'll take the accumulated points, and I'll definitely become the new leader. If you lose, I'll take your points instead. He raised his hand decisively. Lion Mage quickly moved to restrain him. The Lion Mage raised its staff and cast the water prison spell. A circle of water condensed, locking Lin Ze in place, but with a single punch infused with soul power shock, he shattered the water circle, splashing it everywhere. Dan Yong was stunned, doubting his life. How could this kid's soul skill be so strong? In the moment he lost focus, Rock Demon suddenly closed in from the side. Dan Yong quickly cast a water force burst, a column of water rushing toward Rock Demon. At the same time, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding it. Rock Demon was trapped inside a water sphere of the water prison spell. Seeing the attack succeed, Dan Yong raised his fist, triumphant. Got one, but Lin Ze stood calmly opposite him. Right after, Rock Demon changed form, its body turning into a stream of demonic energy, easily escaping the water sphere. Rock Demon slammed the ground with a powerful punch, causing a violent shockwave. The earth trembled, sharp pillars of earth shooting up, aiming straight at the Lion Mage. But unexpectedly, Dan Yong's pet also shifted to Demon System, its body blurry like a shadow. Dan Yong smirked, a sly smile. Sorry, my Lion Mage is also Demon System. It's immune to all physical attacks. Haha. Guo Xindi watched from afar, suddenly shouted, Idiot, watch out behind you. But before the warning finished, earth spikes shot up from the ground, blasting Dan Yong into the air, tearing his clothes to shreds. He turned around, eyes wide with shock, spotting another rock demon in demon form using spirit demon clones, spiritual energy radiating like shockwaves. Lin Ze coldly interrupted, but you can't avoid physical damage. Dan Yong's eyes widened, trying to keep his voice low to hide his anger. Damn it, use the death seal. The Lion Mage slammed its staff into the ground. A strange demonic energy flared up, spreading throughout the space. Both rock demons were enveloped in this energy, unable to move. Lin Ze observed with a thoughtful gaze. This guy is really hard to deal with. Rock Demon, step aside for Snow Woman. He raised his hand decisively. Return to normal form, or you'll be controlled by the Lion Mage. The rock demon immediately transformed. The magic circle dissipated, and his true form returned. The clone behind Guan Ning vanished. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed loudly. Haha, even a legendary genius is just that. But Lin Ze's eyes turned cold. Shrouded in dark energy, he raised his hand forward. Be silent. Let me show you my true power. A terrifying pressure radiated from him and Snow Woman, startling Guo Xindi, sweat dripping down her cheek, her body frozen, voice trembling. No, we can't handle him. If this continues, we're definitely going to be eliminated. The atmosphere around Guo Xindi grew heavy, the situation tipping decidedly against them. She hurried forward, raising her hand to stop them. Wait, maybe we can still discuss this. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Discuss. Guo Xindi quickly spoke up, her tone urgent. Yes. Actually, we're all already in the top 10 rankings. We don't need to fight anymore. From now on, we're all classmates. Snow Woman's hand, which had been glowing ready to attack, froze, and the cold air gradually dissipated. Lin Ze pondered, his sharp gaze assessing. Sensing his hesitation, Guo Xindi turned to Guan Ning, shouting, Wait, Guan Ning, release that girl now. But Guan Ning's face twisted purple with anger. muttering as he let her go. If that happens, they'll unite, which would be worse than now, he frowned, voice full of displeasure. This tension is bad. Listening to you isn't a good idea. Guo Xindi spoke firmly and loudly. Just do as I say. Reluctantly, Guan Ning raised his hand, sweat dripping down his forehead. All right, you're serious, he ordered, breaking the water prison seal. Immediately, the water orb shattered. Guan Ning jumped down, freed from captivity. Kuang Van Oolong also released the demonic flame red mane to fly freely. Guan Ning ran over, smiling brightly. Brother, thank you for coming to save me. Lin Ze responded with a warm smile. Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch you anymore. But then his face turned cold, his eyes sharp as knives sweeping toward Guo Xindi and Guan Ning. He spoke coldly. As for you two, I can still save my sister after I kill him, so you don't need to talk about discussions like before. What can you offer to satisfy my demands? Guo Xindi looked briefly worried, quickly replying, I'm sorry. But Guan Ning couldn't hold back his anger, eyes blazing red as he growled, Bastard, you damn scoundrel, I'll beat you to a pulp. He turned to Guo Xindi. Xindi, you go first. But Guo Xindi regained her composure, her eyes flashing with confidence. I have a big surprise for both of you. Lin Ze frowned, voice full of doubt, exhaling. She continued firmly. Soul technique, special soul hand. I can use my consciousness to help you activate the special soul hand. Lin Ze withdrew his attack stance, eyes briefly considering a notable reason. But Guan Ning growled to stop her. Xindi, no need to help that kid. As he finished, he suddenly froze as if realizing something, stammering, What? Could it be you? Guo Xindi smiled, clenching her fist, the soul hand glowing. Just then, a voice rang out from the shadows. Hey, sorry, count me in. Le Bang Van stepped forward, a thoughtful smile on his lips. Lin Ze turned, eyes sparkling with amusement. Oh, so you're still alive after all? His smile now carried a mischievous edge, like someone who holds all the cards. Under the dim light of the arena, Le Bang Van smirked, his cold gaze sweeping the crowd. He spoke arrogantly. You all gathered here just in time. I can take you all down at once. As he finished, the air thickened with his arrogance. Guan Ning, already provoked by Lin Ze earlier, now with Le Bang Van intervening, his anger flared like a wildfire. He gritted his teeth, pointing at each opponent, eyes flashing with irritation. As both sides tensed, preparing for battle, Guo Xindi quietly approached Guan Ning, her eyes shining with determination. She whispered confidently, We can join forces and take his top spot. But Guan Ning only responded with a weary look, as if the whole world was against him. The situation grew more chaotic, like a storm ready to sweep everything away. Outside, the ancient tablet emitted a faint glow, announcing less than 10 minutes remaining. Master Qin, he stood silently watching from afar, frowning slightly, burdened by a decision. I want to keep all these freshmen, he thought. If they really plunge into battle, we'll lose valuable talents. His gaze passed over the group nearby, their silhouettes dim in the weak light. He signaled, voice deep but decisive. Now it's your turn. I give you 10 minutes to calm the spirits of those kids. Inside the arena, Guan Ning and Guo Xindi exchanged a few quick words. He frowned, voice filled with doubt. Xindi, do you really intend to help that kid? I have a way for the dark mage to control him, then we can benefit from it. But Guo Xindi remained firm, her gaze unwavering. She replied, Sorry, I really want to help him. Guan Ning heard this, grabbed his head and screamed, feeling helpless like a lightning strike. He gritted his teeth, fists raised high, pounding the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh my god, is that really Guo Xindi? Why is she acting like that kid? He roared, voice full of rage. Damn it, then I'll kill him myself. On the other side, Le Bang Van and the Platinum Tyrant Centaur were ready, their aura fierce as if wanting to devour their opponents. He smirked provocatively. Come on, everyone, come here. But just then, an authoritative voice rang out, cutting through all the tension. The sound was like a sharp blade, making everyone freeze. Everyone, there's no need to fight anymore. Everything has been approved. As the words ended, a giant exclamation mark flashed on the tablet, leaving the crowd confused about what was happening. Suddenly, a spatial gate shimmered with mystical light. A foot stepped out. Then 4 figures gradually appeared, faces grim. The authoritative voice continued, Because your abilities have surpassed all students of the same grade. Let us see how far your limits go. These 4 are second-year students from the Academy's mid-tier rankings. They declare you will compete against them. If any of you win, you can skip the challenge and advance. But if you lose, you keep your current rank. Hearing this, Guan Ning couldn't hold back, loudly protesting, That's not fair. We're basically just freshmen now. How could we possibly beat the sophomores from the academy? Besides, we just went through battles, and our beasts are already exhausted. But Lin Ze, Guo, Xindi, and Dam Dung didn't show any hesitation. Instead, their eyes blazed with determination. Dam Dung even raised his hand in a taunting gesture. Bring it on. Guan Ning turned to look at his brother, confused, not understanding why everything changed so quickly. Lin Ze sensed the shift, smiled faintly, his voice tinged with regret but full of hidden meaning. What a pity. I was planning to eliminate you all from the competition, but from now on, we can only be classmates. There will be many chances to compete later. Dam Dung stood proudly, his spirit blazing like an unquenchable fire. He roared angrily, "Damn it! First, let's get past these sophomores." Nearby, Guo Jindi glanced at Lin Ze, a bright smile still on her lips, her eyes sparkling with a question. Tell me, now that we're here, can we be considered allies? Her cheeks flushed slightly, but Lindsay's coldness was like a bucket of cold water, instantly making the atmosphere tense. Guan Ning, standing nearby, saw his brother being pulled in by Guo Shindi, his face flushed with anger as he shouted loudly, his voice echoing, "You promised me just now." Hearing his younger brother yell like that, Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp but thoughtful. In his mind, thoughts swirled. This challenge was not only a chance to win, but the reward could also boost his strength and mental stats. He glanced at the opponents, quickly analyzing. They only sent out 4 people, while we have 5. Looks like they underestimated us. After a moment of consideration, Lin Ze looked straight at Guo Shindi, his voice calm but resolute. If you want to be allies, then I need you and my sister to team up and take on one of them. But immediately, both Guo Jindi and Guan Ning raised their fists simultaneously, their eyes blazing as they looked at Lin Ze. Guan Ning spoke firmly. But I want to fight alongside you. Lin Ze hesitated briefly, frozen by his sister's stubbornness. Then he gently placed his hand on Guan Ning's head, his voice soft but firm. Guan Ning, I'll handle one of them myself. If you two cooperate, you'll have a better chance of defeating one of them. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, a sophomore dressed in sportswear stepped forward, pounding his chest, his eyes narrowed with provocation. He spoke arrogantly. Newbies, have you decided? Who's going to fight me? Of course, you can all rush in together. His taunting words made Dam Dung's blood boil, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly and roared, "I'll fight you." In his heart, a thought flashed. It's time to prove my strength to Guo Jindi. The opponent he chose sneered, smiling faintly as he summoned a giant insect, its sharp blade-like tongue glinting in the light. He scoffed, "Good boy, you've got courage, but don't rely on courage alone." The insect beside him, a 3-stage, 8-segmented armored bug, emitted a chilling hiss, ready to charge into battle. At the same time, a sophomore named Zhang Manman approached Lin Ze, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She spoke teasingly, "Handsome guy, I've noticed you. Come be my opponent." Lin Ze's expression shifted slightly. Seeing his opponent was female, he quickly covered half his face with his hand, his voice cold but tinged with arrogance. "Heh, I won't go easy just because you're a woman." Without delay, Zhang Manman summoned her beast, a blue lion, lightning flashing from its body as it roared thunderously. The wild thunder beast, 3-stage, 9-segmented, stood tall and powerful. Surprisingly, Zhang Manman's face also changed, her cold gaze matching Lin Ze's, as if they were reflecting each other in a battle yet to begin. He curled his lips, his voice full of challenge. "All right then, try to hurt me." Just then, from the opposite side, Guo Jindi suddenly changed expression, her eyes flashing with alertness. With sharp intuition, she raised her hand, pointing forward, her voice low but sharp. Among the 2 remaining, the girl seemed weaker, and all 3 immediately focused their gaze on the opponent, as if measuring every weakness. Suddenly, a guy with messy hair like a bird's nest cut in, his tone arrogant. "Hey kid, want to compete with me? I don't like your hairstyle." He introduced himself as Vu Duong Thien, his words full of provocation. Lin Ze responded with a bright smile but a hint of mischief. "All right, kind senior, please go easy on me." Thus, the final match was set, and the arena's atmosphere grew even more intense. Right after, a girl with deep blue hair approached Guan Ning and Guo Shindi, her eyes sparkling but filled with envy. She spoke, half joking, "The new girls this year are all very cute, but I hate the cutest ones the most, so I won't show any mercy." Her words were like a sharp blade, making Guan Ning and Guo Shindi flinch, sensing the atmosphere suddenly grow heavy. The scene shifted outside the arena, where students were being summoned out of the competition. The air was heavy with sighs, full of regret. Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xiyan stood side by side, their faces gloomy. Liu Xiyan spoke softly, her voice full of despair. "Xiaoyun, we really got eliminated." Zhang Xiaoyun could only sigh, forcing a smile. "There are too many incompetent people. Unless a miracle happens, we're definitely going to be cut." Complaints echoed, mingling with the dissatisfaction of others. Liu Kang was the first to shout in frustration, "Damn it!" After cheating throughout the test, he ended up failing himself. The one he had punched lovingly wasn't much better, muttering in pain, "Why do I still feel this much pain?" Seeing the dissatisfied students, Master Keen, he stood at a distance, a strange smile on his lips. There were still a few who left an impression in this exam, he thought silently. Just then, a hand suddenly rested on Qin He's shoulder. He turned and saw Gao Wenbai, who smiled meaningfully. "Please let me take on the next role," Gao Wenbai said confidently. Qin. He was slightly surprised, his gaze scrutinizing. "Teacher Gao, are you already rushing to snatch students? I had a hard time selecting the new students this time. Your testing methods are really extreme. You risk missing hidden talents among them." Gao Wenbai just smiled lightly, raising his hand, his eyes half closed with confidence. "Is it unreasonable for me to select an additional 10 seeds from those who were eliminated?" Qin. He did not object, merely waving his hand slightly to draw the crowd's attention. Gao Wenbai stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. "Ha, then I will arrange things freely. For those students who didn't make the top 10, I bring good news. I still have 10 open spots. If you pass my test, you will be admitted to the academy." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere exploded, with radiant smiles spreading across everyone's faces. "What? Really? That's awesome." Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian couldn't hide their joy either, Liu Xian whispered, her eyes sparkling, as if a miracle had truly happened. "This time, we have to try harder to make the top 20. Beside Liu Gang, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, his face pale with determination. "I must seize this opportunity," he silently vowed, his eyes burning with resolve as he turned back to the arena. Meanwhile, in the competition area, Dan Yong knelt helplessly, his eyes filled with despair as he stared at Jingdao's wind slash, which created a terrifying vortex. He roared, his voice full of frustration. "Damn it, this is a level gap battle." Jingdao just sneered, pointing his index finger straight at him. "You've lost." On the other side, blue light flashed repeatedly. Le Bangyun and his poisonous vines beast had been scorched black, smoke billowing thickly. Zhangman smoothed his hair, his tone teasing but cold. "My handsome boy, your endurance is truly amazing, but you've lost. If you keep fighting, it will only be a one-sided massacre." Le Bangyun's face twisted like the poisonous vines beast, grinding his teeth without reply. Zhang Man continued arrogantly. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" The scene shifted to Hui Hui, the girl with green hair, now advancing alongside her blazing red pet, their momentum like they wanted to devour their opponent. She growled, "Genius of the same kind? Ridiculous. Let me tell you, this school is not short of geniuses." Guan Ning and Guo Xindi collapsed, exhausted onto the ground, facing Hui Hui's growling beast, a crazed, 3-stage, 7th-rank creature. Hui Hui's face still showed annoyance, her finger pointing straight up. "You kids should spend more time cultivating rather than worrying about your outfits. Got it, junior sister?" Outside the observation area, Gao Wenbai stood with his hands on his hips, his voice full of dissatisfaction toward Qin He. "Hey, Teacher Qin, I don't agree with your testing method. Crushing them one-sidedly like this will only make them lose confidence later on." Qin He calmly crossed his arms, a faint smile on his lips. "Teacher Gao, I just want to temper these kids' spirits. Otherwise, when they enter the academy, they'll become arrogant. They need to know there will always be someone better than them, always things beyond their understanding." Hearing this, Gao Wenbai laughed. "Ha ha." Just then, a huge block of ice suddenly appeared in front of them. Qin, he looked over and added softly, "Seems like there are still some students who don't believe in my little trick." In the arena, a warhorse's fierce momentum was suddenly frozen in an instant. The fiery warhorse, 3rd stage, 9th rank, now stood motionless like a sparkling ice statue. Wu Yangtian's eyes widened, glowing red with disbelief. "How could this happen?" he murmured, his expression shifting to amazement. Before him appeared a perfect ice sculpture, shimmering under the dim light. Lin Ze crossed his arms, his gaze sharp but unable to hide a smile, and spoke, "Thank you, senior." He looked toward Little Snowball, who had just frozen the opponent with terrifying calmness. The scene shifted to the observation area just as the testing time ended. Teacher Qin. He laughed heartily, his voice ringing with excitement. "Haha, this time I really scored a big win. We get to witness so many geniuses. This feels like watching the Beast Tamer's masters, the 8 great experts of the Federation when they were young, freshmen defeating sophomores right on the screen." He patted Gao Wenbai's shoulder hard and added, "Truly fascinating." Gao Wenbai, startled by the pat, quickly regained composure and smiled brightly. He nodded enthusiastically. Even at their age, the Federation's 8 great experts didn't necessarily have such overwhelming power. "His name is Lin Ze, right? When the time comes, we must assign him to our class." Hearing his colleagues' over-enthusiasm, Teacher Chin. He crossed his arms, his tone lowering with a hint of correction. Teacher Gao, you don't need to be so strict about admissions. The top 10 students of each class must follow the class assignment rules. Gao Wenbai looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. Ha ha. In the arena, the system suddenly issued a new announcement, its cold voice echoing. System reminder. You have defeated the fire warhorse. Wu Yangtian slowly knelt down, his eyes vacant, his body drained of strength, his voice trembling as he stammered, I lost? Guan Ning jumped up excitedly, raising his fist high, his voice ringing out, Brother, we really won. That's awesome. Beside him, Guo Jindi stood frozen like stone, her eyes full of astonishment. She hadn't expected him to be so strong, thinking both admiringly and incredulously. Meanwhile, Dan Yong furiously punched the grass beneath his feet. Dust rose thickly as he muttered bitterly, There's still a gap, still a gap. Then he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. When I return, I will turn this pain into new motivation. Just wait. At that moment, Jing Dao approached from afar, his eyes suspicious mixed with dissatisfaction, his voice probing. Could it be that Wu Yangtian deliberately let the opponent win? A first-year student not yet enrolled? How could he defeat a second year? I don't believe it. Hearing the provocation, Lin Ze calmly put both hands in his pockets, his voice gentle but full of challenge. Seniors, do you want to continue? His words poured fuel on the fire, making Jing Dao furious. He roared, his face flushed. You rotten brat! Don't think you can look down on us just because you won a few moves. His expression darkened, his tone turning cold and challenging. Oh, so all three of you want to charge at a 2-star together? As soon as he finished, Jing Dao's wind slash immediately launched its sharp claws forward, its momentum sky high, aiming straight at Lin Ze. But unexpectedly, Lin Ze, with a calm expression, just slightly tilted his body and caught the 2 sharp claws bare-handed, silencing the arena for a moment. Outside the observation area, Teacher Gao Wenbai seemed to have predicted the outcome, shaking his head slightly and turning to Teacher Chin. All right, stop. Jing Dao is no match for him. If this continues, the second-year students will lose face, and we can't let Lin Ze, a newcomer, make more enemies like this. Chin, he nodded in agreement. Exactly. Immediately, he raised his voice with authority, announcing across the arena, All right, students, everyone stop. This test is over. Hearing that, Lin Ze spun around to a corner, shouting out in full frustration. Teacher Chin, while you continue, the only one who passed this test is Lin Ze. The other trainees all performed very well. I believe that after you enter Jiangning Academy, your strength will improve dramatically. Nothing more can be done. He waved his hand, retracting the wind/hall wolf, then pointed directly at Lin Ze, his tone full of resentment. Damn, kid. After school, we'll have a match. Lin Ze smiled brightly, giving a confident thumbs up, teasing, Senior, no need to compete like that. You're still the best. His words stabbed sharply at Lin Ze's pride. He glared, veins bulging, roaring with fury. Just wait, you little brat. I'll remember you. With that, 5 shadowy figures faded away into the air like thin smoke, leaving Lin Ze standing alone beside Little Snowball and Rock Demon. Suddenly, a brilliant pink-level energy enveloped him. Lin Ze looked down at his hand, eyes flashing with surprise. The system announced coldly, calculating mission rewards. Physical strength rose from 8.8 to 10.8. Soul power increased by 1,180. Physical level jumped from 5 to 9. Congratulations, Lin Ze. You have successfully entered Jiangning Academy. He clenched his fist tightly, energy bursting stronger than ever. The system continued, completing a new purification and awarding 500 accumulation points, with a total remaining accumulation of 1,180. The Rock Demon's info panel lit up, growth rate increasing by 33%. Little Snowball wasn't far behind. Her info panel showed a growth rate increase of 12%, but immediately after, both pets were suddenly summoned outside. Around them, trainees gathered, lively chatter rising. Who exactly is he? So strong. Is he the one who passed the super difficult first test? He finally came back. Lin Ze stood in the spotlight, eyes briefly stunned. Guan Ning called out from afar, voice full of excitement. Bro, this scene isn't much different from last time. Still that debate. Lin Ze smirked slightly, unconsciously pointing at himself, looking bewildered but unable to hide a bit of pride. Every time I wake up, the atmosphere feels strangely familiar, he thought quietly just then. Guo Jindi gently tugged his sleeve, leaning in with a whisper full of implication. Lin Ze, I sense your rock demon has a different form that needs unlocking. Lin Ze turned, eyes showing surprise. Really? Guo Jindi squinted, raised 2 fingers, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. It also includes a way to activate exclusive soul techniques. If you want to know more, come see me after this exam. The suggestive words made Lin Ze freeze, his mind swirling into a new vortex. Suddenly, Teacher Chin Hee's voice thundered, cutting through all the noise. He raised his finger high, his tone solemn and orderly. The top 10 students will be admitted directly into the academy. Then he rotated his finger 90 degrees, pointing at a figure in the crowd. I hereby announce, the highest scoring candidate in this exam is student Lebang Van. Everyone applauded. The applause was loud and sincere, but mixed with skeptical glances. Some trainees whispered doubtfully, "No way. Why is it him?" Lebang Van heard this. His expression immediately darkened, eyes flashing with anger. Damn it. He thought bitterly. That guy deliberately showed off to prove he's stronger than me. How humiliating. His arrogant demeanor now tinged with bitterness. Teacher Gao Wenbai, standing next to Chin He, frowned slightly, stepped closer, whispering, "Clearly this kid Lin Ze deserves to be the new leader of freshmen. Isn't that a bit unfair, Chin?" He nodded slightly, calm but meaningful. "We can't bet everything on one person. Besides, the pre-challenge rules state the top freshman spot is decided by the principal." Gao Wenbai nodded in understanding, then stepped forward, his voice echoing as he took over from Chin. Trainees participating in the secondary challenge, please follow me. The top 10 trainees may leave first. Admission letters will be issued in 10 days. Before leaving, Guan Ning approached Zhang Manman and Gu Lengyan, speaking gently to comfort them. It's okay. I believe you can pass this secondary challenge. Just do your best." Just then, Chu Hung approached from afar, eyes sparkling as he started a conversation with Lin Ze. Big brother Lin Ze recognized an acquaintance. Lin Ze turned back, smiling slightly. "Oh, it's you?" Chu Hung scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Didn't expect you to be Lin Ze. Looks like my laziness isn't enough yet, but just now watching you fight the second-year trainee was really cool." Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, tone probing. "Oh, so what do you want?" Chu Hung laughed loudly, clasping his hands enthusiastically. "Big brother, can I be your little brother?" Lin Ze was briefly stunned, exclamation and question marks seeming to appear above his head. Chu Hung continued gesturing enthusiastically. His admiration for Big Brother was like an endless flood, but Lin Ze replied coldly, "Sorry, I don't take little brothers." He raised a finger, joking but sharp. "Plus, you're not even qualified to enroll yet, right?" Chu Hung was momentarily stunned, his face tense, then dashed off, voice full of determination. "I will definitely pass that test. Big brother, wait for me." In another corner, Lebang Van stood silently, eyes flashing with calculation. The scene shifted to the bustling city streets outside. An excited voice rang out. "Awesome. To celebrate passing the entrance test and officially becoming freshmen of Jiangning University, today we're not rushing home. How about spending a day in this city?" That was Lin Ze and Guan Ning. Lin Ze shrugged, voice relaxed. "Haha, all right. 4 hours was really exhausting. I need to relax." Guan Ning blushed, eyes sparkling. "Then let's come back tomorrow. Tonight we'll stay in this city for one night." Hearing Guan Ning say that, Lin Ze couldn't refuse. He smiled softly, nodding. "Yeah, sounds good." Seeing his agreement, Guan Ning was so happy she could hardly contain herself, cheeks flushed, eyes downcast, shy, not daring to look up. Suddenly, Lin Ze remembered something. Face anxious, quickly turning to say, "Wait." He glanced at his phone, suddenly realizing his wallet was empty. Oh, damn. Sweat poured down like a shower. Last time, he spent all his money buying upgrade materials for the obedient stone monster, only $300 left. Teacher Lin Ze stood dumbfounded. Guan Ning called out, "What's wrong, bro? Let's eat something first." Though inwardly reluctant, Lin Ze didn't want to disappoint her. He nodded reluctantly. Then the two headed to a premium restaurant that allowed pets to dine together. Inside, Lin Ze sat down, looking confused, not understanding what was happening. Around him, diners busily ate alongside their pets. The scene was unusually lively. Lin Ze thought to himself, so there really is a place like this? Guan Ning beamed brightly, smiling cheerfully. "I've been looking forward to coming to this restaurant for a long time. Our guys also summoned their pets to come along. They've been fighting for us for so long. They deserve a good meal too." Although saddened by his empty wallet, Lin Ze couldn't bring himself to refuse and reluctantly nodded in agreement. The two summoned their pets, pulled out chairs around the table, and got ready to order. When his gaze landed on Snow Woman, Guan Ning couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, "Brother, the last time I saw her, she was still a little girl, but now she's evolved so fast, and she's so beautiful. How did you do that?" Lin Ze replied softly, "Maybe it's because the contract level between me and my pet is quite high." He thought to himself that the story about the system was long and would tell Guan Ning another time. But before he could say more, Guan Ning swiftly grabbed the menu and exclaimed, "Brother, you're amazing! Tonight, you have to teach me. But for now, let's order first." Hearing that, Lin Ze also picked up the menu and flipped through it. Oh, the list of dishes was incredibly long. Roasted lamb leg priced at 18,000 yuan, 7-star grilled beast lung at 6,000, and red dragon ox at 4,000. Seeing the prices, Lin Ze felt like his heart was about to stop. His face darkened, and he swallowed hard. The numbers were astronomical. While he was panicking, the rock demon next to him happily put on an apron, grabbed a knife and fork, ready to dive into the feast. Nearby, Snow Woman played carefree, gently stroking the head of the demonic flame red mane. A restaurant server approached with a bright smile and asked if they wanted to order anything else. Guan Ning quickly pointed at the menu. This one, this one, this one, and also this one. 5 minutes later, the table was filled with exquisitely presented dishes, exactly what you'd expect from a high-end restaurant. Looking at the luxurious and expensive plates, all the pets marveled. Only Lin Ze sat there, expression frozen like a statue. Oh no, I'm doomed. In a flash, the lavish feast ended, and the table was spotless. The rock demon held his belly, full and satisfied, breathing a sigh of relief. A few steps away, Lin Ze stood frozen, his mouth twisted, his mind spinning, trying to figure out a plan. What now? Should he just run away? At that moment, the server came over with a long bill. Sir, your total this time is 30,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? Seeing his hesitation, Guan Ning perceptively stepped forward and interrupted. Let me pay. I also save quite a bit on expenses. Although embarrassed, Lin Ze breathed a sigh of relief that he wouldn't have to skip out on the bill. He smiled lightly, silently cheering. Saved. After paying, the two left the restaurant and strolled leisurely down the street. Guan Ning admired, her eyes shining brightly. The big city at night is really beautiful. Her face lit up with excitement, reflecting hope for a bright future. She added, in the future, I can study with you in the city. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Walking behind her, Lin Ze was lost in a tangle of thoughts. He needed to make money quickly. Taking a mission now would probably be too late. Just then, a loud voice echoed from a nearby building. Oh ha! Great fight. It turned out the building was an arena where a fierce pet battle was underway. Inside, a muscular pet with six-pack abs stood powerfully, while its opponent lay completely defeated on the floor. The crowd roared wildly, shouting, "So cool!" Four-armed monster, undefeated in the death arena, snatched the diamond pouch of the two-stage third-phase wild beast. The muscular beast was the four-armed monster, a bizarre creature at the two-stage third phase. It shouted loudly, "Anyone else want a challenge? Defeat the four-armed monster and you can claim all the money in the gold pool. Just pay a 300 yuan entry fee to qualify. The winner will receive a 50,000 yuan prize from the reward fund." Hearing every word clearly, Lin Ze smirked inwardly, thinking this was his chance to make money. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to summon his pet, and the rock demon appeared, majestic and imposing. He looked at it and asked, "You confident?" The MC's voice continued booming. "Our rules strictly prohibit any soul or magic arts. It's purely hand-to-hand combat to give the audience the thrill of a one-on-one fight. Of course, once on the stage, a life or death agreement must be signed. If your pet accidentally kills the opponent's pet during the fight or is killed by the opponent's pet, neither party will bear any responsibility." After hearing this, Lin Ze turned to Guan Ning and asked, "Do you want to watch the match?" She was surprised, eyes wide. "Brother, are you planning to compete?" He smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "If they're willing to give away money like that, then I won't hold back." According to the system's observation, the four-armed monster was only at the first stage of the third phase, while the rock demon was at the second stage, ninth segment. To be safe, he decided to upgrade the rock demon first. Without hesitation, Lin Ze reached out to the rock demon and activated the upgrade. A powerful aura enveloped it, its strength exploding like never before. The system announced that the rock demon had reached the third stage, third segment, consuming 780 achievement points, leaving 400 points remaining. Lin Ze thought to himself that the higher the level, the more achievement points were needed to upgrade. Watching the rock demon level up, Guan Ning's eyes widened in amazement. "Already leveled up? How did you do that?" Lin Ze dodged the question. Maybe it was because it ate something delicious? Seeing him step onto the arena, Guan Ning excitedly cheered, "Brother, I believe you can definitely beat it." The MC looked at Lin Ze approaching, immediately stirring up the crowd. "A new challenger has appeared. Let's cheer for his courage." The guy looked skinny, standing beside a red-haired, stone-headed monster never seen before. Why on earth would he dare enter this death arena? The crowd laughed mockingly, their voices full of contempt. "Ha ha, is this kid drunk? Where did he come from?" Not knowing his limits. They even pointed at the rock demon, mocking, "That redhead doesn't look like much either. Ha ha." Hearing this, the rock demon was angry but only snorted coldly, holding back. The four-armed monster opposite, twice the size of the rock demon, smiled wickedly. Its owner, Hung Kot, stepped forward, looking down and sneering, "Kid, if my four-armed monster accidentally crushes this tiny creature to death later, don't come crying." Facing the provocation, Lin Ze calmly smiled. "Please give it your best shot." Hung Kot grew more interested, curling his lips in a cold snort. Truly a kid who doesn't know the heavens and earth. Before the fight, both had to sign the life or death agreement. The MC shouted eagerly, "Come here and sign your names. The death contract is ready." Then he yelled loudly, his voice echoing, "The match begins." As soon as the shout ended, Hung Kot decisively ordered the four-armed monster, "Show him what you've got." But just as the four-armed monster charged, the rock demon swiftly dashed, disappearing from its spot like a ghost, leaving no trace. Lin Ze glanced over, quietly relieved. The rock demon still held the upper hand in speed. Retreating backward, the rock demon seized the chance to launch a sharp kick toward the four-armed beast. But before it could connect, the four-armed beast noticed and grabbed its leg, refusing to let go. The rock demon swung its arms to strike again, but this attack was also blocked by the opponent. Not only that, both the arms and legs of the rock demon were tightly gripped by the four-armed beast, unable to move. Then, with a powerful motion, the four-armed beast hurled the rock demon flying straight forward. The rock demon crashed onto the floor, creating a large dent, and lay motionless. Lin Ze was momentarily surprised by this scene, while the surrounding audience murmured in awe at the sheer force. Hung Kot smiled smugly, clenching his fist and speaking, "My four-armed beast may not use any special skills, but with pure strength alone, it can surpass and defeat many pets." Lin Ze nodded, silently admitting that the rules here really favored the four-armed beast. No wonder they were so confident. The four-armed beast grew increasingly dominant, clenching its two hands and curling its lips into a fierce grin. Seeing the incoming strike, the rock demon hurriedly retreated to dodge, but before it could escape, one of the four-armed beast's arms grabbed its leg and pulled it back. Once it had the rock demon secured, the four-armed beast gathered strength to deliver a punch as powerful as a thunderclap. The strike was so fast the rock demon couldn't react. Its head slammed hard, falling face down on the floor. Seeing the opponent sprawled out, Hung Kot snorted coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Is that all the skill you have?" The crowd laughed with delight, collectively praising, "What a beautiful punch." Guan Ning called out worriedly, "Brother." Lin Ze stood silently, his mind spinning with calculations. If it could use skills, the rock demon in its spirit form could easily toy with this giant beast, but the rules only allowed pure strength battles, making it truly hard for the rock demon to compete. No wonder the four-armed beast, with four arms like perfect bone weapons, was so formidable. But the last time the rock demon unlocked a new form was when facing danger. If Guo Xindi's words were true, this was indeed a gamble worth trying. Either unlock a new form or be crushed by the four-armed beast. Lin Ze's eyes flashed with hope as he looked at the rock demon growling fiercely. "Rock demon, show me if you've given it your all," he shouted again. "Do we always have to rely on the snow woman to decide the outcome?" At that moment, the four-armed beast's giant foot raised, ready to stomp the rock demon. But before it could strike, the rock demon's eyes glowed bright red, its body moved slightly, and it slowly stood up. As fast as lightning, the rock demon sprang up and delivered a powerful punch to the center of the four-armed beast, catching it off guard. After the punch, the stone layer on the rock demon's arm shattered, revealing the flesh and bone body inside. It had shifted into a completely new state. The system announced, "The demon general form unlocked, lasting 60 seconds, speed increased by 300%, defense reduced by 100%. Lin Ze was stunned by this scene. Truly unexpected. It turned out the stone armor on the rock demon could be removed, depending on the battlefield situation. Now, the rock demon had transformed, becoming more agile and sturdy, rushing forward. Seeing the rock demon preparing another sneak attack, Hung Kot sneered mockingly. "Ha! Just learned and already forgot." But contrary to his expectation, the four-armed beast couldn't catch up. In the blink of an eye, the rock demon vanished from sight. Hung Kot panicked, exclaiming, "What? What just happened?" While the four-armed beast looked around in confusion, the rock demon suddenly appeared behind it and delivered a powerful kick. The four-armed beast spun around to counterattack, but before it could recover, it took another hit from behind. The rock demon was now exhilarated, seemingly enjoying the thrill after such a brutal beating. It continuously unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving the four-armed beast unable to defend. Time flew by, only 10 seconds left in the form. Lin Ze shouted, "Rock demon, stop playing around and finish it." Hearing the urging, the rock demon dropped its playful demeanor and gathered strength to unleash its final move. the electric surge exploded, piercing through the four-armed beast's body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the four-armed beast collapsed, 5 limbs hitting the floor. The system announced that the rock demon had advanced to Stage 3, Level 4, unlocking the electric surge move exclusive to the demon general form. The demon general form ended. Hung-Kot was stunned, his eyes wild and stammering. This can't be. The crowd in the arena whispered in astonishment. What's going on? The four-armed beast actually lost. That's terrifying. After a moment, the MC stepped forward to check the four-armed beast and then announced, I declare the winner is... But the name called shocked Lin Ze, twisting his mouth in disbelief. The four-armed beast exclaimed in surprise, Huh? The audience reacted in unison. Clearly the four-armed beast had lost. Why was this? Isn't this unreasonable? This kid broke the rules by using a skill, the MC calmly explained. Because this player's pet used a magical skill, according to the rules, they are disqualified. Hearing this, the audience recalled the recent moments. Indeed, the rock demon's appearance changed, but it was just removing its armor. How could that be considered breaking the rules? This is so unfair, they murmured. Hung-Kot, having lost, sighed in relief and curled his lips in a sneer. Kid, you think you can easily get money with a few tricks. Before Hung-Kot could finish, Lin Ze interrupted firmly. I have a new proposal for the pet battle. I accept my loss. The two of us will have a one-on-one fight again. Hung-Kot was stunned. Huh? Then he smiled with delight, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You mean you want to challenge me? The MC immediately stirred the crowd, unable to believe it. This player actually wanted to challenge a real person. This is the professional free wrestling champion, Hung-Kot, folks. The crowd erupted in cheers. Go ahead, we want to see it. We want to see blood flowing like a river. Lin Ze calmly replied, This is even more exciting than the pet battle. Seeing this, the rock demon stood in a corner, dejected with its head bowed. Seeing that, Lin Ze comforted it. You lost this time. Watch me now. Hearing the meaningful words, the rock demon looked up, eyes wide, focused on him. While no one was paying attention, the MC subtly nodded to Hung-Kot. Then he continued the announcement excitedly. Well done. You are the first in history to challenge Hung-Kot. I really admire your guts. Next, if you can beat Hung-Kot, you can still take the prize home. The crowd cheered for Hung-Kot. Teach him a lesson. Let the blood flow like a river. Seeing Guan Ning worried, Lin Ze nodded slightly to reassure him. The final match was about to begin. Hung-Kot, muscles bulging, stood proudly and roared, Come on, kid, let's have a thrilling match. At the same time, outside on the main street, a voice rang out, Hey, Zindi, have you really started to like that kid? Zindi replied while walking, So what, didn't I tell you I only see you as a brother? Damdung heard this angrily. So what exactly does he have that I don't? Besides, you don't even know him, right? I don't want you to get hurt. She cut him off decisively. All right, I'll handle my own problems. You go back early and get some rest. Faced with her cold dismissal, Damdung stood there helplessly, softly calling out, What heart? As he walked away, he growled, Damn it, Lin Ze, I will definitely surpass you. Just wait. While walking, Damdung suddenly heard a cry for help echoing someone was calling for rescue. In a narrow alley, a girl was being restrained by a monster. Her weak voice whispered, Someone, please save me. On the ground, her pet, a Stage 2 fire spirit dog, lay motionless. Without hesitation, Damdung charged forward and kicked the monster, sending it flying to the side. Get lost. Surprised by the sudden attack, the monster rolled over onto its back. Taking the opportunity, Damdung helped the girl up and asked, Are you okay? Where did that beast come from? Before she could answer, a figure jumped down from the rooftop and spoke, There are no such beasts in this world. Damdung was startled and looked up at him, gritting his teeth. Who are you? Is that beast your pet? The man with the mysterious cloak replied, Beast? He smirked. So-called beasts are evil, and pets exploited by others are considered good, right? Who decides these definitions anyway? Although Damdung didn't understand what he meant, he was speechless. What are you trying to say? The man answered, Don't you know? Pets live much longer than humans. However, because humans favor loyalty, some pets stop obeying others after their owners die. They have to live lonely lives for a long time, with no care, no attention, even being labeled as beasts. Not wanting to hear more, Damdung summoned his spirit mage and shouted, If you use it to harm humans, I will never allow you to do evil. The man asked, Are you Damdung? Hearing him know his name, Damdung was shocked. How do you know my full name? Then why don't you surrender now? I'll take you to the Beast-Taming Association for punishment. At those words, the beast growled and tried to attack, but the cloaked man immediately stopped it and stepped back first. Then he pointed his finger at the forehead of the fire spirit dog lying on the ground. The dog began to evolve in a strange way, its body twisting and deforming. It writhed in pain, flailing limbs, eyes wide and glowing blood red, its body swelling to many times its size. Witnessing this, Dam Dung exclaimed, "What's happening?" The cloaked man spoke, "Honestly, I wanted to come to you, but since you came here yourself, let's see if you're worth exploiting." Hearing the noise from the arena, Tam D decided to step in and watch. The crowd was in an uproar, telling that brat to get taught a lesson. Hung Kot would show him what's up. Seeing the scene clearly, Tam D was stunned, eyes wide. Lin Ze was standing in the arena. She rushed forward, shouting, "Lin Ze, keep it up!" Hearing her, Guan Ning beside her was surprised, and they both exchanged shocked glances. On the fighting floor, Hung Kot confidently flexed his muscles, boasting, "In the year 2524, I won the first free fight championship in Thuangha City. In 2524-3, I defeated the heavy artillery Thunder Dragon in Chinping City, and then 3 consecutive years of free martial arts championships in Jiangning. I am Hung Kot, the Muscle King," Lin Ze thought to himself. Average human stamina ranges from 2 to 4, but this guy definitely falls between 4 and 8. Seeing him stand still, Hung Kot was smug. "People usually tremble just hearing my name, and yet this brat isn't scared? Haha," he pointed at Lin Ze's face. "Hey kid, so no one can say I'm bullying you. I'll let you punch first. Come on, hit me." The MC added, "Since you're giving way, go ahead. But be careful not to break any bones." Hung Kot laughed loudly, shouting, "Everyone, watch me!" Without waiting long, Lin Ze stepped forward calmly. "Then I won't be polite." Contrary to expectations, a single punch from him made Hung Kot's face distort, blood splattering everywhere. The blow was so strong that the big guy flew backward, falling like a frog. The cloth in the stands tore apart, and the audience panicked, dodging. Hung Kot was unconscious, completely out of it. The MC was stunned, exclaiming, "Wait, what just happened?" Hung Kot was defeated with just one punch? Tam Di and Guan Ning clapped joyfully, but then suddenly stopped, staring at each other with a complete change in attitude, refusing to even glance at one another. Suddenly, the MC slyly said, "Wait, I didn't signal the start yet," and Lin Ze attacked first, breaking the rules, so the winner hasn't been decided. Before he could finish, Lin Ze stepped forward and quietly said, "Oh, MC, you're panicking. You meant to say sorry. I misspoke. This young hero did not break any rules, so the winner is Lin Ze." His phone rang with a notification. "Ding, you received 50,000. He thought to himself, "This time it's enough to stay at the hotel." Master Lin Ze stepped out. Guan Ning and Tam Di waved goodbye together. He asked in surprise, "What's up with you two?" Tam Di approached and lightly touched his shoulder, praising, "You did great. I didn't expect you could beat him." Guan Ning interrupted, "We're not really close to her, are we?" Tam Di explained, "Don't forget we used to be on the same team, so we're kind of teammates." Guo Jindi added gently, "Besides, we'll be classmates from now on, so let me introduce myself again. I'm Guo Jindi, looking forward to learning from you." Guan Ning frowned, clearly annoyed. Lin Ze turned to ask, "What are you here for?" Tam Di replied, "Of course, to help you activate your specialized soul power." Guan Ning was puzzled. "Specialized soul power?" Tam Di explained, "Yes, if you consider me a friend, I can help. So the three of us should find a quiet place to talk." A while later, at a large nearby hotel, in a room with only one bed, Guan Ning and Tam Di sat on the bed, staring at each other in confusion. "Why are we in the same room like this?" Lin Ze was impatient. "Come on, let's start." Tam Di quickly responded, "My specialized soul power is called perception. Since I was 7, I've been able to sense information that ordinary people can't detect, like breath, location, or even what might happen in the future." Guan Ning was amazed. "Wow, there's such an ability? That's really powerful," Lin Ze asked. "So how will you help us?" Tam Di turned to him. "Close your eyes." Without hesitation, Lin Ze closed his eyes. Tam Di also closed hers, leaning close to him and activating perception. Seeing this, Guan Ning snorted in irritation but was stopped by Tam Di. Only this way can I sense his power to help him follow the right cultivation path." Guan Ning reluctantly nodded. "All right, I trust you this time." In Tam Di's mind, a flood of chaotic thoughts appeared, her heartbeat racing. She told herself, "No, focus." After a moment, a faint image appeared, a person standing there, their body encased in stone. But even looking closely, she couldn't clearly see the face. Guo Shindi's head throbbed painfully, and she quickly stopped, exclaiming, "I saw a very strange pet beast. It's neither a rock demon nor a snow woman. You could say it's like a fusion state of both." Lin Ze was surprised. "A fusion?" Guo Jindi nodded. "Exactly. Right now my health isn't good enough, so I can only sense vague information." Then she turned to Guan Ning. It was his turn next. Guan Ning was startled. "Is it really necessary to have a direct encounter?" Guo Shindi affirmed. "Of course. The hidden potential inside can only be sensed this way, little sister." Saying that, She closed her eyes and began to sense. Suddenly, Guo Xindi's eyes opened wide, her body seeming to sink into a blazing red space. A cold, sharp gaze glanced at her. Guo Xindi was startled awake, her expression panicked. Guanning worriedly asked, "What's wrong? What did you see?" Guo Xindi shook her head. "Nothing, just a shadow. Maybe her potential hasn't been revealed yet, or she needs more training for me to sense it clearly. Still, I have a bad feeling about what I just saw." She thought silently. Whatever it is, it's best not to say it out loud. Then she said, "We still have to work hard. For now, don't tell her." Glancing at the clock, it was already 11:29 p.m. Guo Xindi sighed. "Oh man, why is it so late? A girl like me doesn't know where to go now. What if I run into bad people outside?" She looked at Lin Ze and Guan Ning. "Today, you guys definitely want to keep me here, right?" Lin Ze was embarrassed and hadn't responded yet when Guo Xindi grabbed both their hands and smiled. "Thank you both for keeping me here." That night, Lin Ze lay between Guan Ning and Guo Xindi, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Guan Ning hadn't fallen asleep either, while Guo Xindi secretly observed him. Lin Ze closed his eyes, thinking silently, he must make the rock demon and snow woman get along and activate a specialized soul power. The scene shifted to 10 days later, the new student enrollment ritual. The crowd buzzed as they went to school to be divided into classes. Everyone was excited. "Let me see!" All enrollment batches. Lin Ze looked up carefully to find his name on the board. Lin Ze. His name shone brightly at the top line on the board. Guan Ning cheered happily. "That's great. We're in the same class again." Lin Ze smiled brightly. "Haha, that's really good." Guo Xindi cut in, her voice excited. "I have good news for you two. I'm in the same class as you guys too." Hearing that, Guan Ning's smile suddenly faded halfway. Just then, Dam Dung appeared, his face full of scars, walking heavily. Guo Xindi was startled, exclaiming, "Dam Dung, how did you end up like this? Did you get into another fight?" He sighed deeply, his tone weary. "I ran into some vicious people." Then his face darkened. "Class 2? Today is enough." Another voice sounded angrily. "Luckily, I'm not in the same class as that guy, or I might not be able to hold back from finding a chance to kill him." Dam Dung growled. "That's right, I want to take action now too." Guan Ning stepped forward to encourage the others. "Awesome, you guys passed smoothly too." They laughed in response. "We got assigned to class 4, but only classes 1 and 2 are key classes with much better benefits. Still, thanks to effort, I barely reached my goal." Tu Yen smiled brightly. "Of course, we still have to thank Guan Ning for training us." The scene shifted to the classroom. The teacher stood in front, his voice clear. "Surely everyone has seen me before. From today on, I will be the homeroom teacher of Class 1 and will guide your cultivation for 3 years. Our subjects are diverse. You can choose to participate or not, but my requirement is that whether you attend class or not, you must absolutely not stop cultivating." He paused, emphasizing. "Moreover, after each term there will be evaluations. Those who don't pass will be transferred to regular classes. Oh, right. The top 3 students in each evaluation term will receive scholarships of about 100,000. Guan Ning thought silently. Jiangning Academy really lives up to its reputation. Scholarships that high, just twice, and you can buy a high-level pet beast. The teacher continued. Besides, the school has many clubs, entertainment programs, and cultivation categories. You can explore them after class, but I want to emphasize one category I hope everyone will join. Simulated combat. There is a dedicated simulated combat building behind the lecture hall that can hold thousands of students at once," he explained further. "You can accumulate real experience through simulated battles, helping to level up yourself and your pet beast. Because this is a comprehensive virtual network space, opponents are not only students in the academy, but also beast tamers from across the entire Beast Tamer Federation. Rankings not only bring big rewards, but also determine ranks like bronze, silver, gold, the most important conditions for a beast tamer." While the teacher was lecturing, Lin Ze was lost in thought, thinking he must quickly level up his rock demon to match the snow woman as soon as possible. In another space, Lin Ze shouted, "Fusion!" The system coldly responded, "Fusion failed. Incompatible levels." The school bell rang, signaling the end of class, and everyone started leaving. Lin Ze was no exception, but his heart burned like fire, thinking he must hurry to the simulated combat area to level up. Without hesitation, he rushed there. On the way, clubs were noisily recruiting members. Teacher Lin Ze, a promising member, they gathered around inviting him. One excited person said, "Classmate Lin Ze, interested in joining the Handong Club? We're the most powerful ice-type pet beast club. Come join us." Another person cut in, "Classmate Lin Ze, we're the Rockstone Club. Everyone can train and grow together." The crowd grew tighter. "Join us. We're the Demon Spirit Club. Don't underestimate the Demon Spirit type. We have many beauties and funding too. Lin Ze hurriedly waved his hands. Seniors, I'm really sorry, but I don't plan to join any club for now. Just as his aura shone brightly, another group appeared, stealing all the attention. Someone shouted, "The Gaoshan Club members have arrived. They're really tall." A girl from the Demon Spirit Club explained, "Honestly, this is one of the top 5 clubs at Jiangning Academy. Each member is elite. The second-year top student of Gaoshan once entered the academy with a top 3 record." The tall group slowly approached Lin Ze. Lahan, the leader, coldly asked, "Are you Lin Ze?" Someone behind answered, "Yes, big brother, that's him." Guo Xindi stood behind, thinking silently, "Looks like trouble." Unexpectedly, the person from last time's portrait is a member of the Gao Shan Club. Lin Ze remained calm and fearless, smiling. "Yes, I'm Lin Ze. What's the matter?" Lahan replied coldly. "I'm giving you a chance to join the Gao Shan Club. Your old debt will be wiped clean. You should know the Gao Shan Club doesn't recruit just anyone, so cooperate and be sensible. Don't waste the opportunity if you get it." But Lin Ze was unfazed and gently declined. "Thanks for your kindness, but sorry, I don't want to join any club for now." Lahan, the leader, asked coldly, "Are you Lin Ze?" Someone behind answered for him, "Yes, boss, that's him." Guo Xindi stood behind, thinking silently, "Looks like trouble." Didn't expect that the last time's recruit was a member of the Gaoshan Guild. Lin Ze remained calm and fearless, smiling. "Yes, I am Lin Ze. What's the matter?" Lahan replied coldly. "I'm giving you a chance. Join the Gaoshan Guild, and your old debts will be wiped clean. You should know the Gaoshan Guild doesn't recruit just anyone, so don't just blindly follow along. Be sensible. Don't miss this chance." But Lin Ze was unfazed, gently refusing. "Thanks for the offer, but sorry, I'm not interested in joining any guild for now. You're just asking for more trouble joining clubs now. It won't help you level up, even if it's the Gao Shan Guild." Hearing this, Lahan got angry. What? He dares to refuse the Gao Shan Guild? Such a good opportunity. The guy next to him poured fuel on the fire. "Kid, don't be so stubborn. If you don't join today, you'll become the enemy of the Gao Shan Guild." Lin Ze didn't care and pulled Guan Ning away, saying, "It's fine." That action made Lahan furious, his cold gaze sweeping toward him. Guo Xindi looked at Lin Ze, secretly admiring him. "No wonder he's the man she's interested in," Guan Ning nervously asked. "Won't this cause trouble for you?" Lin Ze reassured. "Joining these guilds only brings more trouble. If they really have the strength, they can use their power to change my mind." Scene shifts to the combat simulation area, everyone training diligently. Guan Ning exclaimed, "Wow, it's so crowded here." Lin Ze replied, "Yeah, let's get started quickly." Following his lead, Guan Ning sat at the training table, determined to catch up with Lin Ze. Lin Ze entered the battle room, and after a moment, his eyes widened. Before him was a mystical space with a system panel displaying information. Name Lin Ze, gender male, level trainee, 0 points, 1 match played, win rate unranked 573,620. He was surprised. The combat simulation was this crowded? Then he pressed a button in the system, setting the goal to break into the top 10,000. The system announced matchmaking started. After a while, results appeared. Matchmaking successful. Battle begins in 10 seconds. Please prepare. Lin Ze was transported to a desolate land filled with grass and mountains. He looked around in amazement. Had the scene changed to a prairie already? The opponent spoke up. "Looking around? This is your first time in the combat simulation, right? You're a student?" Lin Ze just nodded without answering. The guy smirked slyly. "Every year at the start of school, there's a bunch of rookies here. Looks like today I'm lucky to get these points." He summoned a wild boar with long tusks and floppy ears, a 2-stage wild beast. The opponent excitedly ordered, "Come on, let's have a thrilling fight." The wild boar growled in response, baring its long tusks and floppy ears. Lin Ze calmly thought, 2-stage, no wonder I got paired with a newbie like me. He shouted a summoning, and the rock demon appeared towering before the boar. The opponent, unprepared for the outcome, laughed loudly. "I'll show you the age gap." The rock demon stepped forward, delivering a kick that knocked the tusked boar down, unconscious without resistance. The guy panicked, sweating profusely, face pale, now understanding what respect means. Meanwhile, other battles were raging. The system kept announcing, "A human system 2-stage 3-segment ranked 573,541. 1,541 links beast system 2-stage 6-segment ranked 572. 494 carnivorous plant system 2-stage 9-segment ranked 548,325. 2 days later, the rock demon reached 3-stage 7-segment. Snow woman advanced to 4-stage 2-segment ranked 99. 832. 32 broke into the top 100,000 plus 1,000 achievement points. Lin Ze crossed his arms, silently evaluating that the intense battles over 2 days helped the rock demon increase by 3 segments. He looked at the rock demon lying exhausted at his feet, breathing heavily. Let's stop here today. You must be tired. Online, the crowd buzzed with excitement. A highlighted post, "Newbie is super strong, broke into top 100,000 in 3 days." Comments were lively. "That's him? Oh my god. Big boss. 100% win rate. Heard he's a new student. I met him. That Lynx is too handsome. Anyone know info about this guy?" While reading, Guan Ning woke up and asked, "Bro, when did you get up?" Bing Yun passed by teasing, "Oh, isn't this Lin Ze?" He stood up and left the arena, replying, "Aren't you the freshman president this year?" Hearing Han Yi's teasing, Bing Yun snorted coldly. "You're really dedicated, battling till late. But listen to this news. Don't be surprised." Before he could brag, Lin Ze interrupted. "You dropped out?" Ignoring the sarcasm, Bing Yun held up 3 fingers. "Proud? 3 days. It only took me 3 days to break into the top 150,000. How about that?" Guan Ning was scrolling his phone and suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Bing Yun was overconfident, laughing joyfully. But Guan Ning dropped a bomb. "My bro just broke into the top 100,000 just now." Bing Yun was shocked, yelling, "What?" Lin Ze and Guan Ning didn't care, strolling casually around campus. Guan Ning complained, "Bro, my rank is stuck at 180,000. No matter how hard I try, it's tough to improve." She continued, "I want to sign a contract with another pet. Got any suggestions?" Lin Ze was surprised. "Since when do you qualify to sign a second contract?" Guan Ning lightly punched his face in frustration. "Did you forget I'm the only one in class who chose the advanced difficulty and passed?" He rubbed his face, smiling wryly. "Of course I remember. I'm enough." Then he got serious. "How do you want to sign a contract with a second pet?" Guan Ning was honest. "I haven't figured it out yet. Need to consider maturity. The rarity and synergy with the demonic flame Redmane." Lin Ze smiled warmly, confident in choosing a pet. He had quite a few insights. "Let me help you." In his mind, he calculated it was time to help Guan Ning pick a pet with a hidden evolution path. Guan Ning beamed. "That sounds great. Let's go to the pet shop this weekend." He nodded in agreement. Not far away, in a small pavilion in the school garden, a pretty girl glanced over. Teacher Lin Ze saw Guan Ning off to the dormitory, bidding him a warm farewell. She waited until Guan Ning was out of sight before appearing behind him. The two were so close, like shadows inseparable. Lin Ze turned back to Guo Xindi, who continued training, studying, and eating together with him. Then Xindi stepped closer, curious. "Hey, what exactly is your relationship with him?" Lin Ze scratched his face, avoiding the question. "If nothing else, I'm going to rest now." But Xindi grabbed his hand. "Serious, you two might be in trouble." She told him that Dam Dung had been attacked earlier by a mysterious person. In Dam Dung's memory, all of us candidates were targets of that person. Lin Ze asked, "Who is it? What's the motive?" Xindi shook her head. "I don't know. All we know is that he's very strong, possessing a unique soul technique that can corrupt pets into demonic beasts. In short, you have to be careful." Lin Ze nodded. "Thanks for the heads up. I'm off." He left, leaving Xindi standing there, her expression heavy with worry, demonic corruption, ominous feelings about Guan Ning's future, and indescribable unease. The next day, at the Academy's battle tower, Lin Ze stepped onto the arena, sitting cross-legged, entering combat mode, aiming for the top 10,000. After a series of matches, Snow Woman's rank rose to 1,002. Outside, a masked figure watched Lin Ze's info on a laptop. First-year student, 18 years old, ranked 2002 in simulated combat. Spirit type, 100% win rate. Pet type unknown between Ice Spirit and Rock Demon. Special abilities unknown. That Lam Tin smiled and tapped his phone. "Interesting. I need to find someone to meet him." In the combat zone, the system announced a successful match pairing. Lin Ze was surprised when his opponent wore a bone mask decorated with strange patterns. "You rub your chin. Since when did wearing masks become a thing in combat?" The white bone mask replied, raising his hand to summon. The Earth-type armored turtle at 4th rank, 1st stage, and the Water-type dragonfish at 4th rank, 1st stage, appeared. He was smug. "Don't think you're the only one with 2 pets." Lin Ze was not surprised to summon Snow Woman and Rock Demon, smiling. "That's only fair." Seeing the opponent's 2 4th-rank pets, Lin Ze frowned, thinking silently. The top 10,000 ranked players really are experts. How strong must the top 10 be? Noticing his expression change, the bone-masked man spoke. "I know you, Lin Ze, right? Didn't expect you to reach this level so quickly." "Not bad." He pointed directly at him. "But you were weak before. Defeat me and break into the top 10,000, and you'll become a top-tier powerhouse. Then you'll qualify to work with us." Lin Ze didn't like what he heard. He closed his eyes, tilted his head, and replied coldly, "Work with you? Don't decide for me. Enough talk. Let's start." The bone-masked man raised his hand high. his voice suddenly dropping. Hey, I'll show you something special. There's always someone stronger beyond the sky, and someone greater beyond man. The dragonfish unleashed a powerful water column without warning, but Snow Woman quickly raised an ice shield, stopping the attack. In the blink of an eye, the thick ice shattered into pieces. The reason was Rock Demon's eyes burning red with killing intent, rushing forward, but the opponent was no pushover. The armored turtle spread its brown, earth-colored sharp spikes like blooming flowers, launching earth darts from those spikes. Rock Demon, charging forward, was momentarily surprised but quickly transformed his entire body into a demon, immune to physical damage. The opponent's attack didn't stop. The armored turtle curled like a wheel, its sharp spikes spinning wildly, charging forward at a terrifying speed. Snow Woman immediately created a large ice shield to block, knocking the turtle ball away. But she suddenly received news of Lin Ze's defeat as fast as the wind, shaking the entire rookie community when they heard that the top 10,000 contender had been stopped. A few comment messages immediately appeared, buzzing with discussion. Just a rookie and already this strong? That arrogant brat? I've been hoping he'd fail for a long time. Surely he got taught a lesson by the seniors. Lebangvan skimmed through the messages, walking slowly over to Lin Ze, speaking, Lin Ze, you've also encountered that self-proclaimed symbiosis group, right? Lin Ze put his hands in his pockets, his gaze cold as he replied. So, you joined them too? He raised a fist slightly, expression unshaken. Lebangvan snorted lightly, voice full of challenge. Humph, don't underestimate me. Anyone who acts tough in front of me will pay the price. Lin Ze remained calm and asked, do you know where they come from? Lebangvan turned and walked away, tossing back a line. I'll find a way to track them down myself. Stay here alone. He stroked his chin, pondering. This group seems huge. What exactly do they want? Yesterday, Guo Jindi mentioned them, and the image of a masked figure flashed through my mind. Lin Ze's eyes darkened, a bad premonition rising like a storm ready to break. Stepping out into the schoolyard, he let each step lead him, his mind sinking into thought. Currently, his rock demon was at 3rd rank, 7th stage, and Snow Woman reached 4th rank, 2nd stage. With just over 1,000 points left, he couldn't upgrade Rock Demon to 4th rank because he lacked the materials to break through. An info panel popped up in his mind, showing the next evolution form for the Earth-type Rock Demon required 3rd rank, 9th stage, 100% maturity, 30 high-grade Earth element essences, and 3 spirit core stones. Immediately, he converted everything into cash to buy the materials, needing at least 400,000. Just then, a voice called out, Chu Hung running over from afar, his loud voice hitting Lin Ze's mental wound. Big bro, did you see the forum news that you were defeated? Is there an opponent so strong even you couldn't beat? Lin Ze glanced over, lightly touching the scar on his forehead, replying, I'm not invincible. Change the subject. He raised his hand and asked, by the way, you're knowledgeable. Do you know how to get high-grade Earth element essences and spirit core stones? Chu Hung was stunned by the request, eyes wide. Big bro, how many do you need? Lin Ze answered immediately. 3 high-grade Earth element essences, 3 spirit core stones. Chu Hung's face turned pale with panic. Big bro, even if you robbed, it wouldn't be enough. But then his eyes lit up as if an idea had just sparked. Hey, wait, big bro, I know a place where we can find those. A slight smile appeared on Lin Ze's lips. All right, lead the way. Chu Hung was startled. Huh? Right now? The two headed toward Lingyun Mountain, a barren rocky land with no trees. Chu Hung led the way, recounting everything. Under the suffocating pressure of the situation, Chu Hung felt awkward, sweat beading on his forehead. Big bro, my wide-mouthed monster isn't suited to handle this whole pack of beasts. You better figure out a way to retreat quickly. Little Snow Woman suddenly unleashed extreme cold winds, icy whirlwinds sweeping through, turning the ground into a frozen forbidden zone. The beasts were immediately frozen, turning into sparkling ice statues. The rest was just smashing them, and Rock Demon did an excellent job with destructive power. From the shattered ice pieces, Chu Hung picked up a few crystal fragments, eyes shining with joy. Big bro, now we're rich. He turned to Lin Ze, voice full of excitement. Big bro, I'll have the wide-mouthed monster swallow all of this. When dividing the loot, Chu Hung suggested a 70-30 split with some crystals already swallowed by the wide-mouthed monster, but Chu Yi coldly dismissed it, throwing everything away. Shocked, Chu Hung's eyes widened, face twisted. Why? Isn't this a big score? Even though the market value of these crystals isn't high, they're extremely valuable for training. To clarify, Lin Ze picked up a large crystal fragment, slowly analyzing it. This stuff was inside the wide-mouthed monster's mouth, and since its mouth was wide but limited, low-grade materials like this weren't worth keeping. There must be better stuff deeper in this secret realm, and then he could pick up as much as he wanted. Rock Demon also held a crystal, examined it, then tossed it away, turning to walk on. The wide-mouthed monster immediately spat out all the crystals. Chu Hung nodded, suddenly understanding. Right, lead the way. Let's go deeper inside. They continued forward, the blue crystals on the cliff walls now shifting to a strange green. Lin Ze observed carefully, analyzing in his mind. It seemed high-grade earth element essences and spirit core stones didn't appear on the small beasts here. The deeper they went, the terrain changed noticeably, from blue to green. But just then, the group noticed the ground trembling unusually. Chu Hung couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What the hell is that?" Despite reacting, he couldn't avoid a sudden attack from a strange creature. It bit down on the wide-mouthed monster. In a critical moment, Lin Ze nimbly jumped aside, avoiding a direct hit. Even without orders, the hot-tempered nature of the rock demon made it smash a similar monster. But now the group was tightly surrounded by three strange beasts. System notification: Granite Earth-type serpent, 3rd rank, 4th segment. Lin Ze quickly assessed. These guys bite once, then run, making me a bit off guard. Observe carefully, prepare to follow their movement path. As soon as they peek out, strike a critical blow immediately. But things weren't that simple. Chu Hung shouted in panic, worried for his pet. Damn it, quickly release my wide-mouthed monster. I'll risk it with you. Just as he focused on one threat, another granite serpent suddenly surfaced and bit Chu Hung himself. He raised his hand desperately, tears streaming down. Big brother, save me. Lin Ze felt cold sweat trickle down. Memories of being grabbed by the golden plant beast during the trial flooded back. With sharp judgment, he activated a protective aura just as another serpent lunged. He signaled the rock demon, which immediately launched a friendly embrace, stunning the granite serpent. Little Snowball didn't stand still, shooting countless sharp ice needles at the enemy. The rock demon jumped back on Lin Ze's signal. The ice needles rained down so fast the serpent couldn't react. Chu Hung stared in disbelief. Hey, why isn't the rock demon using its demon transformation? Why did Big Brother let it jump away with such thick skin? The serpent burrowed underground to avoid, but the rock demon's strong hands had already grabbed it tightly. However, another serpent took advantage of the opening and attacked. The rock demon had to release the held serpent and block the new attacker's bite with both hands. Thinking it had escaped, the released serpent suddenly circled back. Chu Hung shouted a warning. It's coming back, dodge quickly. Lin Ze's eyes darkened, but he signaled the rock demon to stand still and wait. At the crucial moment, Little Snowball activated the extreme cold wind again, freezing the ground instantly, trapping several serpents solidly in thick ice. Only the rock demon in demon form remained unaffected. As the white frost smoke dissipated, all attacks stopped. The rock demon returned to normal form, smashing the ice blocks containing the serpents into fragments. Chu Hung suddenly realized, so Big Brother deliberately let the rock demon be bait, waiting for the serpents to reveal themselves to avoid them breaking the ice and escaping. System notification: You have defeated a giant granite serpent, obtaining 2 superior earth elemental essences. Lin Ze pondered, just need to take down 28 more. While he was still analyzing, Chu Hung raised his hand and shouted loudly, drawing attention. Big Brother's in trouble. 2 serpents suddenly moved strangely. Chu Hung and the wide-mouthed monster were just released, but around them was a pitch-black darkness. Huh? Where is this? Realizing the situation, both screamed in terror as pairs of glowing red eyes glared at them. The wide-mouthed monster curled up, hugging Chu Hung protectively. I shouldn't have come here. We're definitely dead. Just when hope seemed lost, a flash of light appeared from above. Lin Ze had just broken a large hole in the rock wall. Chu Hung and the pet cheered joyfully. Big Brother's come to save us. The serpents gaped in shock, unable to react in time. Lin Ze smiled meaningfully, counting each one with his finger. 28 exactly. From the bottom of the pit, Chu Hung tried to calm down, forcing a confident smile. Big Brother, I knew you'd never abandon me. But no sooner had he spoken than the granite serpents silently appeared, surrounding them in utter panic. Both turned pale, tears streaming like rivers. We're dead, we're dead, Chu Hung screamed, voice trembling. Big Brother Lin Ze, do something quickly. Above, Lin Ze calmly gave orders in a steady voice. Snow Girl. Little Snowball immediately understood, raising her hands to condense icy energy. An ice burst attack was unleashed, countless sharp ice arrows hovering in the air ready to descend. Watching the magnificent scene, Chu Hung still couldn't calm down, trembling as he lamented to his pet, wide-mouthed monster, tell me, we're doomed, right? Huh? No? As the ice arrows fell, they hit their targets precisely, piercing through the granite serpents. The system continuously updated notifications for receiving 1, 2, 3 superior earth elemental essences. Though outwardly calm, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel joyful inside. Only one type of material came from these immature granite serpents. They really were too weak. The system continued announcing receiving 9 superior Earth elemental essences, totaling 28 serpents and 9 necessary materials now in hand. From the bottom of the pit, Chu Hung and the wide-mouthed monster climbed out, breathing a sigh of relief. They survived, not sure if they accidentally drank some youth potion because their faces looked like newborn babies. He clasped his hands, eyes shining brightly. Big brother Lin Ze, you really are my half-brother from another mother. But just as they left the cave, a giant granite serpent suddenly surfaced, flinging both into the air. Chu Hung could only lament his fate. Why me? Lin Ze remained calm, gently ordering, Rock Demon, save them. The rock demon instantly blinked into view, grabbing the panicked Chu Hung by the collar with one hand and holding the long trunk on the wide-mouthed monster's head with the other. With a swift move, it threw both to the ground with a dry thud. The rock demon's gaze drilled into the enemy, a giant granite serpent blocking the cave entrance. It stood proudly, fist raised high, ready to crush the opponent. Lin Ze stroked his chin, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile. Huh? You're angry now? Snow Girl, Rock Demon, it's time to show the results of your training. The rock demon cracked its knuckles, while Little Snowball crossed her arms and stepped forward coldly. But before she could act, the giant serpent lunged first, aiming straight at the rock demon. It immediately activated demon transformation while Little Snowball jumped aside, raising both hands to condense icy power. An extreme ice burst exploded, icy chains binding the serpent tightly, restricting all its movements. The rock demon took the opportunity to charge, letting out a resounding roar, eyes glowing like molten rock, delivering a meteor-like punch that caused a huge explosion on the serpent's head. As the dust settled, the rock demon stepped out, its glossy black skin shimmering. The system immediately updated. Rock Demon 3rd rank, 7th segment, advanced to 3rd rank, 8th segment, growth rate 24%. The next notification rang out. The giant granite serpent's nest cleared, received 500 accumulation points, 10 superior earth elemental essences, and 1 spirit core stone. Lin Ze clenched his fist, beaming. With 30 upgrade materials, the rock demon could finally evolve to a new level. These accumulation points were enough to increase experience and meet breakthrough conditions. Though he was the one who succeeded, Chu Hung was even more excited, shouting loudly, Big brother, you're the best! Now let's go down and find the treasure. There's definitely a ton of cool stuff. But before the joy could settle, a figure cloaked in green appeared, clapping loudly. It was the person who had severely injured Dam Dung. He raised his index finger, eyes cold and sharp. Lin Ze, you really are someone worth my attention. Lin Ze was startled, turned around cautiously, and asked, Who are you? How do you know my identity? The mysterious figure briefly vanished, but quickly reappeared with a sly smile. Who am I? He spread his arms wide, his voice full of arrogance. Surely you've heard of the symbiosis group. The sudden appearance made Lin Ze frown, a sense of unease rising within him. But from afar, Guan Ning shouted loudly, his voice filled with astonishment. Are you a member of the symbiosis group? Lin Ze turned around in surprise. You know about the symbiosis group too? Guan Ning nodded. No secrets here. Of course, 2 days ago, Boss Lei asked me to investigate this organization. They specialize in attacking those who own companion beasts, stealing their pets and then claiming to be the protectors of those pets. Their doctrine is to liberate pets. Freedom is symbiosis. The more Lin Ze listened, the uglier his expression became. In front of them, a sinister energy radiated, and a creature with colors resembling a lava demon appeared behind the cloaked figure. Guan Ning quickly connected the dots, his voice trembling. The extremist Companion Beast Protection Association, the Symbiosis Group. In the tense atmosphere, the cloaked figure raised a finger, speaking persuasively as he began to explain. Since the great catastrophe a century ago, ferocious beasts have flooded the continent through spatial cracks. Those tamed by humans are called pets, while the unruly ones who refuse to submit are labeled as savage monsters. Suddenly, he shouted, eyes blazing with fury. Why? Human society is obsessed with discrimination, not only among humans but also among species, dividing them into hierarchical ranks. This world is too unjust. The symbiosis group was born to break that injustice. His words made Lin Ze waver briefly, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. He continued in an enchanting tone, Lin Ze, you are talented. Join the symbiosis group. We will unlock the hidden potential within you, unleash the instincts of your pets, and turn them into true kings. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, his inner turmoil rising. Kings, huh? Does he know the hidden evolutionary path of the snow woman and the lava demon? But then he shook his head, decisively rejecting it. No, you're wrong. He's just exaggerating. This world is inherently unfair. The strong crush the weak, but I absolutely refuse to be controlled by any organization. Lin Ze hesitated. Guan Ning, standing nearby, shouted loudly with a warning tone. Big brother, don't listen to him. I've investigated thoroughly. They use this trick to deceive everywhere. They're terrorists disguised as sheep. If they really had that power, the Beast Guild would have been disbanded long ago, and they'd be ruling the entire tamed beast world. The cloaked figure laughed weirdly, waving his hand with disdain. Haha, you understand nothing, he signaled, and the black and red creature behind him exhaled a strange breath. From somewhere, it lifted a granite earth-type snake, second stage, seventh segment, gently stroking it as if soothing its pain. Under his hand, the snake began to transform, its bones cracking rhythmically in a mystical cadence. The snake's eyes glowed fiercely red. Small stones around it were drawn in, forming a dense armor. Lin Ze and Guan Ning paled, horrified by the scene. The cloaked figure spread his arms arrogantly. Look, this is the breaking of chains. True rebirth. The snake no longer bore the aquamarine color, but shifted to a dangerous red and black, with sharp spikes protruding, its body larger. The system announced, Giant Demonic Granite Snake, Earth Type, 5th Stage, 1st Segment. Lin Ze was stunned. Soul techniques can transform beasts into demons, making them more ferocious, surpassing 3 ranks. He was the one who attacked Dan Dung. The cloaked figure continued to provoke. Let me show you a complete transformation, he commanded. The snake roared, 6 blazing red eyes wide open, unleashing a widespread mental attack. The ground cracked open, countless sharp spikes shot up, rushing forward at a terrifying speed. In a critical moment, a giant ice wall rose, reinforced by the snow woman to protect the group. Guan Ning panicked, clutching the lava demon's leg, screaming, Big brother, we're done for this time. If only I had fed the wide-mouthed monster before we left, he wailed. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, startling Guan Ning into silence. Does it hurt? It was the groan of the demonic granite snake. It was in pain, its body aching terribly. Guan Ning quickly turned to Lin Ze. Big brother, this snake is crying out in pain. Lin Ze froze, his voice sharp as he shouted at the cloaked figure. You talk about equality, but you control and exploit the weak for your own purposes. Is that your idea of fairness? The snake attacked wildly, destroying everything around. Lin Ze snapped back to focus and ordered, Snow Woman, use the violent snowstorm to freeze it. Snow Woman raised her hand and unleashed the violent snowstorm. Ice began to cover the snake. But at 4th stage, 2nd segment, Snow Woman struggled to suppress the 5th stage, 1st segment snake, especially since ice and earth don't counter each other. Lin Ze gritted his teeth, eyes cold. Normally, surpassing a rank to defeat an enemy is impossible unless you have a trump card, he muttered. But this snake isn't a true 5th stage. This soul technique consumes the pet's potential, definitely causing backlash. He opened the system, frowned, confirming the consumption of all achievement points to upgrade the lava demon. The lava demon immediately shifted into demon form, its speed soaring from 3rd stage, 8th segment to 3rd stage, 9th segment, a 100% increase. Without orders, it charged straight at the snake. But Lin Ze panicked inside. Demon transformation increases speed by 300%, but decreases defense by 100%, turning the lava demon into a fragile glass cannon. He shouted, Snow Woman, support the lava demon immediately. As the snake's rocky scales trembled, preparing to attack, Snow Woman froze it in time. Just then, the system announced an increase in fusion level, unlocking a combined skill, Ice Core Incident. This skill channels ice energy into the opponent's stone core, causing an ultra-cold explosion on impact, with power depending on charge time. Lin Ze stood stunned. A combined skill? A giant ice stone hovered in the air. The ice stone pillar exploded with power, channeling extreme cold energy into the lava core, ready to detonate on contact. The force and soul power consumed depended on the charge time. Lin Ze stroked his chin, eyes flashing, as he realized the newly unlocked combined skill. To activate soul fusion techniques, not only must Snow Woman and the lava demon be at the same level, but their spirits must also be in sync. The lava demon lunged, taking advantage of the giant stone snake's attack, being blocked by shards of ice mirrors. With a skillful leap, it landed directly on the snake's head. The opponent turned, energy suddenly spreading, but the lava demon delivered a precise kick to its weak spot. The situation shifted rapidly. The snake reared back, roaring, its body twisting, no longer using stones but swinging its massive tail to smash the ice shield. The ice shield shattered into sparkling fragments, forcing the lava demon to retreat. Lin Ze and the Snow Woman briefly worried, thoughts racing through their minds. This isn't good. The snake's attacks are becoming more relentless. The Snow Woman can't keep raising the ice crystal shield continuously to support the rock demon's defense. The cloaked figure leaned against his bizarre creature, humming a taunting tune. You all should try harder. Don't die too soon, or I'll be really disappointed. Provoked, Lin Ze shouted loudly, his voice trembling with anger. Snow Woman. The rock demon is using a combo skill. My mind is shaking hard. He's just toying with us. God knows what else he's planning. We have to fight fast and decisively. He turned to Chu Hung, eyes determined. He and the wide-mouthed monster tried to draw the attention of the giant petrified demon snake. My pet skill needs time to build energy. Chu Hung trembled, face twisted in distress, thoughts in chaos. Can I really draw its attention? But Lin Ze didn't let him hesitate. If the whole group dies here, no one will pick up our bodies. Chu Hung turned pale, voice shaking. No, I don't want to die. He immediately acted. The wide-mouthed monster advanced, suddenly leaping and spitting a stream of green acid straight at the snake. The acid touched the snake's body, smoking and corroding it, causing it to tilt its head and groan in pain. At the same time, the ice stone had accumulated enough energy, growing larger and hurtling down at a terrifying speed. The Snow Woman focused, channeling extra ice energy, while the rock demon also pushed force into the stone. Lin Ze gritted his teeth and roared, "Do it now." The ice stone pillar slammed into the ground, causing a shaking explosion. Blue light enveloped the space, sharp ice shards protruding everywhere. An ice shield was raised, protecting all three from the aftershock. Thanks to his sensing ability, Chu Hung detected the snake's voice still full of pain. It was still alive. I hear it. Lin Ze squinted and stepped closer, ignoring Chu Hung's panic. Big brother, what are you going to do? Wait for me. The snake's groans grew clearer. It hurts. It's uncomfortable. Save me. Chu Hung moved closer, voice trembling. It's saying it's in pain, wants our help. Lin Ze, big brother, please end this pain. Lin Ze clenched his fists, eyes heavy with sorrow. Without hesitation, he focused his soul energy into his fingertip, closed his eyes, and unleashed a critical strike on the snake's heart. The system immediately updated. Achievement unlocked. Defeated the giant petrified demon snake. Earned 1,000 achievement points, 10 high-level earth elemental essences, and 1 explosion card. Achievement unlocked. Liberation of the giant petrified demon snake. Received 500 achievement points, 2 latent spirit stones, 1 soul energy crystal, and 1 soul energy supplement potion. The snake returned to its original state, lifeless. A total of 3 latent spirit stones were enough for the rock demon to evolve. The atmosphere turned gloomy. Despite the extra rewards, Lin Ze felt heavy-hearted, his face twisted in confusion. Why did he feel so bad? The cloaked figure shattered the silence, laughing devilishly, pointing a finger. That look. Are you angry? You beast tamers kill creatures for materials, right? Lin Ze couldn't hold back and shouted, "You." The Snow Woman was ready to strike again, but he restrained his anger and raised his hand to stop her. He pointed coldly, "Beast tamers kill ferocious beasts for materials." Yes, but if you encounter a creature too strong, the tamer becomes the prey. This world is full of injustice and contradictions, but I despise people like you even more, pretending to be righteous while oppressing and exploiting the weak. He growled, "Your symbiotic group is nothing but hypocrites." The cloaked figure lost his smug expression, his face darkening. Ha, this negotiation has failed. Suddenly, he looked toward the Snow Woman, smirking. "Girl with the special soul technique, want to chat with me for a few minutes?" The cloaked figure's taunt hit Lin Ze like a dagger to the heart. "Your little sister? You're skilled in demonized soul arts. Surely you want to talk with me too." Lin Ze's anger flared to its peak, eyes icy cold. "What do you want?" A wave of worry surged. Guan was in danger. Without waiting for an answer, the cloaked figure turned his back and walked away, leaving a malicious taunt behind. Lin Ze wasn't about to let him escape. He raised his hand and gave a decisive command. The Snow Woman locked him down. Sharp ice pillars shot out, transforming into icy chains that tightly wrapped around the enemy. The ice membrane condensed, twisting into a circle, but the Snow Woman couldn't sense the target. Lin Ze stood helpless. He got away. Without hesitation, Lin Ze dashed toward Jiangning University campus at full speed, holding Guanning's photo, urgently questioning everyone around. "Have you seen Guanning? Classmate, where is this girl? Has anyone seen her?" From afar, Guo Xindi and Dam Dung gradually appeared, both looking confused. Dam Dung frowned suspiciously. Why is Lin Ze so worried about a girl like this? Guo Xindi didn't let Dam Dung ask further and hurried over. "Lin Ze, I'll find out what happened." A rushed conversation took place. "Lin Ze, what's wrong with you?" He replied in a serious tone. "I encountered the one who attacked Dam Dung. His next target is Guanning." Guo Xindi paused briefly, then provided a clue. Guanning. After class, she said she was going to the virtual space training room. Lin Ze immediately turned. "Virtual space training room? I'm going now." Guo Xindi hurried after him. "I'll come with you." Dam Dung was left behind, stunned. "Hey, what's going on? I don't understand anything." Just then, Chu Hung suddenly appeared, shouting loudly, startling Dam Dung. Lin Ze and I met the symbiotic group in the secret realm. They targeted Guan to attack. What? Damdung was shocked and immediately chased after them. Why didn't you say so earlier? I absolutely won't let that happen again. The four split up to search the virtual space training area. Dong Thon called out loudly, Guan, where are you? When they were at a dead end, Lebang Van suddenly appeared, teasing, looking for Guan, I know where she is. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, suspicious of his attitude. Want to know? Beg me. Maybe I'll tell you. Lebang Van sneered. Can't stand it. Lin Ze grabbed his collar and shouted immediately. Lebang Van panicked and coughed. Okay, I'll tell you. I saw Guan and a girl named Zhang talking about buying materials. Maybe they went to the pet shop. Lin Ze clenched his fists tightly, worry growing as he couldn't contact Guan or Zhang Xiaoyun. He pointed at Chu Heng. Report this to the school. We're going to find them now. The group rushed to the pet shop area, tension thick in the air. In a hidden corner, Guan slowly opened her eyes, gaze hazy. She noticed Zhang Xiaoyun lying unconscious nearby. Xiaoyun, where are we? When fully awake, she realized her hands were tightly bound, hanging suspended. The masked man who fought Lin Ze stepped forward, voice cold. Awake now? Before her stood two strangers from the symbiotic group. Guan gritted her teeth and demanded, Who are you? Why did you kidnap us? The mysterious man raised a hand and sneered. Not kidnapping, just making friends. We are the symbiotic group. Guan was confused, eyes flashing with anger. Making friends? Who makes friends by kidnapping? Let us go. She quickly calculated. The fire element of the demonic flame Redmane could counter the plant-type Thunderleap Dragon Beast. She just needed to summon it to burn the vines. But her thought was interrupted when the vines tightened, causing a sharp pain. The first mysterious figure, who possessed a beast similar to Lebang Van's Thunderleap Dragon Beast but with a red hue, spoke up. My venomous beast has injected poison into your body. If you don't want to become crippled, don't use your soul power. Guan tried to stay conscious, waiting for the poison to subside. She gritted her teeth and asked, What do you want? The first mysterious figure spread his arms, his voice full of persuasion. It's very simple. We invite you to join the symbiotic group to break this unjust world. I heard you know a special soul technique that can turn Thunderleap Dragon Beasts into demons, right? Cooperate and answer honestly. Guan face turned pale from fear, but she still shouted loudly, My pet can transform into a demon, but that's the power of the demonic flame Redmane. The first mysterious figure frowned, displeased. It seemed she wasn't being honest. Then we'll have to use special methods. Guan panicked. I don't know any special soul technique. At that moment, a loud sound interrupted. Lin Ze appeared, his aura like a demon god, eyes blazing, and he gently set her down. At his feet, a new black pet stuck out its tongue and growled menacingly. Seeing her brother's figure, Guan excitedly cheered. Brother, that's awesome. The first mysterious figure was vaguely suspicious and alarmed by this sudden threat. It's Lin Ze. Didn't the boss say he would meet him in person? Why is he here? He suddenly realized another detail. That mask had appeared in the virtual simulation battle before. At that moment, the first mysterious figure suddenly understood the truth. He possessed the ability to locate us so quickly. A pet wagged its tail. A Tibetan Mastiff-type spirit beast, animal system. Second stage, third phase, with a soul rescue skill that could pierce visual obstructions and track the scent left by the target. The fresher the trail, the better the tracking effect. After grasping the situation, he spoke confidently, prepared for defense. Isn't this a Thunderleap Dragon Beast tracking pet trained by the Pure Beast Association team? It seemed this time they had attracted quite a bit of attention and had come right to their doorstep, so they planned to clean up thoroughly. The second mysterious figure immediately acted, raising his hand forward. The bright red, mutated venomous beast roared as if wanting to tear the enemy apart. Guan knew her brother was strong, but the situation was complicated, so she hurriedly warned, Be careful. This venomous beast carries a strange toxin that can sever the monolink in our minds. Taking her sister's warning, Lin Ze easily chose to dodge rather than confront directly. The vines seemed to have tracking devices attached. They clung tightly to Lin Ze, forcing him to swing his hand directly at them. He summoned the Snow Woman and the Rock Demon from the spatial domain to attack, raising countless sharp earth pillars, crushing the poisonous vines. The first mysterious figure clearly also summoned his blue catfish and platinum tyrant centaur. Lin Ze thought, this isn't a virtual simulation space. The platinum tyrant centaur now had an added layer of mud protection. Those injured still felt pain, and those who died still lost their lives, combined with the water-earth shaping skill. Finished, he pointed and charged forward, the muddy body spreading ahead. They blew small bubbles, their colors gradually changing accordingly. The earth and lava spread wide, and he proudly made an arrogant declaration. Both my pets are at the fourth stage. You're no match. Be honest, and you'll suffer less. Due to her ice nature, the snow woman was irritated by the sudden, intense heat. Lin Ze indeed paused briefly to consider. This hot environment would significantly suppress the snow woman, so the rock demon became the main attacker. He squinted and asked, "Your Thunder Leap Dragon Beast is at the 4th stage, right?" He opened his hand with a few small stones. The rock demon had already met the conditions to evolve to a new stage before he arrived, but because of the urgent situation, he hurried to find Guan Ning, and the kid still held an unused soul stone. Knowing it was a precious item, the rock demon swallowed it without hesitation, and its body transformed. At the structure for the next stage, the rock demon's evolution conditions were complete. It evolved into a great earth chi spirit, with countless stones covering its body and larger stone horns on its head. Guan Ning was stunned by this transformation. Had her brother's pet evolved so rapidly? The muddy platinum tyrant centaur seemed terrified, trembling violently despite the magma covering it. The first mysterious figure also noticed something unusual. What the hell just happened? I've never seen my platinum tyrant centaur act so strangely. There's no bloodline suppression effect within the same species, Lin Ze calmly replied. That's right. There shouldn't be any restrictions among the same type. But my Great Earth Chi Spirit isn't an ordinary stone creature. Evolving to the Hidden King level, the Great Earth Chi Spirit, the Platinum Tyrant Centaur, still trembled, unleashing a new skill, Hell's Majesty. This control skill commands divine authority from the Earth's core over the entire area. All enemy stone-type units within range suffer a suppression effect based on level difference. The Platinum Tyrant Centaur's face twisted grotesquely. Then, the inevitable happened. The two mysterious figures began to panic. Things are bad. Facing them head-on now isn't wise. Take the girl and retreat immediately. Decisive action, venomous beast. Zhang Manman lay locked and lifted in a corner. Similarly with Guan Ning earlier, she showed a clear expression of discomfort. No, I can't be a burden to my brother now. The poison in her body had somewhat lessened. At the first opportunity, the demonic flame Redmane was summoned by Guan Ning's call. The vines wrapped around her body were burned away by a large explosion. That explosion also freed Zhang Manman's lock. Guan Ning approached to check on her friend. Little Snowball is sleeping soundly. We're still okay. Guan Ning firmly declared, we must catch them. At this point, things were out of control, and the two mysterious figures hastily changed plans. Retreat quickly. The search team will soon find this place. Go now, venomous beast. The poisonous mist spread, and under the venomous beast's command, it leapt forward, spitting purple smoke ahead. Lin Ze crossed his arms in his pockets, his expression truly villainous. Trying to escape? As they ran, the two argued loudly. It's all that useless idiot's fault. You're a burden. You couldn't even take down that girl. The second mysterious figure was clearly annoyed. Isn't your pet unreliable? It almost died before the opponent acted. The argument escalated, and Lin Ze's pet mutated after evolution. Wouldn't staying mean death? Stop talking nonsense. Run. The venomous beast's poison bones will catch up fast. He summoned rain droplets falling precisely on their location. Though not actual rain, the rock demon accurately blocked the escape route of both. They were startled and stopped, their faces twisting worse than eating chili. The rock demon glared monstrously, and a deep, echoing sound resonated through the forest. After a battle lasting until dark, Guan Ning angrily crossed her arms and stopped, her father questioning her relentlessly. What exactly is this special demonic soul technique you guys keep talking about, and what is this so-called big target of yours? At this moment, both of them were silenced, only stammering a few helpless sounds. Lin Ze switched to a pensive mode, recalling the scene before everything exploded. Demonic soul technique. Didn't that guy with the hood possess that ability? How could such a demonic soul technique be connected to Guan Ning? We can't let them keep mumbling like this. He decided to release one of them. I'll give you a chance. Tell me the truth. He stared as if he wanted to swallow the other's life whole, warning not to taste more lashes like before. The mysterious second guy, scared out of his wits, hurriedly blurted out without catching his breath. I'm telling you, someone told us that the new student at the Beast-Tamer Academy, Jiang Hao, has huge potential this time. The first mysterious guy's face twitched with bulging veins, growling continuously with grunts. You just admitted that? Sweat poured down like rain, the confession continued. Most members of our symbiosis group are low-level beast tamers, and our pets are also low-grade defective. Panic caused a sudden upgrade. To get stronger, we had to gather more power. Especially her. She once demonically transformed a beast during the evaluation. This soul technique is extremely important to us. In other words, demonization is a form of enhancing a pet's combat power. Do you guys understand what that means? Guan Ning's head spun, not understanding a thing. Not letting it slide, Guan Ning interrupted with an explanation. Again, I told you. That's the ability of the demonic flame Redmane, he added seriously. Aren't you also skilled in demonic soul techniques? Why target Guanning then? The second mysterious guy hesitated for a long time before reluctantly arranging his answer. The demonization we perform isn't the demonic soul technique, but uses a kind of strange object. The first mysterious guy grew uneasy, trying to stop his partner but to no avail. Lin Ze immediately seized the key point, pressing about the strange object. A forced smile appeared on the second mysterious guy's face. That's right, let me go and I'll tell you what it is. The first mysterious guy showed clear anger, with a drawn-out grunt. To end the noise, Lin Ze lightly struck his head, instantly creating a huge bump that made the second mysterious guy turn pale. He coldly declared, "Still dare to set conditions with me now?" Little Snowball searched. The snow woman approached the second mysterious guy, inspecting him from head to toe. The other couldn't stand it anymore and quickly pointed, "Oh my god, it's so cold. The bag is inside my pocket. Stop rummaging. I know where it is." Immediately, a strange object lay neatly in Snow Woman's hand, her expression a mix of surprise. The system displayed brief information. Mysterious fragment. Hundreds of years ago, when the spatial rift appeared, accompanied by an invasion of strange creatures, mysterious crystals gradually emerged. They contain powerful energy, serving as evolution material for pets and possibly other uses. The demonic flame Redmane flapped its wings noisily, and Guanning suddenly felt a change. What is that? I've never seen this strange object in any illustrated book. Holding the crystal fragment in his hand, Lin Ze silently fell into thought. The term strange object refers to supernatural things possessing unusual power. They originate from the great catastrophe caused by the collision between the spatial rift and this world. Their functions vary. Some contain space larger than their actual size, storing items or rare documents, enhancing the power of both beast tamers and pets. For example, herbs and spirit stones. According to the system description, the main purpose of this crystal is material evolution. Other functions are pending updates, possibly gradually turning pets towards demonic traits. No wonder it was mistaken for a strange object. The demonic flame Redmane grew even more excited about the crystal. Lin Ze noticed that too. Guanning's demonic flame Redmane was extremely interested in this material. It's probably related to its evolutionary path. Without hesitation, he handed it to his sister. "Guanning, you take it first. This must be the evolution material." Guanning accepted it, and the demonic flame Redmane gave a loving heart. The story continued. Lin Ze turned to stare at the second mysterious guy, intending to dig deeper into the demonization of the demonic flame Redmane. Unfortunately, a loud call interrupted, Guo Jindi leading, Dam Dung and Chu Hung close behind charging forward. "Is everyone okay? Are you guys still all right?" He pointed at the two blinded guys, smiling brightly with an introduction. "We're all fine. These guys have been subdued." The second mysterious guy sighed heavily. "We're done for." Turning to the friend who was sleeping, he explained further. "Zhang Manman is temporarily stable. She only has venomous bones from the poisonous vine demon and will wake up once the poison clears." Lin Gao Liang wandered around checking something. Soon, a fully armed professional team arrived. The middle-aged leader ordered decisively to seal off the scene and check injuries immediately. Receiving the order, the search team captain of the Beast-Tamer-Evolution, Vu Ngiem from Team A23, approached to greet. "You're Lin Ze, right?" He nodded seriously. "Yes. And you are?" A smile appeared on his lips as he extended his hand. "I'm Vu Ngiem, captain of Team A23 from the Ningjiang Beast Tamer Search Guild. I previously spoke with the principal, who praised you as an outstanding new student. Thanks for reporting on the symbiosis group. I will request a reward to be sent to you." He happily agreed. "All right. Escort the mysterious guys away." Some other exchanges continued. "Next, let us take over. Cooperation for investigation may be needed later." Lin Ze responded, "No problem. One more thing." The captain glanced at Zhang Manman being carried away. "As for her, I'll assign someone to take her to the 193 Medical Center for thorough treatment and examination to avoid hidden injuries." Meanwhile, the first mysterious guy was dragged away, still resentful. My mask switched scenes to the medical center, the sky outside still pitch dark. Inside, Zhang Manman woke up, listening to Guanning recount everything. So many incidents happened. "Haha, I just felt dizzy walking, then suddenly blacked out. Woke up already in the medical center. Thank you, Lin Ze, for noticing something was wrong and saving us." Guanning looked downcast after the series of events. "They targeted me. I dragged you into trouble. Because they're close friends. Zhang Manman didn't mind. It's okay. Dam Dung and Lin Ze also had run-ins with the symbiosis group. How could I blame you?" On the side, Guo Jindi vaguely realized it involved herself and silently thought, "They just mentioned the symbiosis group targeting Guanning and the special demonic soul technique. It must be related to what I witnessed. I can't hide it anymore." Guo Jindi seriously asked both for their opinions. Lin Ze, Guanning, I need to speak with you two privately. Stepping out of the care room, Guo Xindi stopped. Lin Ze asked directly, starting the new conversation. What's going on? Guo Xindi adjusted her mood and turned back to speak. Do you remember? When I helped you explore the potential of the special soul technique, you both suddenly flinched on the spot. Guo Xindi hesitated for a moment, her face sad, recalling the memory. At that time, I said I only saw a few dark shadows. Actually, I hid the truth. I witnessed Guan Ning exuding an aura exactly like a demonic creature, completely different from a human. Countless demon beasts knelt at her feet, hands clasped and heads bowed respectfully before both of them. Sorry, that scene was too unusual. I intended to investigate thoroughly before telling you. Guan Ning was worried and thoughtful. Not surprised. I only heard vague rumors about demon-type creatures. Guo Xindi immediately explained in detail. This type of demon is an extremely special branch, notable for its rapid evolutionary speed. However, this kind of beast is usually ferocious and vicious. After the contract, they gradually invade the owner's mind. The controller becomes fierce, dark, and twisted in personality, eventually leaning toward chaos. The degenerated ones can commit horrific crimes under the suppression of the Beast-Tamer Association. Raising and trading demon attribute beasts is strictly forbidden, and demon evolution documents are also tightly controlled and banned from circulation. Guan Ning grasped the basic situation, stroked his chin, and analyzed sharply. The guy I met once had a similar pet, but he remained completely sane. The one who fell was the beast tamer swallowed by power. The symbiosis group applies this to pets to increase strength, so it backfires. Then he shifted to talk with his sister. Guan Ning, how did you evolve the firebird into the demonic flame red mane demon form? Guan Ning calmly replied, after evolving from firebird to demonic flame red mane, it gained this ability. Currently at second stage, 7th segment, activating demon transformation can jump to 3rd stage, 2nd segment for 1 minute. With the current soul power, I can only use it once a day at most. After hearing this, he analyzed more thoroughly. I've seen symbiosis groups turn beasts into ferocious forms with unstable effects and terrible side effects. Maybe they try to control this power, which is why they targeted Guan Ning. Guo Xindi raised a finger, an idea sparking. The world is vast and full of mysteries. Human soul technology is just the tip of the iceberg. Pulling Guan Ning's hand, she smiled brightly. Don't worry anymore. The important thing is to strengthen your power. Maybe the second pet contract will open a new link with this power. If it's a special soul technique that boosts pets, you'll be extremely strong later. Hearing that, Guan Ning couldn't feel happy. If this is a brand new soul technique, the symbiosis group definitely won't let it go. But his strong determination quickly dispelled the anxiety. No matter what, being stronger is the key. Soldiers block generals, water blocks earth. I have to grow stronger. Only then can I control my own fate. Carrying that excitement, Guan Ning clenched his fist toward his older brother. The challenge of the new school year. My demon form is stuck at 2nd stage, 7th segment, unable to evolve. Now I want to contract a second pet as soon as possible to boost power. Can you help me check the options? He smiled at that decision. No problem. A thought flashed in Lin Ze's mind. This is lucky. I'll also take the chance to examine the demonic flame red mane more closely. Just as the plan was set, Guo Xindi suddenly interrupted. It's late. The pet shops are all closed. Let's go tomorrow. After all, there are still 3 days until the exam. But Lin Ze had prepared for every situation. I know there's a 24/7 shop that supplies primary materials and pet evaluations. Let's go check it out. Immediately, everyone set off straight to the location he indicated. Standing in front of the store, Lin Ze glanced around. His mind suddenly sparked a fresh thought. Those pets still only showed normal evolution paths. Apparently, the same species don't necessarily hide secret lines. At that moment, Guan Ning was captivated by a Pikachu with sharp ears behind the glass. They look too ordinary. While Guan Ning wandered choosing, he noticed the demonic flame red mane beside him, lightly touching its ears, and his heart immediately responded. The evolution paths became clear. The Fire-Winged Frenzy Hawk path enhances basic attributes, prioritizing explosive power at the cost of some agility. The next form, the Deep Red Flame, Firebird, can reach 5th stage, 2nd path of the Phoenix Demon Hellfire. This path awakens ancient bloodlines, driven by the desire to transcend life, emphasizing fire control but reducing melee ability. The next form, Crimson Demonic Flame Red Mane, reaches 9th stage of the current path, Phoenix Demon Hellfire of the Underworld. He showed suspicion mixed with danger. The usual path of the Firebird is Firewing Frenzy Hawk, while the hidden path is Phoenix Demon Hellfire. Why did Guan Ning activate the hidden path from the start? According to Guo Xindi, it might be related to the demon system. He still touched the demonic flame Redmane standing statue-like because it followed the Hellfire Phoenix path, unable to turn back, either continue this path or stay stuck at the current stage, then only raise a second pet. Detailed info. The next form, Crimson Demonic Flame Redmane, requires 100% growth, Firewing feathers triple, mid-level fire core times 15, no ancient items identified for evolution. He continued to ponder. He never needed ancient materials for Little Snowball or Little Stone. Could this be a demon system trait? Then he heard his sister speak. And Ning, I have something to say. I awakened a special soul technique and sometimes vaguely sense hidden evolution paths in some pets. Is there really such a soul technique? No wonder Little Snowball's evolution is so strong. Hearing the praise, he was embarrassed and downplayed it. Not really, just vague feelings. And it consumes a lot of soul power. He kept that quiet. Who would admit to having a system? If such power leaked, the Beast-Tamer Association would clamp down and crush it. He returned to seriousness. Just now, I sensed special power in the demonic flame Redmane, an extremely strong path far beyond the usual Firewing Frenzy Hawk. Guan Ning was drawn in, but this path is dangerous. He sensed wild, uncontrollable power. Continuing might involve demon creatures. Guan Ning stroked the demonic flame Redmane, wondering if it had completed the system. Fire and demon are rare but possible. Sweat rolled down. The info was vague, requiring legendary materials to awaken. Guan Ning clenched his fist, unsurprised it was stuck. After all, this is power he and the demonic flame Redmane must control. The demonic flame Redmane spread its wide wings, and Guan Ning suddenly snapped awake just in time. Perhaps the long purple core-like thing on his palm, a thought cutting through all three, shattered the fragment. Sweat dripped as the system said any ancient artifact would do. This fragment qualified, but how to tell Guan Ning? His sister already sensed energy fluctuations. Guan Ning spoke his thought aloud. I vaguely feel vibrations in the crystal. It resonates with the demonic flame Redmane. Not just resonance, the demonic flame Redmane looked up. Look, what are you looking at? The demonic flame Redmane swallowed the crystal whole, and both were stunned by the transformation. After consuming it, new flames spread. Its body turned purple, flames glowing brilliantly all around. Witnessing the terrifying change, Guan Ning couldn't hide his anxiety and exclaimed, "The fire's about to burn out!" A protective barrier instantly formed. Lin Ze quickly raised his hand to stop his sister's action. Don't be afraid. After swallowing the strange spatial fragment, the demonic flame Redmane's fur color completely changed. Its body swelled, wings spread wide, exploding with tremendous power. The demonic flame Redmane had evolved. It was now a first stage, third-tier fire-type demonic flame Redmane. What could be happier than witnessing a beast's transformation? Guan Ning spread his arms wide, welcoming it with excitement. Wow, this form is really impressive. Standing behind, Lin Ze also clenched his fists, sharing in that joy. It was great that the evolution process had been a complete success. Next time it levels up again, he would definitely support a more thorough check. Guan Ning was grinning with eyes squeezed shut, pampering his pet when suddenly he stiffened, his face turning pale. He stammered, "Bro, it looks like we're in trouble." Around them, only a gloomy blackness remained, the familiar sign of an extravagant fire. A feeling of unease quickly overwhelmed him. Outside, sunlight still shone brightly through the tall music building's glass window. The gentle voice of a female staff member broke the silence, addressing the two esteemed guests. In her hand was a cash register, accompanied by a professional smile meant to ease the tension. Next time, if you want to train your spirit beasts, I recommend coming to a professional training ground. Everything happened too fast, leaving the two no choice but to pick up their credit card and sigh. Ah, my savings. Although this lesson was a bit abrupt, Lin Ze quickly adjusted his mindset. The reward just granted by the Spirit Beast Master Association vanished in an instant. He told himself, gotta make money. I have to make money right now. In a deep green forest, inside a crude building with an open rolling shutter, the mysterious man from the Symbiosis Society placed his hand on a huge purple crystal. Suddenly, an orange-clad staff member rushed in from behind. Report, boss, those two have been caught by the investigation team. Apparently expecting this, the mysterious man remained calm. I know. The subordinate anxiously asked about urgent matters. What should we do next? After a moment of contemplation, a new order was slowly issued. Remember this. No action is to be taken in the near future, he continued cryptically. When the time comes, they will come to us on their own. Back at the academy, Lin Ze immediately appeared at the training area. Sitting in the simulation chamber, quick calculations formed. The secret realm exam had ended, and the first assessment of the semester was coming up. He thought silently. If he got good results, he could receive a scholarship worth 100,000. Improving his rank in virtual battles would also earn extra rewards and valuable items. The system displayed Lin Ze's status board. Male, intern level, accumulated points 10,970, battles 1,197, win rate 99%, ranking 11,985. Just 2 days of inactivity, and his rank dropped about 2,000 places. His finger pointed straight ahead, starting to connect. Looks like we need to keep pushing for a higher rank in the next phase. The immediate goal to prepare for the assessment is to break into the top 100. The rock demon immediately joined the fight and captured the opponent. Cultivating a human disguise, second stage, third phase. A notification sounded. Your rank has risen to 10,380. The Snow Woman also performed excellently, defeating the Cloud Village animal system, third stage, first phase. The system updated. Your rank has risen to 8,890. The rock demon, eyes blazing with killing intent, caught another prey. Three-headed dog, dark attribute, third stage, third phase. Your rank has risen to 5,903. Next phase, results appeared so fast they replaced the entire battle process. Your rank has risen to 1,234. Your rank has risen to 580. Your rank has risen to 199. Your rank has risen to 37. Quickly, the online community and ranking watchers noticed this massive fluctuation. Hot tabs exploded across news sites about the contestant climbing ranks faster than ever in history. It was miraculous to jump from top 100,000 to top 100 in just one day. Public opinion buzzed. Does anyone know who this expert with a 99.9% win rate is? Comments flooded the connection screen. Oh my god, on average this player wins a match every 30 seconds. The slowest match only took half a minute. This is crazy. Oh! Another person expressed doubt. At this speed, could this Grandmaster reach the top 10 before nightfall? Immediately, rebuttals appeared. No way, that's just too exaggerated. But they didn't realize the person they were watching was just a tiny rookie. While the public was feverishly searching for info, inside the virtual space, a new battle began. The opponent spoke arrogantly. I know you. You're the one who's been famous recently. I heard today you fought hard to climb from rank 10,000. Is that right? The opposing lineup included a 4th stage, 3rd phase Icefall animal and a 4th stage, 3rd phase Holy Elf light attribute. Facing them was Lin Ze. The other sneered, impressive. I really admire you. His finger twitched, voice full of provocation. But if that's all, I'll end your winning streak right here. He was a mid-level warrior, ranked 9th. Sounded somewhat interesting, but Lin Ze just looked blank, pointing to his temple and casually said, all right, let's start. Seeing the opponent's contemptuous attitude, the mid-level warrior angrily shouted, what's with that attitude? You bring only one pet and still want to beat me? Such blatant provocation? This was truly a brutal taunt, but the outcome was even harsher for the loudmouth. He only realized he lost when he saw 3 ice crystals, the only thing left to take for research. After dealing with the opponent, the Snow Woman looked back at her owner, eyes shaped like hearts. He didn't disappoint her expectations. Smiling and praising, Snow Woman, thank you for your hard work. A thought suddenly struck him. At her current level, Snow Woman was fully capable of crushing opponents of the same rank. He gently stroked her to encourage her. The stats board appeared. Snow Woman, 4th stage, 4th phase, growth rate 100%. Next evolution form, Bluebone Maiden requires 30 elite ice element crystals and 1 Bluebone charm. He kept stroking. The final series of high-intensity matches had fully revealed Snow Woman's growth potential. Now he just needed to gather enough materials to evolve. Lost in thought, suddenly the system board popped up, not 1 but 3 notifications in a row. Glory rank 1, bronze raised rank in the bronze region to top 1,000, rewarded 500 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, 1 material crystal. Glory rank 2 bronze, raised rank to top 100, rewarded 1,000 achievement points, 2 soul crystals, 2 material crystals. Glory rank 3 bronze, raised rank to top 10, rewarded 1,500 achievement points, 3 soul crystals, 3 material crystals, and 1 soul power enhancement potion. The unexpected joy caught him off guard. Indeed, the achievement rewards from the quest chain had been activated. Clenching his fist with determination, he told himself, tomorrow I will buy ingredients for the Snow Woman, and at the same time use soul crystals to improve my basic attributes. The scene shifts to the Longheart Club of the Academy, where a senior student resembling Guo Jindi appears, waving and smiling warmly. My dear little sister. That was Jiang Manman, president of the Longheart Club. She walked step by step toward where Guo Jindi had just stood up. Jiang crossed his arms. Do you want to join the trial team next week with your sister? Guo Jindi replied happily. Sure, I was worried about not finding suitable teammates, so I was thinking about not participating this time. Without beating around the bush, Guo Jindi went straight to the point. The test will start next Monday. Have you found a team to join yet? Lin Ze answered honestly. Not getting the answer she wanted, why don't you invite Lin Ze to join us? Guo Xindi immediately understood the issue. Manman, you only came here because of Lin Ze, right? Caught right on the spot, Jiang Manman didn't hide it anymore. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Haha, he's a ranked player who's been causing a stir in the virtual world recently. Lin Ze didn't hesitate and immediately absorbed all the items he had just received from the mission. 7 soul crystal stones and 6 body enhancement core crystals vanished, transforming into a swirling energy around him. The system panel instantly updated the new stats. Physical strength, 13.5, spirit 15, student rank, soul power, reaching the threshold of 1,500 out of 1,500. Skills also showed clear changes. Soul Guardian level 4, Soul Guard level 3, Soul Impact level 2. Remaining resources included the Snow Woman pet, Rock Demon, and 4,500 achievement points. After finishing, he stepped out of the virtual space. A refreshing feeling spread through his mind. Great. His spirit level had also increased, and the soul power limit had reached a higher level. With this advancement, the power of the combined skill between the Snow Woman and Rock Demon would surely soar, while significantly enhancing the effectiveness of soul arts. After a while, Lin Ze arrived at a reputable pet item shop. Entering the counter, he politely raised his hand. Hello, I'd like one ice blue tear, please. May I inspect it a bit? The clerk searched on the computer, then turned back with a regretful expression. Ah, the last ice blue tear in our store has been sold out, and we are currently out of stock. This ingredient is quite rare, so we'll need to restock, which will take about 1 month. Hearing this, Lin Ze frowned, silently lamenting that he had overlooked this. In his mind, disappointment arose. Was this a stroke of bad luck? That's a bit too long. While he was lost in thought, suddenly a loud call of his name rang out. Turning around, Lin Ze recognized the familiar face of Guo Xindi, who was also here. She waved excitedly. Hey, it's me! What a coincidence! Without beating around the bush, Guo Xindi got straight to the point. The test would start next Monday. Have you found a team to join yet? Lin Ze answered honestly. Not getting the answer she wanted, her smile grew even brighter. Then do you want to join our team? Guo Xindi quickly introduced the person beside her. Jiang Manman greeted warmly. Hey, I've admired you for a while now. She winked at Lin Ze, then pointed to the person standing behind her. I'm the president of the Long Heart Club, sophomore at the academy, Jiang Manman, and this is the vice president of the Long Heart Club. Gu Lengjian is also a sophomore. Gu Lengjian, a girl with long black hair and scholarly glasses, gently raised her hand in greeting. Hello. Out of courtesy, both sides shook hands to get acquainted. Lin Ze nodded. Hello, seniors. However, in his heart, he had other thoughts. He really didn't want to join a team right now. Actually, I don't want to look for a team at this moment either. Dividing team rewards is always troublesome, not to mention coordinating with strangers. He told himself he would bring Guan Ning along, and the two of them would enjoy the secret realm together. Wouldn't that be better? But Guo Xindi's next question was like a cold splash of water, dashing that idea. Oh, you don't plan to go to the secret realm? She seriously explained the rules. To ensure safety, the Academy's tests must be conducted in teams of at least 5 people. Lin Ze's expression changed immediately, shocked beyond words. There's such a rule? Seeing his stunned face, Guo Xindi crossed her arms and glanced at him teasingly. You're not planning to go alone, are you? Caught, Lin Ze could only smile awkwardly. Ah, you understand. It's really hard to recruit a team right now. Just then, Gu Lengyan suddenly interrupted the awkwardness. Hey, do you want to buy an ice blue tear? Suddenly, a teardrop-shaped crystal emitting faint cold air appeared in her hand. She seriously made an offer. Join our team, and as a reward, after the challenge ends, I will give you this item. I will also provide you with 10 more types of ice attribute materials. Lin Ze was overwhelmed by such generous terms. That was exactly the ice blue tear he had been desperately searching for, making it hard to refuse. His eyes fixed on the item, but Li Ji still tried to hold him back. This isn't a very good idea. Gu Lengyan raised a finger. Final deal, we'll give you an additional share of the loot, but you can't just take it easily. Seeing their sincerity, Lin Ze nodded. All right, I have a small request. Gu Lengyan seemed to read his thoughts, bringing Guan Ning along, right? No problem. Deal done. Lin Ze smiled brightly, shining brighter than the sun. Then see you all next Monday. Senior. Gu Lengyan clenched her hand, retracting the item. Okay, see you next Monday. In this quick negotiation, Guo Xindi was completely sidelined, standing there like an invisible person. Time flew by quickly, and the day of the test arrived. At the cave entrance filled with light, many students had gathered, with the most striking feature being a giant stone tablet carved with a fierce beast guarding the entrance. Guan Ning followed behind Lin Ze, looking up at the magnificent scene, exclaiming, "So magnificent." Senior Zhang stood beside and added, "Shocking, right? The first time I saw such a huge door, I was stunned for a long time. Curious, he turned to ask, "Yes, senior, the fierce monster carved on that stone is?" Zhang Manman looked toward the golden carving and explained, "According to the public announcement from the Federation and the Beast-Tamer Association, no one has ever seen a ferocious creature on this great door. However, all the master tamers refer to it as the Void Beast." Lin Ze stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The Void Beast, huh?" The noise around grew louder, forcing the person in charge wearing a white and blue shirt to step forward. Master Chin, he cleared his throat. Everyone please keep quiet." He began to explain the information about the first exam of the semester. "The Secret Realm Challenge for the entire grade is about to start. Those who registered for this exam must be ready to participate, right?" He emphasized the benefits of this exam, stating that participants are responsible for distributing all the materials and resources they collect and are not required to hand them back to the school. Some students started to cheer excitedly. "Oh yes, the academy really is generous. How wonderful." Master Chin continued to convey important knowledge. As the energy core began to diffuse the power to open the gate, the frozen stone secret realm was divided into 5 rounds. The closer to the center, the higher the danger level. Each round would have a door to proceed to the next, and each round would have its own unique environment and dangers. Finally, a stern warning was given. A sincere reminder: do not act without permission. That is the worst thing you can do. After finishing the explanation, Guo Xindi quickly led the still bewildered Guan Ning. "This trial version will last for 7 days, and everyone can leave at any time. Now, we should get started. Let's go." Passing through the teleportation gate, the group entered a space filled with golden sand. This is the 5th belt of the Frozen Stone Secret Realm. The first to summon a pet was Gu Lengjian. 2 beams of light flashed, revealing the Thunder Leap Dragon Beast, a 3rd tier, 8th segment Lightning Electric type, and the Ice Heart Spike Dragon, a 3rd tier, 5th segment Ice type. She commanded, "Go." Soon after, other pets appeared one by one. Zhang Manman declared clearly, "My battle beasts will take charge of the surrounding area." Her formation included Dragon Lion, a 1st segment, 4th tier rock type, Demonic Flame Redmane, a 1st segment, 4th tier fire type, and Platinum Tyrant Centaur, a 2nd segment, 4th tier light type. Lin Ze was surprised by her strength, secretly admiring that she actually owned 3 long-term pets. Noticing his gaze, Zhang Manman winked playfully. "Yep, I'm a 2nd-year senior. Don't worry, I'll protect you." Not to be outdone, Lin Ze also summoned his 2 main pets. This time, Zhang Manman was the one amazed, exclaiming, "Oh, what a beautiful humanoid pet." She admired the snow woman and nodded approvingly. Outside, she looked like a beautiful lady. Then she turned to the rock demon. "And this handsome pet, is it a rock tank?" "Strong, indeed." Both pets blushed shyly. Meanwhile, Guan Ning had summoned the demonic flame Redmane for protection. The boy looked at Guo Xindi with curiosity. "Guo Xindi, aren't you going to summon your pet?" Guo Xindi smiled mysteriously, reaching up to remove a clip from her hair. Her smile grew even brighter. "I have a secret tool." The item left her hand and instantly transformed, emitting an astonishingly pure energy. Guan Ning couldn't hide his surprise, exclaiming, "Your hair clip really is a strange item." Even when the clip returned, the energy hadn't dissipated. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Guo Xindi explained with a radiant smile that the hair clip was a spatial item, and the mist was a rare item she had placed inside. She continued proudly, "It's called a bone spirit. It's a special combat item. It can attach to its owner, and, besides protecting from damage, it can control and manipulate the wearer to launch attacks." Her eyes gleamed with confidence. "With its help, I can unleash power no different from a 4th-tier battle beast." Guan Ning seemed completely captivated by this treasure. "This is an extremely powerful and rare item, capable of both offense and defense." He clicked his tongue in admiration. "It must be very expensive." At that moment, Zhang Manman, standing behind, smiled slyly, revealing a little secret. "Our little D is a direct descendant of a great family. She has quite a few good things." Guo Xindi modestly replied, "It's nothing." Though she appeared calm, this information stunned Lin Ze and Guan Ning for a few seconds. Turns out the wealthy lady was right beside them all along without their knowledge. However, Lin Ze quickly regained his composure and fell into thought. As power increases, the time spent in the wilderness and secret realm will grow longer. Spatial items like that hair clip will become extremely useful. He promised himself that if given the chance, he must get one. Gu Lengyan observed the situation and seriously reminded, "All right, everyone's ready. Let's move out." The group continued forward. Along the way, monster skeletons lay scattered on the sand. However, notably, they had been killed by some force rather than dying naturally. The number of corpses was not small. Gu Lengyan approached, sat down, and examined carefully. These were mummified corpses, a common 2nd-tier beast in the 5th Belt Secret Realm, totaling 15. She gave a sharp assessment. Basically, they were all killed in one strike, and there were still many human footprints around us. It seems a strong team is ahead of us. Hearing this, Guo Xindi clapped happily. They've saved us the trouble of killing those ferocious beasts. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. On the next stretch, Lin Ze and Guan Ning led with their pets guarding. Noticing Gu Lenjian's pensive attitude, Zhang Manman quietly asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so concerned?" Gu Lenyan was silent for a moment before revealing her thoughts. "I've never seen the pets of Lin Ze and Guan Ning before." Worry showed clearly on Zhang Manman's face, known as the Encyclopedia of Pets. Yet she didn't recognize the origins of these creatures. Could they be so rare they never appeared in books? Or are they a completely new species? These questions lingered in her mind. The evolutionary path of pets is always a complex research topic. Some great families even hold unique evolutionary secrets. Gu Lengyan closed her eyes to ponder deeply. However, pet information is a top secret for every beast tamer. Unless the relationship is extremely close, probing deeply is taboo. No matter how curious, she told herself it's best not to ask questions right now. Very quickly, the group set foot in a new area, the fourth ring. A creature wrapped in cloth, holding a long chain, appeared to block their path. It was a dark attribute, soul-summoning mage, third rank, fourth stage. Afraid of its eerie chain connected to two floating skulls on either side, Gu Lenjian immediately commanded the Thunder Leap Dragon Beast to charge forward. While Little Snowball launched an attack, electric sparks starting to shoot around. She quickly explained that this was an evolved form of the mummy, a soul-summoning mage. Just as Little Snowball was about to strike, suddenly a blue energy streak tore through the air like an arrow. Thwack! The attack pierced through the mage's chest, causing him to collapse on the spot. The one who struck was Lin Ze. After dealing with the target, he turned back and said, "Senior, let me handle it. I want to gain more practical experience." Rarely given the chance to train soul techniques in real combat, he didn't want to miss out. Although the previous strike didn't kill the monster immediately, leaving it gasping, its fate was sealed a second later. The rock demon charged like a tank, delivering a merciless finishing blow. Watching from outside, Lin Ze smiled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. This also helped him accelerate his own development. Seeing his decisive action, the two senior female disciples behind couldn't help but silently admire him, thinking this junior was quite polite. Before long, another hour passed. The three of them simultaneously looked up at the sky in astonishment. Zhang Manman was delighted to see the junior's expressions and began to explain. "It's said that this wall appeared during the Great Catastrophe era. It separates the third ring from the fourth ring, and its name is the Pale Wall." Before them stood a gigantic, pale-colored wall, towering and blocking everything beyond. Zhang Manman continued to share knowledge about the third ring to the first core ring, all surrounded by a pale wall. "To enter the third ring, we first have to pass through this." She added that the pale wall has 4 entrances. "We can find these gates by following along the wall." They followed the wall for a while and finally found a large crack resembling 2 giant doors. "Ah, we've arrived." Without waiting for orders, the rock demon took the initiative, using its muscular strength to push open the heavy stone door. The fourth-rank pet beasts outside watched the scene with bewilderment. Zhang Manman, however, smiled brightly and praised. "How convenient. Having a powerful pet makes everything easier. Before, when we tried to push open this broken door, it took half a day to get it done." Without hesitation, Lin Ze led the way inside. Immediately, a thick fog enveloped their vision. Leading ahead, Gu Lenjian warned, "Be careful. The creatures in the third ring are numerous, and their levels are much higher than those in the previous 2 rings." She emphasized the lurking danger. Moreover, in the third ring, there's an immortal beast called the Pale Lord. One Pale Lord alone can't cause much trouble, but its command ability is truly terrifying. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, staring ahead in amazement as the blurry silhouette of a skeleton riding a beast gradually appeared. Gu Lenjian continued explaining. "The Pale Lord can summon many lower-level counterparts outside. Every time it appears, it comes with a large number of Pale Guards." She proposed a strategy. "Our target is the second ring, so it's best not to waste time here. If possible, let's avoid it and move quickly forward." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Manman stopped and reassured everyone not to worry too much. "The Pale Lord spends most of its time sleeping underground and rarely wanders outside. Unless you're extremely unlucky, normally you would never encounter it." The 3 others listened and felt flustered, silently thinking, "Senior, you've set a high standard with that statement." But Zhang Manman's confidence didn't waver. "Ha ha, as I said, in short, we can't be that unlucky." Before she finished, rattling sounds echoed continuously from underground. Large birds startled and flew up into the sky, and worry immediately replaced the earlier optimism. Zhang Manman's face turned pale.